Hello, undesirables. This is your host, the College Genesis, guiding you through another hour, a couple hours, and some interesting conversations, stimulating debate and discussions, as only the College Genesis could bring to you tonight. We have an explosive show tonight, some show that will basically ruffle a lot of feathers and everything. But I gotta say what needs to be said. Tonight's topic: the lost, the unlucky, the unhappy, and the undesirable. As you see on my sticker, I said the laws of power says avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. I'm just saying something, folks. In your personal life, in our community life, everything, we have to start choosing better people to hang around with. Why do we always got to listen to losers and everything? People say, "Oh, Dr. Claude Anderson." Dr. Claude Anderson was not lucky in life. He was not lucky. Let's be honest with ourselves. He was not lucky. You know, he's a good man, a good elder, and everything like that. But you look at him and advice and everything like that. But he was not lucky. And he's not very happy. So you got to avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. And then when you have that mentality, you could say, well, what do you think, Carla, about black people as far as like the diaspora and stuff like that? Hey, look, we have to avoid the unhappy and unlucky. There's a lot of people coming to this country. The reason why you see what you see right now on social media is because there's a lot of people outside of America who feel unlucky that they weren't born here. They wish they had what we have, right? They are very unlucky. They're undesirable. They're unlucky, and they're unhappy, right? So if they're not happy with themselves, they're not going to be happy with you. That's why they lash out at us all the time. Oh, Black America's lazy. They take all stereotypes because since they can't do anything to us, right? So they basically join in this chorus of trying to demean us and stuff like that. Even though all the stuff they say about us, we know is lies. Even white America came around a couple of years ago and said, something, all the stereotypes we used to say about black people were lies when that. So why is it that white people could move on and say, yeah, Black America is doing this, but that enough to elect black people to high office in this country and everything like that? White people are now used to black people in positions of power in this country, all across the country and everything. So why is it that white people have progressed past that, but yet we got black immigrants and other immigrants, Asian immigrants, trafficking and stereotypes about Black America that white people have abandoned, people who created the stereotypes in the first place. Like I said, we have the lost, the unhappy, and the unlucky. Somebody coming from Vietnam right now, coming from Cambodia, is lost. So these people, luck was not on their side. They're coming from war-torn countries and everything, and they're not really desirable. I just saw a video today, the Fung brothers. Oh, love the Fung brothers. These two Asian guys is on YouTube, right? They play a video of these this Asian guy who goes around. He's a streamer who goes around with these white guys and everything like that. And there was this thing where a bunch of white MAGA girls were outside, right? And they was like giving these white guys hugs, right? And they said, "What about our friend here, the Asian guy?" Right? The girl came up to the Asian guy, smacked him in the face, just lightly, was smacked in the face, and said, "You don't belong here." I'm like, whoa. Basically, this guy's trying so hard to fit in, and you're telling him he's undesirable. He doesn't want to be here and stuff like that. So I'm like, wow. So, it's like when you try to seek acceptance, I'm glad we're at a point we don't give a shit about no damn acceptance from white people. We already fought that battle. We don't need their acceptance. We only right now the challenge for Black America is being accepting ourselves, and we can get to that, man. And all this else, it doesn't matter what white people think. It doesn't matter what Black immigrants think. It doesn't matter what Hispanic think. If Black America just come together on everything we've done, stand on our square, we'll be fine. We don't need anybody else. We don't need no allies and everything like that, because most of these people are just unlucky. They're unhappy, they're unlucky. And what happens is when you're around too many people who have bad luck, that bad luck's going to wear off on you. That's what I think has been happening with the Black America lately, for the last couple of decades. We've both taken all these causes of these unhappy, unlucky people. How do we take up the gay cause? The LGBTQ cause. Why do we take up for weirdos and fringe groups of people? Why are we always on the edge? Why are we always on the fringe and everything? So tonight is not a very pleasant topic we're talking about today, but it's something that needs to be said, because the bottom line, no matter what we do, we always fall back into the woe is me, doom and gloom. So like that. Look, let's just basically, are we allowed to be happy? Are we allowed to say, something? I think we got what we need to do and everything, and be done with it, right? Because I don't see anything else in America that we need is other than just being happy. And once you're happy, you got everything you need. People go into politics and everything. I'm like, what? To bring happiness, right? If you're already happy, then you don't need the political process. You don't need somebody standing over you telling you how to vote. You don't need somebody telling you what to do or what to think, or whatever like that. You say, look, I'm good. You know, you don't need community spokesmouths like the Umar Johnsons. You don't need Farrakhan. You don't need Al Sharpton. You don't need nobody else. When you're happy, then what they do is they make it seem like they use straw man tactics, right? If you're happy, there's something wrong with you. If you say you're happy and you're good and everything like that, then you're a sellout. You're a boule. You're a bougie. You're this. And they always pull the straw man out. They always take the most undesirable segment of our community and say, you should be stressed out over these people over here in the corner, right? Well, I can't do nothing about somebody who doesn't have it in them to do anything better, right? But in the meantime, I'm gonna go enjoy my life. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. God forbid if you're black and you're trying to be happy in this world. No, that's not allowed. You got to be constantly moaning and murmuring over people who are lost, unlucky, unhappy, and undesirable. It's just what it is. You cannot save everybody. I'm just telling you, give it to you, Frank. You cannot save anybody. And I would tell anybody basically who's considering being a black nationalist or Pan-Africanist, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't get into so deep into this stuff like I did, right? I wasted 35 years of my life with this nonsense and everything. I think all the stuff I could have done with my life and everything like that is too late for. I could have went to law school. I could have did so much, in my house. I could have been married. I could have been did this. I could have did a lot of stuff like that. But I was basically, I was tethered to somebody else. And I was always happy. I had everything I needed, right? But I wasn't happy because I thought somebody else that looked like me was not happy. So I let my life slip by, worrying about people who don't know me, who don't give a damn about me, right? Who gonna live or die, whatever like that, without me and everything. So I wasted my life, right? Because somebody put the guilt in me years ago. If you ain't out here doing this, you ain't nothing because your community needs you. Your community needs you and everything. Look, if I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out with a bang. Avoid the unhappy, the lost, the unlucky, and the undesirable. You got to do it. For your own sanity. Your own sake. That does not mean that we completely abandon people, right? But it does mean that basically is at a certain point you cannot be stressing over people who you have no power to change. You have to live your life for you. Do you understand what college is coming with this? You know. So where are my people at, man? Where's all my undesirables at? I know this is not a good topic. I don't expect to have a big audience tonight because people are like, damn, is Carl talking about me tonight? Who knows? You never know. If the shoe fits, wear it. If hit dogs holler. If I'm talking about you and you're upset, then you got to change your ways. As simple as that. Some people don't like hearing the truth. They're like, damn, am I undesirable? Am I unlucky? Am I unhappy? Yeah, well, a lot of people who troll social media are unhappy, unhappy people. You can't tell me that you sit on social media 24 hours a day, comment on everybody's show and stuff like that, and you're happy. You can't tell me that you, like a lot of people I know don't have a fucking life and whatnot. You can't tell me you're happy, you know? You are part of the unhappy, unhappy, and you're part of the unlucky and the lost. And the bottom line truth is nobody wants to be around you. You're undesirable. What you want to do is make yourself better your life, right? And then you'll be surprised how people will be drawn to you by your charisma and your positive spirit. When you start doing things to better your life and you have a positive outlook on life, watch how things turn around for you. As long as you're negative and you're basically bitter and angry all the time, then basically that's exactly what you're going to draw. You're going to draw that same energy back to you and everything, and you're not going to get any place. You're going to be miserable. And like I said, me personally, I am sick and tired of miserable people. I really am. I'm sick and tired of miserable people that come up here and everything. I can tell them miserable. I was like, that's what you did all your life, sit back all day. he sat up here and people like, I got this statistic here, I got this column, man. This statistic says this, blah blah blah. Okay, but how does that make your life better? Sitting around researching this stuff all day and all night. You ever see these guys on the street corner, the Hebrew Israelites? These guys on the street corner. These guys are just angry at women. Women go around, come by, they're cursing them out. Oh, you're a whore, because you ain't got no woman. This woman walking down the street, Madison Avenue, she's about to do a good job and everything. She knows, she don't need you and everything like that. And with your clown costume on and whatnot, and you sitting on the street berating her and whatnot because a woman like that don't want nothing to do with you. So these type of guys right there, if they haven't had the power, they would beat women, and they'll force women to some sort of thing. Let me try to find a video of these Hebrew Israelites berating women. Hebrew Israelite versus black women. If I can find videos, illustrate what I'm talking about.
Shalom, Israel. It's that time again. The Lord's Passover. And General Yohana is covering the bill. ISUPK is calling for all Israel, Black, Hispanics, and Native Indians to join us March 24th at the 2020 Grand Ballroom. Address 2020 86th Street, Brooklyn, New York, for the Lord's Passover.
So they celebrate Judaism, right? And they say the Native American, Indians, Hispanic, whatever it is, you're part of the Israel nation. When that's how so goofy this shit is.
Which is commanded by the Most High to keep. General Yohana got it covered. He got the lamb, he got the unleavened bread, and the wine. Guess what, Israel? It's all free. It's all free. It's all free. So it's no excuses. Join us March 24th at 2020 Grand Ballroom, 2020 86th Street, Brooklyn, New York. Stand up, Israel. Shalom.
The lost, the unhappy, the unlucky, the undesirable.
I don't like that shit. Without Jesus Christ. You without Jesus, you wouldn't be here.
Okay. He's separated. Number one, that ain't Jesus. That is, if so-called Christians claim that they know the Bible, that man is a man by the name of Caesar, the second son of Pope Alexander VI of Rome. That's who that man is. He was a child molester. He had incest with his sister Lucretia. And you can look at any library across this country, and you'll see that picture. Somebody give me that picture. That is not Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ was a black man. And this here is what alcohol do to you. When you drink, and you drink uncontrollably, and you get drunk, now you think you know God. Sober, drunk, you don't know God. You don't have an understanding of the Lord. You don't have it, because this is not Jesus Christ. This is a damn lie, according to the Bible. But you know what? I'm not gonna even deal with you. We got protocol in our school where if a man coming to this school, he got all black for 34 days. He diligently come to school and learn this truth. So if you was time enough for me, I would deal with you. But this brother right here, God bless this brother right here to come into this school, to pass his test, and for the Lord to raise him up. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pass him a light and let him deal with you. Deal with him. First of all, The man in that picture was not Jesus Christ. That man in that picture is a white man. The Bible tells us that Jesus Christ was a black man from the tribe of Judah. This is the problem with the Christian church. The Christian church raises loud-mouthed black women that destroy our family. The Christian church raises loud-mouthed black women who have no respect for the Bible. That's why she come out here and run her mouth like she knows something.
That's right.
The Bible says that when a man speaks, that a woman's supposed to have her damn mouth shut. That's what the Bible says in the scriptures. This is why our sons and daughters is getting molested because of a loud-mouthed black woman thinking she worth some damn thing. That's the problem. Every time somebody open up this Bible to bring out the truth, somebody got their mouth open that don't know anything. Take me to Revelation chapter 1, verse 13 through 15. We're going to bring out the color of Jesus Christ in the Bible since everybody knows something. Let's see what the Bible says. Who cares what man says? What the Lord says? Read Revelation 1, verse 13. And in the midst of the seven candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man, one like unto the Son of Man is talking about Jesus Christ. Let's see if this is Jesus Christ. Read on. Clothed with a garment down to the foot, just like I got a garment down to the foot. We do everything the Bible say. Read on. And girt about the paps with a golden girdle. Christ had on a golden war belt like I got on. But mine's not made of gold, because Christ was about warfare, not this homosexual child molester I got in my hand. Verse 14, his hand and his hands were white like wool. Christ was a black man, not this white man with stringy dog hair. He had woolly afro, just like I got. Real, as white as snow. Christ had white hair. Christ was stressed from the time he was born because he knew he had to die for ungrateful people that would turn on him just like the sister did to love this white man. Read on. And his eyes were as a flame of fire. His eyes was as a flame of fire because like black men do, when you drink a little bit, your eyes turn red. Read on. And his feet like unto fine brass. His feet was like unto fine brass. That means your feet and your skin is the same color. Christ was a black man. Drop that, take me to Daniel 10, 5 and 6. We're going to find out if this is Jesus Christ. We just read to you out the Bible that this is what the scriptures say. Everything the Christian church teaches is a lie. This is a problem. Hispanics are praying to this white Jesus while he's getting slaughtered in Mexico, slaughtered in Honduras, slaughtered in Brazil. Thank you, brother. While we dying in Chicago, your grandmother praying to white Jesus while our bodies in the damn street. We trying to love a white man that put us in slavery. That's right. That sold us on auction blocks. That ripped our babies out of our pregnant women and bashed them in the rock. They murdered and drowned our brothers and sisters in the damn ocean. Who gives a damn about this white man? The white man is the devil. That's what the Bible speaks of.
That's right.
God hated. That's right. Daniel 10 verse 6. His body also was like the bird. Probably taking verse 5. Verse 5. Then I lifted up my eyes and looked, and behold, a certain man. Certain man is Jesus Christ. Read on now. Clothed in linen, whose loins were girded with fine gold and youth there. Christ had on a golden belt, same as in Revelation. Read on. His body also like the bird. He had on a green garment. This garment you see right here, this Roman bathrobe, where they used to have orgies and molest kids in this outfit, like your popes is wearing, naked underneath of their robes. Read on. And his face, as the birds of light. Christ had a hard and disciplined face. He wasn't some soft homosexual, like this white man. So where was God hanging up on the wall? Read on. And his eyes, as light.
There's more of that, but I can't take with so much. The bottom line, you get where I'm coming from, right? You get where I'm coming from. This is just one sample of what's wrong in Black America. We have the lost, the unlucky, the unhappy, the undesirable. Can anybody tell me, like I said, a year ago, there was this big Hebrew Israelite rally, whatever like that. They looked like they were making some sort of progress, but reality is this is what you're dealing with. No matter how much they try to dress what they're saying up, or what they try to make change, like they're doing something in the community, this is what it is. You already said about to the woman. A woman needs to shut up and be in a place when a man's talking, you know. And I would follow a woman and say, yeah, we'll shut up when there are men actually talking, not a bunch of emotional, effeminate males out there. When real men are talking, yeah, women do shut up, you know. The fact that women challenge you like that means that you guys ain't real men, you know. When real men speak and women give that respect. But like I said, tonight's show, we're talking about the undesirable, the unhappy, the unlucky, and everything. What do we do about this people? How do we delineate? Now, when people talk about delineating, that's what I want to delineate from. I want to delineate from this freaking trash right here, you know? And I want to delineate from people, all this negativity I see and everything. We could delineate from negativity. It's not about delineating from Black immigrants and whatnot, you know, and stuff like that. You know, Black America needs to delineate from fucking people who lie about history, lie about their life. This guy started up by saying, native, in other words, basically they're in cahoots with we were already here Aboriginal people, because he said something about native Aboriginal nation and whatnot. That's all part of the children. So what do you get that you were already here in America and that you were Jews? Yeah, you were Jews, you were Aboriginal Jews in America. You know, like I said, no one challenges stuff because we just let stuff like this go because these guys talk loud and everything. They talk loud and they intimidate people, you know. Yeah, why I said there's a lot of negativity. Yeah, all this negativity, you know, it's all negativity, you know. And so the bottom line, you're not going to do anything as long as there's negativity. These people don't want solutions to a problem. They don't want the solutions to a problem, you know. They basically want to use a problem, right, to gain an audience and whatnot. And that's how they gain their power, by gathering an audience and to intimidate people, to threaten people, to intimidate people, because particularly Black women, because none of these guys got women, none of these guys got wives, none of these guys can attract women and everything. And I know how it is. You live in an urban area where women don't really need you and everything like that. You know, these guys are sexually frustrated. They're fighting their sexual demons and stuff like this. And so therefore they create a religion. It's conveniently create a religion that answers all their problems, that Black women ain't shit. They should be listening to men. I even seen one talk about, that some fat guy looked like he was on friggin' friggin' mental, getting a mental check, telling Polite that it's in his right to have sex with a 12-year-old girl or not, and that if that's your daughter, you should give him. So some fat dude, nasty dude, talking about he'll have sex with a pedophile, you know, justifying pedophilia. And so that's what I said. This is what we have in our community. And the bottom line, I'm the only one that calls out. I'm very disappointed with Umar Johnson, who took upon himself to basically make a comment, like using his platform to say, Diddy didn't do nothing that Hugh Hefner didn't do. I don't know about Hugh Hefner. I don't care and everything like that. But it may be true, but Diddy is not going to get no pass for me because some white man did what he did. Oh, basically it's whataboutism. You know, what about it? If Diddy could do it, Hugh Hefner did it, you shouldn't get mad at Diddy. This is what we're talking about. We're dealing with people that just traffic in negativity. And so many weird people. Yeah, these are weirdos. You know, we got weird people in the Black community. You know, people don't even understand what they're talking about. They're weirdos. They set people as the truth. Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar is a freaking creep. It was a weirdo. You know, remember that thing with Suki Hama? You know, she's a queen. She's a queen. All this stuff like this. You know, the girl's a fucking nasty heifer. When you talking about, basically, I think he broke her off or some shit. You know, I think he fucked her. You know. And so the bottom line is this: we got this trash, and people actually listen to this guy for political advice. You know, people can't just put down and say, you know something, you know, Umar, I don't need your advice. You know, I don't need your advice. I'm not gonna say, you know, donations. I'm not gonna listen to you, whatever like that. I think you need to get yourself together. You're all over the place. You know, we got people, and Umar knows that there's no accountability, so he can keep saying what he's gonna say. And you guys, basically, who are addicted to the unhappy, the unlucky, the undesirable, and the lost. Umar's lost, you're lost. And so basically what you guys want to do is come on my platform and make me co-sign your loss. Like Baruti goes, Kala, man, he says, like Baruti last night says, Kala, some of the people that you want to build an Afghanistan with are undesirable. I say, yeah, I know it's undesirable, but my job, if the Afghanistan is true, becomes a reality, those undesirables, if they chose the Afghanistan to live and build and everything, will become desirables. You know why? Because I read Lee Kuan Yew's book, From Third World to First World. He said in his book, he said, people aren't born knowing right and everything. You have to train them. He says, he goes, people want to do the right thing, you know. They have every desire to do right and do things like that, but you have to train them. You have to encourage them. You have to be like a shepherd and guide them to the right path at all times. You can't just leave people to their own devices and expect everything like this. That's where you got the undesirable element. People have no discipline and no accountability and stuff like that. You got to be able to reward people and punish people. You know, you got to have all that. That's why nationhood was the only answer to Black America's problem. You know, because we'll have people, power thinkers and people in power to basically look out for the people and provide for the people and create opportunity and keep people in line and everything like that. But teaching people what's expected of them. We don't have that in Black America. We have no means to do that in Black America, because the bottom line, we want to sit in America. We want to let the white man provide the jobs for us and everything. And then we wonder why these people, the community don't have any respect for us. So what we do is this. So we know the community has no respect for us because you don't provide for it, right? So what we do is basically play into the community, right? Umar Johnson knows there's a large number of Black people that want to hear that message, right? Well, Diddy, who Hefner, right? So he's playing into that. He knows that's the mentality of a lot of Black people, you know? But you know, college Genesis don't do that. I don't give a damn about what you think, you know? That's why I know Umar always have a bigger audience than I do, right? Because Umar's like your mother. You can't never do no wrong with your mother, right? Kala's like your father. Your father will tell you, nigga, you better get out there and get a job. You better do this, do that. The mother be like, oh, my baby, blah, blah, blah. He's trying. Whatnot. The world's tough out there. You have no idea, you know? No, you better get out there and get a job. You better get up there down that post office and put that application in, you know? It's a male and a female situation. Umar's playing the mother. You know, I'm playing the father. You know, the father figure Black America so desperately needs. You know, to discipline. You know, for discipline and order. Yeah, Umar needs to get a job. You know, he needs to get a job. He needs to get off the social media, running his friggin' mouth. And that's basically when he said that about Diddy. It just shows me what he's all about. You know. Even though he said some good stuff and whatnot, some good material I could listen, but that's not enough. He's basically like Umar is like the head dumb nigga, you know. He's like a dumb nigga's hero, you know. In other words, he's the smartest dumb nigga in the world, you know. He's nothing but a pookie, a dumb nigga, and whatnot. Basically, he knows how to get his dumb nigga on, you know. He knows how to speak in dumb nigga, you know, because he knows ultimately that's his base. You know, niggas that do dumb nigga shit or not, you know, niggas want to talk positive and everything, but they still want to be out there doing the same stupid Pookie and Ray shit, you know. I say, do you think? I don't think Umar. I have no idea if it's impactful because Umar is just a friggin' clown. He's just a friggin' joke. His message is more impactful because the bottom line is this: Umar is doing what he is right now. He basically goes around. He sleeps with different types of women, or just basically acts like it, like he's always fertile. Like, yeah, I'm gonna see this and everything. You know, the bottom line is this. You know, yeah, Umar is doing it for donation. He knows there's a lot of people that support Diddy right now, and the bottom line is this: if he says that and whatnot, they say, "Well, see, Umar said." First people say, "Well, look what Dr. Umar said and whatnot." You know. So on one hand, a couple of weeks ago, he was saying, "I was not gonna sell out to Kamala Harris," right? But here he turns around and sells out to Diddy, in that dumb nigga. Ideology and everything like that. So you don't know where this guy's coming from. But when he said he took money, didn't turn down money from Kamala, I was proud. I said Umar's the real thing when he wasn't going to be bought off, whatever like that. Then he turns around and does this. So it tells me he knows what he's doing. He says he calculates, okay, well, let me support Diddy because I know a lot of black people sitting around and they got to support. When I want that hip hop vote. I want that hip hop crowd following me and stuff like that. You know, that's what you have, folks. You don't have real people out there looking out for you. You know, you don't have anybody looking. The only person looking out for you out there is College Genesis. I'm the only one out here that's telling you the truth. You know, I'm telling you what you don't want to hear. When somebody tells you the truth, they're telling you things you don't want to hear. When somebody tells you what you want to hear all the time, they're lying to you. College Genesis tells the ugly truth. And I'm not bragging on myself and everything, but just that my conscience would be, if I was a liar, I could not live with myself with my consciousness. You know, getting on here telling lies and everything. Oh, Diddy, I would have the whole chat room and yeah, that's right, man. Free Diddy and whatnot. You know, I could easily do that, you know, and I know Negroes will love that shit, you know. Yeah, but I'm not gonna tell you that, right? I don't really care about what happens to Diddy, to tell you the truth, but you know, I don't wish him any bad, ill, or whatnot. I don't want to see him go to jail or whatever like that. I mean, but let justice prevail. If he's convicted, found guilty where he is, hey, it is what it is. If he's found innocent, it is what it is. I have no dog in the fight. You know, that's either way. So I wasn't there, and nobody I know was involved with that. So it does not. Let the courts and the people, the plaintiffs, and whoever else was aggrieved by that, let that play out there. You know. So therefore, I'm not gonna stick my neck and say I don't know Puff Daddy. I don't know him. I don't have personally know him. Umar doesn't know him. So why is Umar taking up for him? You know, unless somebody got word to Umar Johnson, if you say this and everything out here to get a groundswell of black support, whatever like that, it could work in Diddy's favor. You know, and then next thing you know, people are like, yo, man, the black community is angry about this and whatnot. We're being persecuted and everything. You create that narrative. And prosecutors be like, yeah, you know, let's cut a deal with Diddy, whatever, like that. You know, I know this game. I know what they're trying to do. And Umar knows what he's doing too. Or not. He knows he's using his voice to get some support among black people, the mass of black people, to get Diddy off. You know, that's all that is. You know. Yep, the 48 laws of power. You know, the best one is to avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. You know. The unhappy and the unlucky people, you know, because by minds you're going to be unhappy and you're going to be unlucky right there with them, you know. You're doing that to get done. Yeah. I don't know about the Snoop. Whatever happened with the Snoop situation? I never knew anything he did with. So what happened with Snoop? You know, just like he did with Snoop. What happened with Snoop? I don't remember that. That must have slipped by me, you know. I don't know what happened with Snoop Dogg and Umar Johnson. I don't know. I can't remember that, you know. I didn't know they knew each other. I didn't know there was anything that happened with Snoop Dogg, you know, and everything like that. So, but that's really interesting, you know. What Umar will sell his mother for a donation, you know. You know, if Umar had a job, a career, and was making money and stuff like that, Umar would be a different person. But he basically got to say what. Every time he gets up and what he can say to get those cash apps and those donations coming in, you know. He said he was begging Snoop for donations when Snoop made a meme about Umar. Oh, okay. I didn't learn about that. I would like to know more about that. I didn't know anything about that. I didn't learn about that, you know. But it just, if you guys think I'm going to be up here begging y'all for money, y'all sadly mistaken. I don't give a damn about making no money off of this shit, you know. I make enough money in my career and stuff like that. I do not need YouTube money or internet money and everything. My goal is to put my message out there. That's all I care about, is get my message out there. You know, slowly but surely, my message is starting to penetrate certain aspects of Black America. You know, so that's all I care about. I could care less about your nickels and dime donations and stuff like that, you know. But so this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. The lost, the unhappy, the undesirable, the unlucky, you know. And with that, you know, it's 34 minutes into the show. I'm going to open up the phone lines and you can call in. What do you think about that? Am I being too hard on people, right? You know, am I being too hard on people? Should we basically, like I said, what do we think about our immigrant brothers and whatnot? Should we take up their cause and everything? They've been like really unlucky, unlucky. I mean, you look at, there's not one first world country out. Black America is the only group of black people that have many generations live culturally in the first world. That's the first world culture, first world everything. We are not on a third world people, right? So I would stop people telling us how lazy we are because we're not out here slaving. We don't have to. When you live in a first world country, you don't have to work every day and whatnot because we have a natural base of wealth and stuff like that that's been passed down from generation to generation just for being here. So this idea, oh, there's plenty of opportunity here when that, the bottom line is, we don't have to take up every opportunity here. Sometimes the opportunity here is not worth our time, and there's a lot of black people doing many professional jobs and everything. This lie about, hey, white people have given up on that lie about black people being lazy. Why are so many black immigrants coming over here with that lie? What's up, Wise? What's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, Carla? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you real loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, I'm on my Bluetooth right now. Yeah, man, I like that, man. He took a page out of Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power. I have that book. I have almost
Right.
his entire collection. I have 48 Laws of Power, 33 Strategies of War, which is also a great book, and the Laws of Human Nature, the fifth Law of Power. But going in about the unhappy, unlucky, we have a lot of that in our community. It's especially in the hood. That's why I
Yeah.
tell people, I mean, want to go back to the hood. Oh, don't do that. Build your own communities. Get out the hood. Don't do it. It's not worth it. So I agree with everything you say, and especially with social media, unfortunately,
Yeah,
people
because
can
let
put
me
out
say
their
something about
misery.
social media. I'm going to interrupt you, brother. But
Yeah,
these unhappy people can now reach us through social media. You know, before when you see all these unhappy people and that, out of sight, out of mind, right? But now
right.
these people have taken to TikTok and make sure that their negativity and their misery makes it onto and on your smartphone, your computer and whatnot. So and you notice how the
hmm
most people who are unhappy or lucky post the most. You ever notice that?
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
Yeah,
like for example,
negative.
IE. Mhm.
Good.
Yeah, Dr. Umar. I hate to keep mentioning him, but how can you not mention him? He's like he's always posting of stuff that's not accurate. He runs his business on chaos, and that's a part of that unhappy and unlucky. He runs his business on chaos and drama. So that's his income right there.
He's a
So the
misery
problem
merchant. He's a merchant of misery. You
yeah,
know.
there you go, merchant misery. So that's a problem with social media. It's a good thing and a bad thing. I'll say it's more of a bad thing because now anybody can go on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and post their misery. They can say, "Oh, there's no jobs out here." It's I'm like, you gotta really go on your feed and be like, don't subscribe to that. Don't recommend this channel. It's hard.
You know
It's
something?
like,
You know something? I used to battle people when they do that, but I don't do it. I'm so overwhelmed now because you could let's say you go battle somebody on TikTok or whatever like that, disprove them, right? A week
right.
later, they're posting the same thing again. So it's in one ear and out the other. It's like an addiction, you know. It's like anyone
hmm
they're posting the same stupid stuff. I'm like this idea of doom and gloom all the time, you know. And the
hmm
bottom line is to say, okay, well, what could make you happy? Well, the economy, blah, 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 blah. Well, black unemployment rate is the lowest it's ever been. What do you talk about? Well, blah, blah, blah. So when they don't have nothing to complain about, they get angry, you know? Police
hmm
brutality, police brutality. Okay, it's actually more white people killed by the police than black people. Yeah. Oh, really?
Facts.
More white people get the death penalty in America. It gets executed more than black people. Oh, really? Yeah, facts,
But
And
but,
so,
but you know what? Sorry.
go ahead, go ahead.
But I know we say social media, but before all the social media, man, I hate to put this on white America. I hate to put this. I want to do this to white folks, but the news was the originator of all that stuff. The news was horrible. The news was constant drama,
Yeah,
constant chaos. And not true stories, inaccurate stories, false information.
right.
Now we got something called fact checking, which is good. Now we're fact checking information. It's like when Donald Trump was debating Kamala Harris, and
Yeah.
a lot of stuff he was saying was false, and they're like, "We're going to fact check that." But we should have our own version of fact checking. Actually, you should do a show on that.
Check this out. You know what the problem is with black folks is, even if you fact check them, they'll sit there and still insist that they're telling the truth. Like let me
hmm
got good brother G last night, right? I asked him to
hmm
come up and say something. Now I'm no fan of Ronald Reagan because I was too young when he was president. But he said, made a comment about Reaganomics, right? I said, well, I want somebody to explain to me how bad was Reaganomics. I mean, if it is, I just want to know, just to clear the record. He said, no, I can't come on there. I said, look, and I want to ask, like when someone says, oh, I'm getting into my spirituality. I have yet to somebody tell me what the hell spirituality means. You know, just people sitting in a fetal position, wearing a dashiki and burning that incense and sage, doing that and feeling, a higher level,
Yeah.
whatever. What is spirituality? Well, it's the belief of a higher cause. What the hell does that mean? You know? And so when you
Right.
talk to the rest of the people, we say stuff also. It's like pablum. It's like pablum. People say stuff all the time, right? And it becomes a truth without being questioned, It's pablum.
Mm-hmm.
Pablum are just talking points people repeat all the time. The idea that a lot of black immigrants are putting out that black America is lazy, That's something. Now,
No.
what gets me is white America has walked away from those negative stereotypes over the years, and largely Black America popular shows like The Fresh Prince and Cosby Show, and just white people reading black magazines. They got to know who we are and everything. And you have a lot. Every white person will tell you they'll have somebody black in their coworker or somebody in city government, something like that. So the stereotype of black people that they once had of us doesn't really exist anymore. So let me ask you a couple of whys. Why is it that you got people coming off the boat or trafficking in stereotypes that largely mainstream America don't believe anymore?
It's all about an inferiority complex. If I hate myself, if I'm coming from a least developed country, if I
Yeah,
have self-hatred, I'm gonna find someone I can take my anger out on. I'm gonna find
exactly what
someone
it is.
who I can beat up on and bully to make me feel better about myself. That's what a bully does. I mean, a lot of bullies have a time it's low self-esteem and inferiority complex. So I'm gonna beat up on you because I think you're smarter than me. It makes me feel better. It makes me feel stronger. So that's what they're trying to do to us. But they can't bully us. They're trying to bully us,
You're trying
but they can't.
they're trying to bully Black America into submission. It's not going to happen. Like I said, that's why I tell people like Dynasty when I'm not pleased with what him letting people get away with talking about Black America like that. On my
Hmm.
platform, right? Black America comes first. This is what I am. My
Hmm.
family, everything. But I'm a product of Black America. I'm not a product of Africa.
Yeah, brother, I used to push the whole, oh, go back to Africa. I'm not against it. I'm not against going to Africa
I'm not
and
either.
building myself. Yeah,
But the problem is, brother, like my parents told me, you want me to mention the Africa stuff, Keith? Look at your ancestor, your great grandfather fought in World War II. He drove for the Red Ball Express. He was
Exactly.
discriminated
We have a
against.
lot of
He
great
raised,
history here.
yeah. He raised
So we're supposed to throw all
children.
our history away and everything like that. Basically, then when you go, then you notice how when I stopped telling people about Africa, like, oh, color. I said, well, you guys, what would you guys call me colonizer before? Now I'm saying that. Now they get upset, they get hurt. So you ain't interested in Africa no more? No, I said I let it go. And that's the way you
Hmm.
guys feel about it, right? 'Cause I'm not gonna sit here and tell my people. If Rudy don't seem to get it, he keeps thinking that we're gonna have this kumbaya with Africans. It's not gonna happen.
No, not gonna
I
happen. It's
think
not utopia.
I like talking to brothers like you know, Black
Hmm.
African American brothers like me, you and me, we can get together.
Yes,
We
sir.
come from the same background, everything like that. That's all we really need. We don't need anybody else. Now
We
down the
don't.
road, if the opportunity happens, we could probably put something together and say in Angola, Zambia, or whoever else. You know what I'm saying? But
Hmm.
right now, the bottom line is, I think we should focus on building our shit right here in America. Make sure we have our shit
But
together in America.
brother, we gotta get back to Soul City. We gotta just get back to just keep our communities tight, getting
Right.
out the hood
And
and
bottom
building
line,
our own
if it's going to
communities,
take
man.
confrontation, you know what the problem is? Black America, Black people, we got so intimidated by certain elements in our community, right? That we thought we could just
Hmm.
run to Africa and escape. You cannot escape. Because not only will the problems follow you to Africa, it's waiting for you on the shores.
Hey, brother, have you ever done a show on escapism? I think you have. You should do another show on
Yeah,
escapism.
I'm gonna do escapism. Like I said, it's escape. That's all it is, man. Basic escape. Just like when Black
You-
people basically move into all white suburbs and everything like that. That's the same thing they move when they someone go to Africa. It's not about embracing Africa. It's about escaping from their reality in America. They think they're getting away from their problems
Mhm.
in America. And the
It's
bottom
like
line
it's
is,
like what the It's like what the alcohol is to alcoholic. It's what the cigarettes is to the cigarette user. It's escapism, running from your problems instead of facing it. We gotta face our problems. Oh, you're only 12% of the population. I don't want to hear that crap. So what? I don't care. If we're only 5% of the population. We're gonna fight. I never
Yeah,
saw this before.
we're gonna fight for what our ancestors started, And like I
Hmm.
said, only a coward will sit back and say, something, we can't like that. We could actually win. In Black America, if we were smart, we could be the most powerful group of people on the planet. We're right here in America, But the bottom line, we
Hmm.
let people intimidate us, tell us who to vote for, what to do, and we got these scary ass Negroes leading us, like Roland Martin and stuff like that, And
Well,
we,
well, well, well,
and
bro.
so
We gotta do is that I don't. Sorry to cut you off, brother. I mean, we gotta
good.
to keep studying the 40 laws of power. It also says I forgot what it is. I think it says concealing your intentions. Conceal
Yeah.
your intentions. That's what we gotta do. But okay, we'll go along with it. We act like we're going along, but in reality, we're practicing deception. We're
And
like, no,
that's
we're
what
not
you
gonna do that.
ever notice successful people like that. They'll know how, like me. I've learned that I could go into circles of Hispanic, whites, everything, get what I need to get do. Friends. I'm friends with a lot of people, Caucasians, blacks, whatever like that. I'm doing what I'm doing. People don't know that I'm a black nationalist. I don't need to tell them that. I don't need to wear RBG on my chest when I walk out the door. I don't need to tell everybody what my intentions are. You know, my job is to get the bag, get the money, get the connections, and build and win. And then we
Hmm.
sit back and worry about this. Go ahead, Dollar Bill. What's going on, brother?
Hey, brothers, how you doing, man?
Doing good.
I'm
Peace.
feeling peace, my brother. I was looking at that brother you were telling me about, the richest black man in the world, who's also married to a black sister.
Yeah,
And
David Stewart.
this brother is fantastic, man. I was just checking him out, and all of the stuff that he does, how he gives back, and
Yeah,
for his
he's a
community.
Christian man. He's a Christian man.
And so I like what he does. See, I'm looking at a show earlier today, and it's talking about how Tanzanians are tired of Black Americans and how
Right.
they want them out of the country, and how they're not going to renew because they don't renew their visas because they don't feel that they're giving them enough value for their country. And so I'm looking at all this, and then I'm seeing Black people just doing their life savings, going out to Ghana, going to these various areas, and just hoping and praying that somebody's going to accept them and do them right, and they're back in the motherland. We know we're
That
African
movie
people.
bombed, man. That movie bombed with me, man. I'm done with that.
Yeah. When I look back, man, and I see that even in my childhood, we were always repping Africa.
Yeah.
We always had
And
dashikis on.
that's why it's so hurtful for me even say this, because I was so far deep into it. That's why I tell people all the time, 35 years of me doing this whatnot, I'll tell anybody, if you're in your 20s whatnot, don't go this Pan-African route. Yeah. I said,
Don't.
take your life that you have and live it the best way you can. Whatever you decide to do, I'm cool with that, because the bottom line is I'm not going to tell you, oh, yeah, there's going to be this like a Baruti. He really thinks there's going to be some big Pan-African revival that Ubuntu's going to unite people that
Yeah.
us and everything like that. I'm sorry, Black America, we don't need these people. We don't really understand that. Africa, we do not need Africa for anything. We don't. I wish them a lot of luck. No, somebody said you're running back to the plantation. No, I'm running back to Black America. I'm not on the damn plantation. We got institutions here. I got my beautiful people here. So the bottom line is this. So in other words, basically, these people are so jealous. They want to create the idea that if you live in America, right, you're living on a plantation and because you gave up on their dumb, miserable. Tell me, Dollar Bill, every
Uh-huh.
last single country in Africa they talk about, right, is freaking miserable.
Yeah.
Filthy. Filthy. Except for Angola and a couple other countries here and there. Zambia looks like it's okay. Namibia, Botswana, a few areas like that are okay and everything. But for the most part, Africa is a freaking miserable place, And so the bottom line is not being on no damn plantation. I live in the United States, My
You
people are
see, that's
here.
that negative talk, man. That's really negative talk. We gotta stop that stuff. Oh, we're on a plantation. No, we're not on a plantation. That's
We're
part
not
of
on
that
plantation.
of
You
that
see, that's pablum.
misery talk.
Now, now you understand what I mean by pablum?
Yes.
A play on words when So you're back on the plantation. Just like, let me give you an example. Our good brother G last night. I missed you last couple of nights, Dollar Bill. What's going on, man? You took the night
Yeah,
off.
man, I was sleeping, man.
Man, I bore you, man. Now, come on, man.
No,
Well, anyway,
man, I was spending some time with my pops, man, and doing some things for the family. So I had to get to bed, and then I had to be up early. I get up every morning
I miss
about 5.
But
For
anyway,
sure.
our good brother G, right, made a comment about Ronald Reagan, like Reaganomics. I don't know. I wasn't. Maybe you remember because you was older. You're older than me. I
Right.
was a kid when Reagan was president. All I know is my parents had a house. We had father had good income. That was the 80s. We was living good, right?
Me
But
too. We living real good.
Check this out. I keep hearing this about Reaganomics, right? I said, can you come up here and articulate what is Reaganomics? How is it bad? Whatever. And he couldn't do it. He couldn't come up here and he said, well, I can't call in when I'm whatever he was doing. I'm like this. I want to know because people had told me that Richard Nixon was racist, but actually, when you really look at Richard Nixon, he believed in the Soul City Project. He believed in Black Power programs.
I found out this weekend. I've been recording my pops because he's 89 years old, and so we rap, for like 5 hours this weekend. And I found out that one of my aunts, man, actually went down there, to work in Soul City. She used to work with them. Yeah. I didn't even know that until I'm, just, conversing with my pops and kicking it with them. The 80s for us, for my family, was great.
Yeah, so was mine. So I don't want, what's this Reaganomics people keep talking about?
My father got a job in the post office, and then he got a job in General Motors, and he left General Motors and the post office. I think he hurt his hand and went to drafting school. He became a designer and later an engineer. We bought our first house in 1980, man. It was like $54,000.
Even though I'm younger than you, we bought our second house in 1980. We had a house in the city, and then we moved upstate. We had a nice, almost brand new house in upstate New York in the suburbs, upstate New York, the planned community, called Scotchtown. And that was an envy because if you was black, you lived in Scotchtown. All the black people live in Scotchtown worked in Jersey or the city. That's why we could afford to live out there. And the people the people that come from the city, around city, those black people are jealous of us because we live in Scotchtown.
All right.
Scotchtown, right? Yeah, I grew up in Scotchtown. But the bottom line, I said, look, I grew up in a relative middle class community that was predominantly white. We had black people there, Puerto Ricans there, and everything like that. But we're all from the city. We were the ones that had jobs in the city or Jersey.
You get color. You need to do a show on fact checking.
On what?
What do you mean?
You need to do a show on fact checking.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
What's that again,
yeah,
brother?
we can hear you.
Yes.
No, so you need to do a show on fact checking.
Fact checking. Yes. Check us out. The bottom line is that we could do fact checking, right? But what happens is this: people will get in the chat room. How many times, Dollar Bill, do we fact check and people still say the same thing?
Oh yeah, they don't want to listen. We show them the videos.
Like Mike Olawale, remember that? The dude's still upset that we put a video of his kingdom being clowned and colonized, and he just don't believe it. Dude, man, he's like, who made this video? Dude, man, it's the truth. Everything lines up. And he was mad about that. So bottom line is, you could play Dollar Bill did a thing. We're talking about the median income for Black America right now is $50,000. We're not a poor people, but still, you got people coming here like I banned that dude Chukwu, talk about 95% of black kids. You shouldn't be happy because 90% of black kids can't read and write. I said, come up here and show me your proof. He comes up here and puts a broken link up here that don't lead to nowhere. I said, look, now you got to explain yourself. And he couldn't explain himself, so guess what? He got kicked out. That's the only way you can fact check people. If we basically hold people accountable on these platforms. I'm the only one doing it. Everybody else will let people say what the hell they want to say in their channel, and there's no one wants to offend anybody. Say like this. Okay, if you make an assertion of something like that out of the ordinary, we know it's a lie. And Dollar Bill, what do you think about I said white Americans largely moved on from the stereotypes they had about us. Remember?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Remember that? We fought so hard when white people said, something? Yeah, there is. I knew a guy like Philip Banks on the Fresh Prince. I knew a guy like Dr. Cosby, America changed from the 80s and 90s and everything. It's so black. When we had UPN, remember that?
Yes. Yep.
So white America was watching those shows too. They're like, okay, black America is not the stereotype we thought it was, And we got and white people see black people as their bosses, supervisors. When you go to a job, you don't know of as they already. It used to be a time in the 50s when you walk on a job, you know the person behind that counter, the hirer, is going to be white. Now that's not the case. Your supervisor, your boss could be a black person, African American.
That's right.
So therefore, what I'm saying is, why is it that they moved on, right? And you got new immigrants that come over here and try to traffic in the same stereotypes that white people who created them have left. You ever notice that?
Well, you know what? I was looking at an article today, and so and then something just told me, and I don't like to get xenophobic, even though some people might think I do, but I don't like to get xenophobic. And there was an article about Black Americans. I think the title of the article was "Black Americans, Billionaires, don't qualify to get on the Forbes list." So they were talking about these Black Americans, like I don't know if it was P. Diddy or it was Jay-Z or Oprah Winfrey, and they claimed that they couldn't get on the Forbes list because the requirement is $3.3 billion. So then I start looking at this article, about Robert Smith, who's 10.8 billion. This other brother that you just spoke about, who's 11.8, Stewart, who's $11.8 billion. And I'm looking at the guy who wrote the article, right? And you could clearly see he's an immigrant, his last name. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking to myself, they love to reinforce this thing because it makes them feel good. See, white people have told them that this is a country of immigrants, right?
Yeah, that's a lie. That's a lie.
And so they think New York, is everywhere else in the United States. New York is separate cosmopolitan city unto itself. It's not like the rest of the world. And even the rest of the United States. When I go down to North Carolina, it's nothing like New York City, right? It's basically black and white people. Mm-hmm. Every now and then you get a sprinkle of some Mexicans or Hispanics, but basically it's black and white people that are living there, right? And people live in nice homes.
Yeah,
people have nice property.
People taking farmland and building new subdivisions all over the South.
So they want to believe that because white people, like I said before, this whole thing with Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And in order for a Ponzi scheme to keep going on, you have to have new money come in. Well, how do you do that? You get immigrants to come in and pay into the system, right? And so people who are older,
they paying? I know a lot of them are trying to get haven't paid a dime and they're drawing Social Security. That's what people are pissed off about.
Oh no, they're paying into the system. They're using the system. That's why the system needs them here. The system needs them there, to pay taxes. So they have to pay the taxes so people can get Social Security. It's a Ponzi scheme. When the Republicans said it a couple of years ago,
the Medicare tax, yeah.
And all of those
let's go to Baruti's comment, right? I guess he's mad at us what I said. He said him and his brother Louis Attois, whatever, they're mad at me now, he says, Louis Attois, amazing. U.S. whites, rank and file, see Africa's both position. Yeah, look, America has no interest in that. Stop it, See his business spirit. Where's these businesses that from America going to Africa? They don't exist, And both of them say Africa, blacks don't need Africa. We don't, I mean, the bottom line is we tried for decades, right, to reach out to Africa with the Sullivan Group. Remember the Leon Sullivan Group? Remember that?
Yeah.
We've done everything we could to reach out to Africa over the last decades, and nothing came out of it, So the bottom line is this: hey, we're like, hey, look, if Africa doesn't need it, now Africa basically said, something, forget about all this Pan-African stuff. We're caring about the Chinese and the Russian. Now it's Russia. Now, it used to be China. Now it's Russia. So Africa has no intentions of it. So what are we supposed to do? Go there, get on these crawling and talk about Pan-African and Ubuntu while these guys do the real business with the Russians and the Chinese? Get out of here with that shit, So the bottom line is, if you have this hope that what it is these people want to use Africa as a way to control us,
Well, it's a money grab, right?
It's a money, and they want to control. They want to feel like they're at the table with us and whatnot. We're telling them that, no, dude, your services are not needed,
As long as they can find lost Negroes, right, who feel that they're somehow incomplete, who feel that they're lost. And here in North America, isn't that same that going over the lost tribe in North America, how we are lost and we don't know who we
Lost
are.
foundation, the lost foundation, whatever
Right?
bullshit is.
This rhetoric goes on and on and on and on. And then when you do have an interest, they look at you up and down like, well, you're not African. Even when I was talking to Elvis, he says, well, you're an African talking African. So we're not African, right? They don't recognize us as African.
I know,
it's a game.
But yet, it's like this. But when then you say, okay, you know something? All right, I'm African American, right? No, you can't be African American either. Well, okay, you said I'm not African, so okay, fine. They don't want you to. So in other words, we say you're not American. You ever hear them say we're not Americans?
Oh yeah, of course. That's one of the things. You're a third-class citizen.
We're not Americans. We're not African. What are we supposed to be? So in other words, basically, we're saying, okay, our culture, heritage, everything comes from here in the United States. We're Americans. And so if
they'll tell you, no, you're not an American. You're a third-class citizen. The cops are killing you.
Look, check this out. I don't see how I'm a third-class citizen. I live in an upscale neighborhood. I own a business. I have a thriving business. Everything. How am I a third-class citizen? So I have no idea how.
Well, this is the mindset that they put in people, right? And a lot of us, okay, we accepted that nonsense, right? Because we felt
went along with it one night. We
went along with it. We put up our dashiki, right?
Yeah,
and we ran out there.
We see the danger in that because we thought the reason why we went along with that because we thought we were going to get something out of Africa. We thought there was going to be this coming together and stuff like that. Now, when that doesn't happen now, right? Like Kidola last night, we'll fight for the land, kill for the land. I said, dude, man, what's the land if you can't develop it? So in other words, you got all that land, you don't want to share it, you don't want to build on it. No, the land. He's even complaining. He's in Nigeria complaining about the land the black people in America got in Ghana.
Wow,
that's the mentality what we're dealing with.
I told Zongo, you should be happy that African Americans are revitalizing the construction business, okay, in your country.
All right, because they sure the hell ain't doing it. But so the bottom line is this, and the bottom line, when every time, let's say you're a black person from America and you come in Africa, they don't do business. We are the business, because we're gonna be waiting for you freaking at the airport, brother. When $1 here, $2 here, $5 here, you are a money grab, and bottom line, Africans can survive like that because they don't have full-time employment. So $1 here, you talk about $30 a month as a salary, right? So if they're milking you for $2 a day, they're getting over,
You are the business. You're the hustle.
Business, shit, That's I had enough, man. I had enough. Like I said, I ain't gonna tell nobody about. I said, look, man, take what you have in America, go to Africa. Like I said, you have a good time. You go down on vacation, and you'll have a blast. When you're not stressed about investing there and stuff like that, you'll have the time of your friggin' life. I'm dead serious. There's nothing more fun in Africa when you don't give a shit. You're just like, yo, it's the funny thing about Africa, knowing that you're gonna be departing a few
that you're going home.
You're going home. That's the best part. Even when check this out, when I went to Disney World, right? I had a good time at Disney. But you know what I was thinking the whole time there? I want to be able to go home and think about these memories, I don't want to be stuck here for 2 days, I want to have my fun and get the fuck out of here, Al Morris, is that Elvis? Mr. Al Morris, is that who's that?
The guy with the picture on the
Dude,
screen.
If you don't speak now, I'm going to drop you down. You got 5 seconds to speak because you can't take a room on the thing. He dropped off. I don't know. I don't know. Louis Atwa says Broody Kamokala diluted. Now he's taking. Now I'm a CIA. Get this. Now I didn't know I was in the CIA. Where's all the CIA money, man? Shoot, give me some.
Now you're taking money from the CIA.
Now I'm taking money from the CIA when Hey, that's why I say you guys got to get your shit together, man. Y'all got to step your game up, right? Just because you fail or not, you got these dusty ass programs you like this, and now we're in the CIA. No, that movie bombed, man. I gave you an idea of an African. Africans would be like, yeah, man. We could potentially bring millionaires and billionaires. Like you could potentially bring Robert Smith or David Stewart to the continent.
They don't want that. The real deal is,
you know, but
they
they
wanna
want to
be
sit in their
you.
mind believing that we're all sitting there lazy on welfare, that we don't have industrialists and all that stuff like that that could make the continent, you know.
The
Africa
deal
has
is
no
they
heavy
want to be
industry.
us, right? They
Yeah.
want to be us. They want to take our place. This is what they truly want.
That's what
They
they
want
want.
to be
They
African Americans.
think they want to demoralize us, so they come in there. This video that's going out there. I'm gonna play a video where this African guy says Black Americans and African living in the U.S. need to send their kids to Africa to learn proper manners. I'm like, excuse me. So I guess the African kids are acting up in Europe now, you know. And they blame it on our culture. So we have what do we have to do with the black kids that are committing crimes in Europe right now? You know, he says, you guys are embarrassing us. In other words, basically, he tries to say black Americans over here embarrassing them and black people in Europe. So we need to take our kids to Africa, okay, where there's shit in the streets and whatnot, you know. And Jonathan Miller sent me a freaking video the other day of somebody getting burned alive, man. I was like, yeah, I can't play it on my show, man. I get probably flagged, you know. Somebody getting burned alive in rural part of Africa if I could stealing something or whatever like that. I don't know what it was, you know. They burned the person alive, you know.
Wow.
I'm like, damn. I get several videos like that on YouTube, you know, but I won't play.
These are some people that can't even keep themselves clean, man. You can smell these people, man. What are they talking about? They got bad hygiene, man.
So we're supposed to basically just like, we got to follow them. They're going to tell us what to do. 400 years we survived in America, built the largest black middle class in the world, but we got to follow them, you know. All right, Al Morris, you're on.
Hey, what's going on, Colin? Can you hear me?
Yes. Who are you? State who you are and tell us about yourself.
All right. Yeah, this Mr. Morris, calling from Newport News, Virginia.
Oh, you're in my area. What's going on, brother?
Nothing much. I just wanted to just say a statement because my things I understand what people are saying in regards to our condition or situation here in the U.S.
What is the condition? I mean, why is it is everybody in the same condition? Because you live in Newport News. There's like in Denby, there's nice black communities over there in Hampton and everything. What's the condition we talking about? So I said we just say things, right? And we believe them, you know. I mean, Newport News got problems, but you guys, the Newport News got a lot of nice neighborhoods out there, you know. What condition are you talking about? Do I get an answer? Now, Mr. Morris, are you going to speak? So people just basically say, yeah, go ahead. Explain to me what is the position? What is our so-called position? The mayor of Newport News is black. I met him. He's a dentist.
Well, I mean, again, I'm not putting a negative connotation on that. What I was speaking to the point that I was saying, I'm saying that at the end that we as people that live in this country or live in these communities, we know certain things to be true. But I think that sometimes when you ignore, like if you look at social media, if you look at Black America's perceived image, you go on these social media, you go on the constant dating shows, the constant images that are coming from just everyday Black society.
Brother. Since Black America has always had an image problem, right? That's why we create the Image Awards, the NAACP Image Awards. That's why back in the days, right? You know what Black people used to do? You know, my grandparents did and everything. When you turn 18, this was you check your grandparents' pictures. Like you see those old pictures of your grandparents, great grandparents, right? When you turn 18, what the first thing you did was, before you did anything, you put on your best suit and hat and everything. You went down to the photo thing and took a picture of yourself, you know, and wow, it's a beautiful picture. And then you go, there's a Facebook group called Vintage African American, you know, and you see all these pictures like, wow, Black Americans are beautiful. We had to do that, right? Because the mainstream media always portrayed us in a negative light. Our image has never been there. That's because white people have always controlled our image, right? And it's always basically making it seem like we're criminals, we're lazy, we're stupid, you know, and stuff like that. So reality is this: when you're riding Newport News, right? When you come across, have you been outside Newport News shipbuilding?
Yeah. It's her.
Okay, now what race are the majority of people coming out of there?
Of the shipyard,
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably I'll say majority black.
Yeah, majority black. Now, so if the hardest jobs is that's just Newport News shipbuilding. I'm talking about the Portsmouth shipyard, the Norfolk shipyard, all these places, right? The people who the shipyard's the hardest job in the area. 90% of the workforce there, who Black Americans, African Americans, not Nigerians, not Haitians, anything like that. So, what is this notion that Black people in America are lazy? I'm gonna play this one video to talk about what exactly I'm talking about. I'm gonna play this one video on TikTok that I saw. And these people, like I said, these people want to basically use TikTok to destroy our image in our image around the world because they have every
But
intention of replacing us.
let me. But see that was my point. Okay, when we say as far as the image problem, right? Now again, I'm not the oldest gentleman on but I don't find that the image coming out like in the 70s. I would think that the predominant image of the black man was like the Jackson Five, Bill Cosby, Joe Brown, um, Richard Pryor. I to me, when people say the image thing, I think that if I was just if all I knew about black society was what I seen on social media, what I see actual black Americans doing, the
Yeah.
behavior that I see black Americans taking part in and pushing that image before the world, I would think that these are crazy people. Like I mean, I think this some of it, most of it, we have to take responsibility for all of that. At the end of the day,
Yeah, but
we
the thing
know
is,
from living here, we know that
one thing I agree with you on that. We do everything we can to take responsibility for, right? But if you got people that are hell bent on doing stuff like what can we do? Let me see. I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna play this video and tell me what you think. Look. Oh yeah. I'll rewind it. Let's see. Let's see. Blah blah blah. It's like I said. So when people talk about all this freaking unity, people coming up. Okay, let's play. Watch this video.
I've been around African Americans. To clear up something from my perspective.
You guys hear
They
it?
say Africans do not like Africans American, and Africans American do not like Africans. Now let me tell you from my perspective. I've been around African Americans from 1989 until now. I've been around Africans from 1989 until now. This is what the problem is. Just like us from the Caribbean, lots of times we come from a society whereas we're told if we go to America, we're going to go up there and work hard, establish something, send stuff back home, build something back home, take care of the people back home, etc., etc. We're going to become a success. We're going to go up there, and because there's opportunities, we're going to take every opportunity that we can get. That's what Africans say to themselves when they come into the States. That's what West Indians say to themselves when they come into the States. Now,
So
African Americans.
what he's basically saying is black people in America don't take opportunities and stuff like that. Now, Brother Norris, what do you do for a living?
I'm a welder.
Okay, well, so is he telling the truth that you don't take advantage of opportunities?
Well, see, again, I'm saying that us as individuals, we know that you have people that are highly successful, are homeowners, are people
But
that
what he's
are
saying was
upperly mobile.
black America on the whole. He's saying like there's every black. He'll say in a video, I'm gonna finish my video. He'll go on to say that black people in America rely on all of us. In other words, we all sitting on this panel rely on welfare while the immigrants are come here hardworking. And this is a message they're trying to say to white America, right? That they're ready to basically be their slaves and form some sort of alliance with white America to like this, and they're making fools out of themselves, And so, bottom line, why is this happening? It's only happening because we let our guard down, right? We let our guard down. We have people that basically trying to destroy our image and everything. You try to destroy somebody's image, so there's no brotherhood or sisterhood like that. So Baruti, I don't know what he keeps talking about. Fruity Baruti keeps talking about some Ubuntu and whatnot. This don't sound Ubuntu to me. This don't sound no love and whatever. This sounds like someone's spreading propaganda about us. Somebody spread propaganda about you. They're trying to destroy you.
Well, Kyle, can I interject one thing right here? And I know that you talk about Liberia a lot, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you study that situation, right? I noticed that you have certain people that are Liberian that they will blame everything on I guess what's the people Liberian rule.
People that never existed.
So,
there were never such people as American Liberian, but you need a boogie.
Well, whoever those people that went back and started the country of Liberia,
yeah,
you have people that will blame everything on those people, even though you've had a certain rulership over the country since those people were disposed of power, right? So my thing is that when somebody is saying, well, your image is a certain way, right? Your image is a certain way before the world. Well, we're already getting it. Well, if we go to social media, and it's like it's every month, like, so we can't say that. Well, this perceive, because I know some other groups, they're very protective of how their image is marketed.
I know you're absolutely 100% right. Everybody else is basically like Frenchie. A week or two ago, right? We wanted to talk about what's going on in Cameroon. She was like, "Let's not have the conversation." Why? Because it might embarrass her sensibilities, whatever like that. So I said, yeah, let's not deal with that because she don't want to talk about what's going on in her home country, right? But when it comes to Black America,
right? So
like they could just talk about us and just
Can I say something? Can I interject for a minute?
But I'm saying that is that not a thing that is our fault? Like,
yeah, so it is our fault.
Because women.
Let me tell you something, brother Morris. Black America has never learned without being xenophobic, like ADOS, FBA crap. But we have never learned how to defend ourselves. We have never did that. We never learned how to defend ourselves. We always taught that we got to love everybody, particularly other Black people. We're all Black. We're all together. No, it don't work like that. In the real world, people are choosing sides. And some people are going along with the white man and the racists and whatnot. White people are largely abandoning a lot of racist stuff. And Africans and Caribbeans, they're saying, look, I can live with Black people believing that Black people ain't shit in America, because that they feel that increases their odds of success,
Can I say something?
But I wouldn't really say, let me just say this one last thing. I wouldn't really say that white people feel that way, though. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think that as far as the relationship we have with them, it's a thing where I don't want to be racist, so I won't tell this man the truth. I mean, you will find people like when I worked up at the yard in Maine, up at Portsmouth Yard, and I was working with a guy, and he was saying all these things. He was saying all these things about the fatherhood and the Black community. And I'm like, wow, and he was saying all this different stuff to me, and I'm just like, wow, where all this coming from? But again, a lot of people harbor things, or I guess you would say critiques of the Black community, but it's just with white people, they don't want to feel racist or feel a certain type of way, so they don't say anything. But if you just look at what your culture is perceived as, it's just not perceived as positive.
Well, the problem is we always airing our dirty laundry to the public. We in other words, basically say, look, this is gonna be done in-house and everything like that. The problem is also stop saying this is a problem between Black men and Black women, which is not. We got our problems, but it can be dealt with. Black people have this thing where we want to basically put all our business out on the street. You got people telling us, your women in America don't like y'all and whatnot. Where do you get that from? I have a lot of Black African American female sisters and whatnot that I'm cool with and everything like that. I'm like their brother. Maybe not romantically, but we're friends. We got family. People come over my house, whatever like that. We kick it. We talk about good times, bad times, whatever like that. you know. But so people have this idea that black women are just out there by themselves and black men are just no good. We're all getting locked up and all this kind of stuff like that. So people when they see, you know, it shocks people when they see a black couple out. When they see when you go out there with your wife, your girlfriend, and you're sitting down in a restaurant with that, people in their mind that something's wrong. That's what they're thinking.
I see that.
Go ahead, Dollar Bill.
Sorry about that.
All right. So what I want to play. I want you to play a little clip.
Okay, let me finish playing this group called Jamaican.
Yeah. But let me just say this first. This guy's a Caribbean guy who's been here since 1989. And this clip is going to show you that not every Caribbean comes to this country to work hard and to give their money back to their family. Play the clip, Carlos, so you can see what happened in the 80s.
Let me finish playing this video right here, because this guy right here, and basically he just traffics in stereotypes and generalizations, you know. And then you got people, like black people in his comment section, like, that's so true. You got black people in America are just so freaking stupid, right? They let these people shit on and whatnot, and we have such a thing where these people are jealous that we're here in America. That's all it's about, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. A lot of stuff is about attention and monetization, man. People are trying to monetize misery. So we gotta watch out for that, man, because a lot of stuff is not true. They're reinforcing stereotypes because of money, a profit. That's what it's all about, because they have no other material to use.
Exactly. So if you can get your monetization on black people's misery and whatnot, you know, you could make a name for yourself and whatnot. And so I'm like, it gets old and tiring after a while, you know. Tiring after a while. What's the name of this video, bro?
All right. So these are the hardworking in the 1980s. When I told you we bought a house in the 1980s, these are the hardworking Caribbeans that came to America, like this guy said, to give back and to give money to their family. These are some of the nice things that they did in black communities.
Yeah, they wrecked havoc. They wanted to brought the drugs here. I remember the shower posse.
Yeah, let them see it for themselves so they can see just how the hard work they did when they came to America.
Hey, yo, this SV Twiz, the Hub Blogger. You already know how I carry it. Man, we getting into season 2, bro. This the first episode of season 2.
I continue. Like people say, well, Kyle, why are you and Dollar Bill doing this? Look, this is war. If people, right now, we have a war on the image of Black America. And that's the first thing. Before I start talking about some Ubuntu or some unity and everything like that, we're going to win this war. You know, when the time I'm done and whatnot, we're going to set the record straight about who did what did who and that, because I am so sick and tired of people coming for us, you know? So this is going to go on. People don't like it. Hey, look, I don't know what to tell you, you know? So we got to play this stuff. We
talking about that murder game in the streets of Philly. Now, this particular story is about the JBM versus the Shower Posse. I seen plenty of other bloggers, YouTubers, you know, from other states giving their perspective on it and all of that. So, you know, I'm going to speak on what I heard from people that was really around that era. And with that being said, before I even get into that, I'm going to read this ad that was, you know, taken by the news. And they obviously was speaking to people from both parties. And those people gave their perspective on what happened. But I'm here to clear up everything, you know, from my best ability. For those of y'all that was around that era, y'all could DM me on the gram at SVTwiz. Or y'all could also drop a comment down below the video and give your feedback. But we're going to get straight into it. A violent war over drugs and turf that erupted between the Jamaican Shower Posse and the black drug dealers was responsible for at least 27 homicides in Philadelphia last year, according to a new crime study. The 65-page Pennsylvania Crime Commission report officially released today said longtime black drug dealers, such as a convicted dealer, James Big Roach Nelson, and members of the recently identified Junior Black Mafia, are attempting to regain territory taken over by the Jamaicans in West and North Philly. The leader of the Shower Posse, so named because members eliminate rivals by showering an area with bullets, was identified as Dennis Lawrence of 54th Street near Berks, and his second in command, Patrick T. or Trick Ryan, 25, no address. Neither could be reached for any comments. So a statement that was released by somebody said, I'm familiar when the shower posse was in that era too. Ox says, shower posse was the Jamaican dudes. They were moving too. They didn't believe in anybody owing them $5. They ride around in Volvos with those baby Uzis and they'd spray up your whole family. And that's how that war went. Death for death on the streets of Philly. Here's what Tony Black, who led the Philly branch of the shower posse, said of the JBM situation. The JBM were some clowns. Some of the guys that hustled with me had a beef with them after they left me and went to war on their own. I think one of the guys killed one of their leaders. So that right there was just a statement, you know, that obviously was, you know, from one of the shower posse people. And they basically was, you know, speaking on what they thought of the JBM. But if you notice, he said that they were clowns. But after he said that they were clowns, he said some of the people that hustled with him. So when you saying some of the people that hustled with you, that mean with y'all being a Jamaican shower posse, y'all came to Philly and y'all had people in Philly that was, you know, working with y'all and stuff like that. From what I heard, I'm not even gonna get into what I heard yet. I'm gonna do that at the end of the story, but obviously he made it clear that the people that he was working with, you know, their leader had got taken down by one of the JBM members. The JBM started about 85. Ak, the Muslim brother in the Fed, said from like 85 to 90, they had the city on lock, a 5-year run. Aaron, also known as Aaron Jones, had people do stuff for him for real. Like, he had a little crew that put in work for him, a crew that would go all out. A lot of dudes were real nervous around him because of that crew. The JBM would shoot it out, but they were known for their styling and profiling too. They had the clothes, jewelry, and cars, the Fila sweatsuits, the Gucci sweatsuits, all different colors, Ox says. Aaron had a Benz back then, the 300. They were flossing, driving Audis, BMWs. On the door where their handles were, and they had JBM emblems on the door handles. They had rings with JBM and necklaces.
That guy's Dudders.
Everybody said JBM meant just
He's the
blowing
leader
money.
of the shower
They went
posse
through everywhere.
in Jamaica. He's now in
It
New
was
York
rough in
Federal
South Philly,
Penitentiary.
but the JBM went down there. You had cats that was scared to come down there. Syrup was big with the JBM too. Syrup spot down South Philly that the JBM used to go to, and also one on 17th and Jefferson that's called 7 Block, where all the syrup was at. Everybody was on that syrup back then in Philly. We've been drinking syrup since the 70s.
All right, enough.
Okay, so what I want,
get the
what
point.
I want to illustrate is this. Still today in New York City, you got immigrants on the corner selling drugs. In the 80s, these shower posse trained a lot of them by the CIA, all right? And I can say that's the one thing that Ronald Reagan did, let a lot of them come to America. They were run by 2 Syrian men, okay? They had 2 different fractions, and they would use these guys to seal their elections, right? Well, these 2 Syrian men in Jamaica, Siaga, and I forgot the other one, they had their own political parties. And when one political party was ousted, the other political party, who had been trained by the CIA, were let loose in America. in all of the major cities. They got into drug trafficking. They were cutting people's heads off and putting them on stakes. All of these things are CIA, okay, types of things that people do
I remember
when they
this back in the
destabilize
late
governments.
80s, the late 80s when I remember
Yeah,
because Steven Seagal did a movie. Remember that movies he did?
yeah, hard to kill.
Yeah, Hard to Kill. That was about the Jamaican posse and whatnot, you know?
So still to this day, you have people out there in the mafia, Jamaican mafia, doing different things.
So
So this guy,
why did a dollar bill? Let me ask you, how did it go from that? We always knew that, right? Because I have people that are Jamaican. I know they come to the islands, they be bringing keys up and whatnot, you know, break it up, you know, stuff like that, weed, keys, whatever it is, you know. But why is it that every time you hear them talk about they're so hardworking, but they got around Black Americans and we turn them out? Why is that?
well, see, this is what I had to just show that this is something, and I'm sorry, I could have had a better video. It's not the one I thought it was. I didn't have time to review it. But this happened in New York, in Miami. It happened in Washington, D.C. It happened in Detroit. All of these major areas, these people were let loose on our community. And they killed a lot of people, caused a lot of havoc. Okay. And then, so now this guy who was on the last video wants to sit up here and try to espouse the myth that all immigrants come to America because they're hardworking.
You're hardworking. And you got Black people from America actually believe that shit, you know? You know, that's what makes me sick. And that's why people are turning against the Pan-African movement. You know, that's why. Right there. So Tariq is not a complete idiot, you know? And Tariq tapped into something. You know, I want to take it back where we don't have to be hateful and xenophobic and everything. We could like this, but we need to basically tell the world our story, who we are. You know, people that tell you like Black America is so bad, so irredeemable. They come over here and they come over here with these values and everything like that. Are you kidding me?
It's sort of drug dealing. There was one guy in Washington, D.C. His name was Uzi Edwards. They call him Uzi Edwards because he was known for emptying out his banana clip. They call him the shower posse because they shower you with bullets and they will kill anybody in your family for their drugs. Somebody needs to close up their, mute themselves.
Wise, I think your brother Wise. Let me mute him. I think he's as background.
Maybe he's working or something.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to talk about that. See, it's convenient to sit around and talk about African Americans. It's sort of like, to me, it's like a rites of passage for people who want to become American citizens.
Yeah, the first thing you do is learn how to talk about niggas, you know?
Yeah.
You know?
Isn't that what Richard Pryor said about
Malcolm
Asians?
X actually said that.
Yeah, but didn't he do a skit with that? And the guy would say, nigga, oh, you're an American now.
Yeah, Malcolm X, I heard Malcolm X say that. He said the first word they're going to learn is nigga, you know?
Yeah. Right? So we ignore all of this stuff as if it doesn't exist, and let's blame it on us because there are people who in these islands been selling marijuana and drugs in their communities for decades, long before they came here to America. Just like you have these people from Nicaragua. These people are trying to say, oh, these people, some of them are militarily trained. And when they get into these communities, they get together with other groups and they're getting money from the government, and they get these high-powered guns and go into these communities, okay, and they hurt people because these people are part of bloodthirsty gangs that are 10 times tougher than the ones in America.
You remember what happened in Newark, right? A decade ago with those they killed those college kids and whatnot, and Cory Booker.
Yes.
In Nicaragua. Remember that? And
yes.
It got brushed under the rug. Remember that?
Of course. Because see how the game is being played on us.
Illegally, too.
See, it's the game that's being played on us. And we're supposed to sit back in the name of Pan-Africanists and say, no. In the
name of POC unity.
These people just come here to America. They just want an opportunity. Right?
Right.
Why? They got an opportunity to get on the corner and sell drugs. They got an opportunity to shoot up stuff and do what they want to do. And then they get angry if they get deported. Why are they getting deported? They've been here since they're 3 years old when they know they menace to society.
So bottom line, we taking up their cause. Al Sharpton, all of them, they're pro-immigrant, you know? They're pro-immigrant. They don't care what they do and everything. They believe what it is a lot of these people hate America. They don't believe America has the right to have a border.
Look at what Nicaragua's done to their country. Most of those guys who came to America that were deported went back to Nicaragua. And what did the government do? They broke their back. They're in prison. They're not even allowed to stand. Did you see that?
Yeah.
They're not even allowed to stand.
Oh, that was El Salvador.
El Salvador, yeah. They're
El
not playing with these people when they go back to these countries.
And about you know who's taking the cause? The same liberals over here saying they're that's cruel. They broke the back of the gangs in that country, you know, El Salvador, you know?
Because they wouldn't allow their country to look like they turned the Bronx into.
Hey, check this out, Dollar Bill. Baruti, your friend Baruti says, Kala, it seems like did you I don't know if you saw last night's show where I went off on him. He said a lot of the stuff you talk about the Afghanistan is going to require the people you don't like to call undesirable. I said, well, the bottom line is this, Baruti, right? I believe if we had an African, I could turn those undesirables into desirables. You know, it's all about power. Lee Kuan Yew said, you know, he said people, his book, First World to Third World, A Third World to First World, he said people, you can make people, a population do what you want to do, get them to do the right thing. They just have to be trained, you know?
There you go.
Encouraged and everything, you know? The problem I said in America is we don't have the power over the masses, you know what I'm saying? We don't provide for them, you know? We don't have reward and punishment on our side, you know?
See, I was trying to explain it to Baruti. I don't have a problem with Ubuntu, but the problem is when you deal with people, if you're not dealing from a position of power, you're dealing from a position of weakness. And the first thing that you have to do,
we know our people. When you look pure weak, man, you don't want to do that because they can sense weakness.
Yeah. So when you listen, everybody knows, right? When weed first came out, I don't know if you remember, but you're probably a little younger. You're a little younger than me, but you remember when weed was like a cottage industry. You know, people used to walk around in bags with rolled up joints.
Yeah, nickel
and
bags.
They used to have these little nickel bags and stuff like that. There was no violence involved in it at all. And then what happened when the immigrants came here and started dealing in marijuana and drugs?
Yeah, violence.
The violence perpetuated itself, right? The territorial wars. I remember because our first home was on White Plains Road in the Bronx. And I remember, man, it became from a utopia to a war zone, right? And you would have these rival gangs, man, shooting it out, having Mexican standoffs, just getting out there and just shooting at each other. It was crazy.
Yep.
You know, it was just nuts.
Hey, tell the story. You ever notice that the media does this, right? The media, and you ever notice that when somebody from the Caribbean does something good, like remarkable, they'll mention their country of origin. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
When they commit a crime, like, let me give you an example. There was a guy that did this thing where he robbed a lady, raped her, whatever like that. He was clearly a Somali American, right? But basically, the media is smart. They didn't mention the race of the guy at all. And so from a distance, right, you know, oh, look at these black people in America, right? But the guy was a Somali because I saw his last name and he was in Minnesota, you know?
Yeah.
And so they basically make sure that they didn't mention that he was Somali so we could get the bill. You know, we get to pay the tab.
Blame it on us.
Blame it on Black America.
So when I see that a lot of these immigrants that came to New York, they made New York worse and harder, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because they made the young kids whose parents were addicted to drugs, addicted to crack, okay? They made them harder use, right? Because if you go to their country and you go to different areas, okay, where they can't even have a penny, you can't even have a penny in circulation because they will melt it down and make bullets. If you look at it, it's one of the most, if you look at Trinidad and you look at Jamaica, they're two of the most violent areas, okay, in the Western Hemisphere.
Police too.
One of the most violent places. But you want to come here and say, oh, it's you Black Americans that are committing crime. They told us to work hard and send our money. Yeah, okay.
We can lie.
Everybody wasn't doing that.
Stand that. You know, the hard work, the myth of the hardworking immigrant, you know. Can't stand that, you know. And like I asked the brother North, say you in Newport News shipbuilding, right? Right there. You see, you go to Newport News shipbuilding. There's literally hundreds of workers coming in and out of there and whatnot. Who are they mostly? Black America, you know? You know, we would not have ships, we wouldn't have nuclear submarines and nothing if it wasn't for the black workers down there. You know, all the shipyards in the whole area, most of the workers are black. So where does stuff with lazy come from?
Well, you know, it's the thing. It's a myth that wants to self-perpetuate itself. Because basically, what they do see is what we don't see or what we stop seeing was real opportunities here in America.
Yeah, so I'm saying we got to start saying there's plenty of opportunity, and then basically say, look, you make $40,000 a year, that's good. Stop telling people, you know, that this is bad because they make $40,000 a year, they $50,000 a year, or whatever like that. They got to work a 9 to 5 or whatever like that. Yo, we got to start cherishing what we have, you know?
Yeah.
Do you know if you make $30,000, you're in the top 5% of global income earners?
Yes. But see, the thing is shaming us.
Of the global population makes 30,000 USD a year. That's only 5% of the world population. You got whole sections of the Caribbean, Africa, where people make no money at all, no income at all.
At all. And so the shaming, right, of us.
Yeah, shaming. It's jealousy. That's all it is.
The jealousy, the shaming of African Americans. I'm going to shame you to make you feel like you're inferior and I'm superior. So I'm not going to talk to you about my drug class.
I'm not Nigeria. I'm not going to tell you about we have
doing all that stuff.
Poverty, the highest extreme poverty rate in the world after India. You know, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to keep talking about Aliko Dangote. And I said, I don't really believe Dangote is that rich. I'm not taking nothing away from the brother, but you got to show me, you know, on paper.
Where's the receipts? Where's the receipts?
Yeah.
Do you think people in America are really buying into that stereotype that Africans are saying, and they're like, we know this is a garbage, we know they're lying, they're just trying to make themselves feel better.
A lot of stuff that you see now about Nigerian success are put online by Nigerians. So Nigerians have a good propaganda machine, you know. What problem I made was I underestimated them. You know, they have a good global problem. You know what happened is a year ago, there was a mass deportation of Nigerians from Dubai, right? What happened was Dubai had bought into this myth about Nigerians being hardworking and smart and all stuff like this, right? And so they invited them in. There were a few hundred, like 500 in, right? And then after they added all the receipts up and everything like that, right? The crime, the use of the social safety net and all stuff like this, they said, we're actually losing. You know, and so they deported a bunch of them. Same thing with India and Turkey. You know, saying we bought into the thing. The only country that has not got the memo is the United States because Nigerians hide behind Black America.
But why don't they talk about all those scamming and scams they have in Nigeria?
Because the American media works together with them to create this myth about them being successful and stuff like that. And they don't talk about that, you know? They don't. Because what happens is they fall under the protection of racism umbrella. Because if you talk about it, if somebody, trust me, just some people at Fox News love to get a hold of that story, but they're scared of being called racist, you know? So Nigerians are actually protected by this racial shield that we created in America. And they don't even realize that.
This is crazy.
They use immigrants to say that we are ungrateful and unworthy.
That's all it's about, is ungrateful, you know?
So we're not going to deal with the history of what happened to you in this country. We're not going to do that. But what we're going to do is we're going to elevate other people who look just like you, and they can show the world. They become what is called a functionary. They become the new functionaries, right? Okay. So now we can show their excellence to say, well, you know what? They're excellent. So there's obviously something wrong with you African Americans.
And all these white people just want us to get on our knees and just thank them for, you know what I'm saying? That's never going to happen, because even though we have all this opportunity here in America, we can never forget our ancestors. That's what this is really about. They want us to say, fuck our ancestors, you know? That's
Right. My
it's never
question
going
is
to happen.
this. My question is because now it seems kind of crazy that they're using black people against black. Not that they're using black against black people, but Africans, right? People from another country. But don't. What happens when Africans experience racism? Not that they're using black. Well, how they react? Like Africans, right? People from another country. But don't. What happens when Africans experience racism? Not that they're using
Yeah,
black.
you got to mute yourself. Hold up. Go ahead, Wise.
Yeah. So what happens when the Africans experience racism? What happens then? Doesn't that like kind of flip the world? How do you think they're going to react to that? How they're going to combat that?
Well, last time you look, like this is how it usually works, right? When African experiences racism, right, they'll blame it on usually I was mistaken for a black American.
It's your fault. They will almost say
They'll
that
blame
it's your
us.
fault. The reason why they were experiencing racism is because of you.
Because of us.
If it wasn't for you, they would think everyone is hardworking like them. So you see how the game is being played?
You know why we know that? Because there's some black people who used to think like that. I used to be one of those type of black people who thought like that.
See how the sisters turn around, right? They run to the Gambia. They run to Africa. Even heard Chantel the other day talking about how you want to go to Gambia to deal with a guy who makes less than $10 a month.
Yeah.
Right? And so when somebody
Kwame.
Right. So when somebody kills you, like this woman that was killed from the UK because she received $1,000 from her daughter.
Right.
Okay. Not a Gambian, but another guy from another part of Africa decided to take a sledgehammer and knock her upside her head and throw her in a ditch because he wanted that $1,000, because that 1,000 American dollars or pounds, if she was getting it from England, was more money than he's seen in his entire life. Right? Yep. So you want to go to a place to say you got no security here and nobody takes up for you, where a guy can just haul off and beat the hell out of you in the middle of the street and nobody's going to do nothing to help you. That happened to that woman when she started messing with that guy, that Prince in Ghana.
Oh yeah, ES, right? I gave you the Lord have mercy. Yo, me and Bomani interviewed Prince. He called in one night on the show. That's what he go, what's up, Colin? What's up, Bomani? Whatnot, you know, he gave us his side of the story, man. That shit was funny. You know, he goes, yeah, I thought, you know, blah, blah, blah. And she beat the hell out of him one night. He's a little skinny guy too, you know. She goes, I gave you the Lord have mercy. That Lord have mercy, you know. I'm like, damn, yes.
So, you know, so they perpetuate this myth. I'm gonna go out there to Africa and I'm gonna meet this guy, and all of them become, you know, unalive, a lot of them, you know, because they believe that nonsense.
You don't be
and
talking
I see celebrities doing it
back to no African dude, man. They'll knock the mess out of you or shoot.
I see celebrities doing the same thing. Every celebrity that's run out, oh, I'm marrying a prince, or I'm marrying this and that. None of them last. None of them last. Why is that?
The culture thing.
Right? So come on, let's be honest with yourself. Try to work out. These young ladies need to try to find somebody in America who they have something in common with.
With Leroy at the gas station, you know?
Right? Or the guy who's driving the bus. Right?
Yep. Remember that one? What's that one lady that's a report talking about, I don't want no bus driver? Remember her?
Yeah.
What's her name? Ebony. What was her name?
I forgot her name, but I know
K. Smith, Ebony K. Something like that. You know,
there was a woman that she has a show now.
Ebony K. Smith, something like that,
on national television. She wanted to get a man with 6 figures, right. But she realized that he was he worked in Whole Foods. He was a manager. She don't want that kind of man, so she married a white guy.
Oh yeah, that was an Ebony K. Smith. You know,
no, it wasn't her. It's another one. She's got a real short haircut, and she's got a show on television, and she interviews all these people, and she's married to a white guy. You know.
Oh, you talking about not the one that married that went with Lawrence O'Donnell, right?
I don't know the name of her husband, but
she has a show called The ID Show.
No. This is another one. I forgot. She's a pretty
Tamron
black
Hall, not
Tamron
Tamron
Hall.
Hall, right?
Yeah, I
Not
see Tamron Hall. Yeah.
Oh, Tamron, I know. I
Yeah.
love Tamron Hall though, man. I love. She's still my baby though, man. I
She's
love her.
married to a white guy because she didn't want to. She didn't want to deal with a brother.
Oh man, but she's so freaking fine, man. I still love
Yeah,
her.
but look who she married.
Oh, I
She
know.
But
married
dollar bill,
daddy.
dollar bill, dollar bill. It's not just for some women, not all women. A lot of women are, okay with a modest income and a good man. But
You're
for
right.
Not
some
true.
women, it's not
You're
just
right.
Not
about the
true.
income.
You're right,
It's
Elvis.
not just about the income
Not
itself. It's about the
true.
status of the man.
Not true.
I mean, you don't
Elvis,
think
man,
that a
this is
lot of
America.
women are okay with
Elvis, this
modest
is
income and a
America.
decent and a good man?
This is Black
No.
American women. They
I mean,
don't
there are
let
women.
men.
There
Not
are
even
women in the chat right
men
now. I know
don't be playing.
MP. She's always advocating for living within your means and not trying to set yourself
Yeah,
at the
right.
standards of the white man.
Yeah,
She's real.
Mystic
bottom
Dom.
line,
She's
that
not
was the
looking
case.
for a man that has a lot of money.
Elvis. I would have been
So
married
not
20 years.
everybody.
I would have been married 20 years ago if that was the case. Bottom line, I know that I didn't measure up, man. I'm not making $500,000 a year. That's the only way you can keep a black woman serious. You making that.
Carla, it depends on the kind of woman you're looking for. It's always a reflection.
No,
Relationships,
I don't want Stacey
r-
Abrams. Now, come on.
relationships are reflective.
Elvis. I don't want.
You
I
want
don't
the
want.
dime piece who want the millionaire baller. That's not you. You got to find somebody who's on your level
That's all I
and
ever
will accept
seen
your
was dime
income.
pieces, right? But I just couldn't get them to marry me.
Right, because you're there for the fun. You can buy them a couple things, but they want to have a big house in a nice
What did they
neighborhood.
say about the
You probably
brother?
couldn't provide that for them.
Nigga, please, you work for
You
UPS.
work me, yes.
Yeah,
Remember that?
I mean, and there are women who would be fine with a UPS driver. You got to find
Nah,
those women
man.
if you're a UPS driver. That's the
Not
difference, man.
not the fly
Yeah, I know.
girls,
You
They look
want
man.
like
you want a
Vietnamese,
dime piece who could be a supermodel,
They look like
who could date a millionaire to date you and have no problem dating you. There are women
Check this
who
out.
feel like they're
The
so
more listen
beautiful they
to this
can get,
show, right?
a high value man.
If you really want a sister, man, just go for a big girl, man. They're
Don't be
out.
talking about my big girls, man.
I'm not saying nothing against them, man. Big girls need love too, man.
Big girls are beautiful, man. There's some
Now we go
beautiful
about it.
black girls. Listen, listen. I don't get on nobody's thing. The only thing that wants a skinny woman is a dog wants a bone, man.
Look, Missing Dime just came at me, man. Come on, man. Damn, man.
Only thing's a dog. Get him, Mr. Dime. Get him. I'm talking about these old skinny. I don't trust no skinny chick anyway. I don't know the malnutrition. I don't know. It could have had AIDS in the 80s or some I don't want to say AIDS. Could have been on crack in the 80s or whatever. I don't want no skinny women.
But the marriage times have changed, man. It's a lot harder nowadays to get married.
Because a lot of these women, you can see, I want a man that got 6 figures. Look at the guy, it takes a long time to make 6 figures. It took me a long time to make 6 figures. I remember when I first got married, I think I was making $22,000 a year.
Even when you make 6 figures, right? That still is not enough because some people's lifestyle changes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Their lifestyle, 6 figures sometimes not enough,
But the problem is you keep messing with these high maintenance women.
Yeah. Well, who the drug dealers have?
The thing is this. I see women that back in the days, Dollar Bill knows what I'm talking about. It was like, that's a chick on the corner everybody can get with. You get with her till you find who you want to really be with. Now them chicks are demanding that they want 6 figures and whatnot.
You know why?
That's not true, Colin.
You know why? It is true. You know why?
Every woman thinks
social media has allowed the local young lady, I don't want to say local nothing else, but the local young lady to expand her horizons. Now she got OnlyFans. You'd be surprised she got OnlyFans.
Got thirsty niggas all over the world checking her out. She got white guys, she got Asian guys. So
she got all kinds of choices.
All kinds of opportunities and whatnot. Social media has messed everything up. Hey, look at this. What Lil said. ES is still in Ghana. Yeah, but I think she's leaving. I think she's leaving. She ain't happy. Her and that dude broke up, man. So these guys always try to say he's a Ghanaian. Probably
Lewis
Simpson and whatnot. These guys, hold on. Let's talk about this. Why is it that like I said, the lost, the unhappy, the undesirable, right? Is Ghana and the Pan-African becoming the haven for the lost, unlucky, unhappy?
Don't be a hypocrite. Watch your tongue. Don't be a hypocrite.
No, I'm just serious. Why is it that he goes, ES is still in gun? So what are you talking about? You fools talking about? I don't know if she's still there or not, but the bottom, is she happy? Is she happy? I don't know. Last time I saw her, she wasn't really happy.
Look, Kyla, it's the same thing in the United States, right? You can date in this country, and 9 out of 10 of your relationships, you're not going to end up with them for the rest of your life. So there are many relationships where they're not probably going to be your life partner. You probably dated 10, 20 women, during your lifetime. You thought maybe 5 or 6 of them was going to be the one. And they didn't turn out to be the one. So just because you're in Africa doesn't mean you're going to live happily ever after. It's like many other relationships.
Well, people have to sell this idea that once you get off the plane, man, you just like you home and everything's gonna fall right in line and whatnot. I mean, you can have a good time. Africa's a fun place to have a good time and vacation. I'm telling you right now, you ain't gonna have a blast on the continent, man. You just feel so free and everything.
But I always advocate for people to date within their culture. It sounds racist or
What I'm
xenophobic,
saying is, can I
but it's the best thing.
Mystic, I wasn't saying that she shouldn't have a man to make a certain amount of money. She met men who were making a certain kind of money. She didn't want them because they didn't fit her profile. She wanted to have a guy that fit her profile. So she, and I can look and see. Sometimes I'll check her show out, and a nice looking young brother gets on there who's making the kind of money, and she looks at him. I know she's probably saying to herself, damn, I wish I could have met a brother like this. Because she ain't not happy with that.
You saw Tamara Hall?
Yeah,
I know that.
She knows she's not happy with that old Faye. Come on, man.
Tamara Hall's you know why? Because Tamara Hall's a real black woman. Her issues.
She was.
She's really, really into blackness.
She was.
No idea.
She crossed over.
How that happened, I was like, man, some people.
You know what really surprised me, bro? Is Eve. The rapper Eve. I mean,
Eve's a hood rat.
She got married to a white dude when she's been married for like 10 years. That shit's crazy. And she was a real, hood chick from Philly. Get married to a white dude and be a housewife.
Let me tell you about
to me.
Chicks, right? Hood chicks don't grow up in a strong black family atmosphere.
Yeah, Eve is from Philly, right? She's from Philly, right, Carla?
I don't care if she was born Philly.
Eve.
She's from New york. When I used to go to strip clubs as a young man, she used to be dancing up on the pole. She's not.
I said she's from Philly. That's what I saw.
I don't care where she's from. Philly's around the corner from New York, but I know she spent a lot of her time.
But the whole thing is about Eve is, girls from the hood. I've noticed that too. And when you see girls from the hood, they're more likely to get with a white guy than a girl from like a black middle. The hardest guy for a girl, the hardest man for a white man to get is a black girl comes from a stable, 2-family, black African American family. That's almost like
right. Yeah, because it's like that's the whole thing with me. It's about producing black families and raising black families, so that her family's not going to allow her to go outside of that.
When you see somebody like Eve and whatnot who comes from broken families and hood and stuff like that, yeah, I can see that. They don't care. Them people like that and those conventional, they don't care about race.
You notice something about women, right? Who marry with and deal with white guys, right? They a lot of them, in my observation, I'm not gonna say what I say is the truth. In my observation, you'll get the same type of woman that is always has a rah like Eve, okay, talk a lot of smack and is loud. When she gets around them white people, she all of a sudden she's like she's at work. She knows how to act right.
Yep.
Right? She's not gonna get up in his face and talk crazy to him and disrespect him like she
Dollar Bill. She made a transition though, right? She made a slow, transition into a different social stratosphere, right? She was a rapper with Rough Riders, and then she went into films. I didn't know about her scripting history, right? But she went into films, became an actress, and I think she started doing some fashion stuff. She kind of went up the ladder little by little. She started meeting more people.
Black men. So they weren't.
No, what I'm saying is she went into different social circles that allow her to meet different kinds of people.
Listen, this guy, the guy she's dating is like a multi-billionaire or something like that. Any woman would go with that.
That's what I'm saying. So she went.
Okay, but why are we psychoanalyzing it? Like the dude had a lot of money. She was gonna go. That's
Yeah,
what
but
it is.
it's not just that. You get women who be with a guy who doesn't have a lot of money. You get a woman that is in the hood whose neck is turning back and forth, and she can't stop disrespecting her man. Let her
But
get with a white guy.
that's why I kept saying Dollar Bill. She had a slow transition. She didn't just come out of the hood and went to that level.
I'm telling
She
you that
left
there are
rapping,
women.
went to acting, and
I
went to the
know,
fashion
I
industry.
know, I
So
know women in the hood who hook up with these white dudes, and their whole disposition changes. That's just the way it is. And see, we don't want to say it for what it truly is. Okay, but that's what it is. Their whole disposition changes and they act whole different. Same way you can get a woman who, when you get in the hood, she talking all crazy, and as soon as she gets up in her job, she's prim and proper. Why is that? She knows how to act then, doesn't she? Why? Because she respects where she is.
nah, because the hood is the jungle, man. You got to fight to survive, right? So you
Oh,
can't
so
be
you in the
timid.
house with a
Not
woman,
really.
that means you're fighting to survive?
Nah, you said when she get in the hood. I'm saying in
What
her
I'm saying is
household.
she's living in her household, or she lives in the hood with a man and she's in a relationship, and she decide, I'm telling you, the mindset of some of these women, okay, who get with these white guys, they do not act with them the way they will with you and I. They just don't. And if you know them and knew them before they started dealing with white dude and see them afterwards, you're like, damn, what happened to this
Yeah,
person?
but
It's a
that's what I'm
whole
saying.
different
Why would you
person.
want a hood? Why would you want a hood chick though, right?
Well, she's
Unless
not a
you're a
hood
hood
chick with
dude.
him. She's not a hood chick with him. She's the
That's
same.
what I'm saying. She transitioned. She grew. You know, there's growth with her
So,
socially.
so you're saying if she's with a black man, she can't grow? You can't
No,
take
I'm
a
not.
black woman.
You
So you're
Dollar Bill,
saying
you
that a
know me. I
white
don't
guy?
advocate for that. What I'm
No,
saying
but
is
I'm not talking about you personal, but I'm talking
right.
about the implication that you're saying. So what
No,
you're
she could
saying,
have.
what you're
She could.
saying is you can't get with a black woman, okay, who's a little rough around the edges, okay, and smooth her out like a white dude can. She's not gonna listen to you or respect you the way she would a white guy. Is that
That's
what
not
you're
what I'm
saying?
saying. I'm saying
But
that
that's what you're
socially.
really saying.
Listen, Dollar Bill, man. Listen. What I'm saying is socially, she matured. You know, had she just come from the ghetto, talking all that mess, coming from the hood, being all hood rat, a guy would have probably dated her, but for the relationship to last 10, 20 years, that would have been difficult. But the fact is, she refined herself over the years, coming from Rough Riders, going into being an actress, going to the fashion
I'm
industry.
telling you,
She
with a lot of
refined
these
herself.
women, you're
That's what I'm
absolutely
saying.
correct. I'm not saying that you're lying, but what I'm saying to you is that there's a lot of these women, they do the same even when they get to Africa. They'll go to Africa, right? There's an African American woman that's in I don't know if she's somewhere in one is in Zambia. I gotta look. She's a call herself an African American in one of these countries. So when she gets there, okay, she meets an African guy from the continent. All of a sudden, she's adapting to all of those African ways.
Talking about my girl Kaylin Sutton.
Is that her? She's married. She
She's
got
in
2 kids
Namibia.
now.
Namibia. She's
In
married to.
Namibia, yes.
Yeah,
Dollar Bill,
that's my girl.
it's
That's my
not,
good.
it's not,
That's my good
it's
friend.
not all of a sudden.
Yeah,
That's
It's
my
but
not
good
all of a
friend.
sudden.
I've known her for like 12 years now.
yeah,
I
I'm saying
can't,
a
I can't
beautiful
speak for all
sister.
African men, right? But I can speak for myself, and I'm
A
sure most
beautiful
African men
sister.
do this.
But what I'm
But her
saying to
her
you is,
husband's very educated. You know.
That's
but
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying,
He
that's not what I'm
talked to her and told her what he expects from her, how
so
he
you
expects
saying
her
that
to act.
African American
She
men,
comes from a she's a very virtuous woman. She has 2 kids.
yeah, she's a
See?
smart sister. I
So there
admire
you
her.
go. There you go,
But
Dollar
that's
Bill.
not what
She's
I'm
already
saying.
well
I'm
behaved.
not saying, listen, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that she was like Eve. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is women, okay, in America who would ordinarily deal with an African American man who refuse to change their position, who refuse to change their way of thinking, will go somewhere else or be with someone else. And the same woman that you would say, I don't want to deal with her, would adapt to that lifestyle. So when she got there, I watched her journey. I don't know her like
Yeah.
Kala, but I have been following
She's
her
a
for over 10
BAO.
years. And I saw what she did. I saw her learn how to take a shower, okay, in a little plastic thing, a little
Look,
plastic pail.
Dollar Bill. MP said a comment wrote a comment, and I
Yes.
think that comment is so true. Because I always say relationships are reflected. If a dude is talking to a woman and calling her a B word every 5 sentences, disrespecting her, making her feel like nothing, she's gonna look at you in that same way. She's gonna give you what you gave her back. She's gonna give you back what you gave her. So if
All
she's not
women,
respecting you, if she's not giving you the respect that you deserve, it's probably because you're not empowering her, you're not
not
uplifting her, you're
true.
not giving her the respect.
Not true.
You can't
Not
speak
true.
for you can't speak for a
Not true. And I'm
relationship.
gonna tell you
Yo,
why.
sisters, you guys need to call in.
Yeah,
Mystic
come
Dom,
on
MP,
up.
if you want to call in,
Come
call
on
in.
up.
You
I'm
know,
gonna tell you.
let's hear it from your side.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you why it's not true. Mystic Dime said to me, when you say certain things, you talk like Iceberg Slim. Well, I read the story, okay? The story of my life by Iceberg Slim, who was a notorious pimp, okay? And he started his career to being a pimp because his father was a dirty, no good guy who threw him against the wall as a baby because he didn't want a child. His mother took him away and she met a nice man in the community. He loved this man. This man became his stepfather and did for him. And what did she do? She got beguiled by this guy where she got her hair done, who was a slick pimp type dude. And he began to hate women, okay, and ultimately became a pimp when he grew up because his mother took him from the most stable environment that he could have in his life. How many women, see, you're not African American, no disrespect to you, but Kala and all the brothers who are African American on the panel, how many sisters have you heard say, he's too soft for me? I don't want no man like that.
Remember, Peppa. You know who she's supposed to get with? Not Trish. You know who she's really supposed to get with?
Who
liked her one night? Will Smith.
And he was too soft for her.
He was too soft for me. I like the rough.
You talking about T-Boz from TLC, I think.
No, what you call? No, well, it was
T-Boz was with who? She was that football player. Or was that left eye?
T-Boz like
left
Yeah, that was left eye. She was with that guy. She burned his house down. And then the other one, what was her name? The one that was with Floyd Mayweather and Usher.
That
what was it?
Ashanti? No.
No. The one from TLC that was with Usher for a while.
Listen.
Left Eye passed away. This is
that was Left Eye. That was her.
Left Eye passed away. The one that was with Usher is alive.
No, the other one. No, that's the other girl. But the one who burned.
Yeah, what's her name? Say that name again.
I don't remember her name.
Chili.
Huh?
Chili.
Yeah, Chili. Okay, Chili. Yeah, that's her name.
Kala, can I say this to you, Kala? You were in the nightclub industry for many years as a bouncer, right?
Yep.
And I used to perform in a lot of different clubs, okay, coming up and doing my rap. I want you to be honest with the people today when I ask you this question. Who has the finest, the finest women in the clubs? Who comes in? And I'm not just talking about hood rat women. I'm talking about beautiful, fine, and intelligent. Who has the finest?
What I saw was the guy who either the club promoter or the club that promote the parties. The guy does the VIP. He got to connect with the celebrities and bring them in, and the owners, the club owners,
and the drug dealers.
But the promoters,
and the drug dealers.
Usually the same. Let me tell you, the drug dealers always connected. I'm gonna tell you right now. You probably don't know this. The drug dealers are always connected with the owners of the club. That's just
they're doing business, right?
Huh?
So they're the ones that are doing business.
That's how they wash their money. They wash their money
through the club, right?
They wash their money. Yeah,
I don't care what people will tell you. All the lies about a woman is a reflection of her man and all of that. I know that drug dealers and people who are dealing with money.
These are women. Your job.
The finest women.
These are women that got degrees. They know what's going on. They know all that's going on. They don't give a damn.
Exactly.
With that life, I seen it with my own eyes. I seen respectable girls come from middle class backgrounds and everything get caught up, man. I'm just like saying to myself, with the drug dealers, the thugs, everything like that. And these girls graduate from college, Norfolk State, like that. And they're
Old Dominion.
All they have to do is look cute, whatever like that. This guy's gonna put them on, whatever like that. It's all about power. The drug dealers and the club owners, they're all the same, you know.
They're buying them the jewelry. They're buying them the clothes. They're buying them the cars.
And now that they see, you know, another thing too, Dollar Bill, women like is the fact that every time, like when the club owners come and not right, and I was the main guy down there I was like the head of the door, right? People letting in whatnot, and I always had a suit and tie on and whatnot, you know. But they know when the club owners came in, Bo and Dave came in, I would defer to them. I was like, nod, what's up? You know, you always gotta walk by them and say what's up, you know. And when the girl basically sitting next to them, they feel like you're saying what's bowing to them too, like, you know, what's up, you know what I'm saying? You gotta pay. You're paying respect to her too. It's power, you know.
So when MP says that her attitude to you, okay, is your treatment that determines her nature with you, absolutely a lie. I see, and I'm not disrespecting her. I'm just disagreeing with her. I see many women who are fine and got everything going for them get treated like trash by a guy who's got money and power.
Yo, check this out. I'll tell you a story about that dollar bill, right? I hope that nobody I know is listen to this, right? Anyway, this one girl, Tasha, she was a little light-skinned chick. She was bad as hell, right? She was in love with the guy, one of the owners, Dave, right? And he knew he had her, right? She was only like around 19, 20, whatever, like that. Her and this other girl, right? Her friend I used to mess around with, right? But anyway, one night, these two girls came in. One was like half black, half white. Like she was over there in the corner crying, right? And basically, he was like, "Yo, I need a break for." He told her, "I need a break for the night." While these other girls are in the VIP giving him lap dances like that, she's sitting there like crying one night. Now, I said to myself, "Why don't you just say fuck you? I'm leaving you. I'm going home." Then what happened was this Dave goes. He told those two girls to go home, right? And she waited patiently until they left. And she just knew I'm leaving with this nigga, you know? I'm like, yo, that's power.
Exactly.
If you can have a fine woman like that crying over you, right? And you're cheating on her right in front of her. And that was something that blew out of my mind, right? And I said to myself, why is Dave doing that shit? You know? That's fucked up what he's doing that little girl. She's in love with him and one night. And also everybody's like, because he knows she ain't going nowhere.
And the truth is, when we talk about baby daddies,
how this girl was, man.
When we talk about baby daddies in the community, right? I know several guys that got 10 and 15 children in the community. And they're not all by hood rats. A lot of these women have good jobs.
Yep.
Some of them are they're professionals. And and you know why they're having babies by him?
You got that good hair. You got that good hair.
Or he has a physical characteristic that they want to pass down in their genes.
Check this out. This one guy, Rick, in my hometown, right upstate. This guy, Rick, had 35 kids, but Rick was like, when you say he's part Indian, he was part Indian because he had that straight hair. You know, Rick went around slaying black women and whatnot. And I remember one girl, Erica, my mother became her godmother one night. You know, little Erica, and how old is she? She's 1984. She's born 84. She's 40 years old now. I'm like, God damn. So anyway, but he just went around town. He had like 35 kids. And the bottom line, the women just gave it up to him because they wanted the kids with the straight hair, that long.
I had a friend who had blue eyes. God bless his soul. My homeboy E. He had blue eyes. And the amount of women that used to come at him, even married women, who couldn't wait to sleep with him because they wanted to have a black kid with blue eyes.
Yep.
So when people tell me about the women are a reflection of their man, miss me with the drama.
Right.
It's not true.
Yeah, right.
It is not true. I see some of these fine. Listen, I used to go to Atlantic City because I had family members that lived there. Okay. And I used to see some of these fine girls in the casino with this short, fat dude, okay, with bald head and all that.
You go to Atlantic City, you see mob guys
women,
down there.
Okay. And some of these guys, if they were black, they wouldn't look at them twice. Stop the drama. Let's tell the truth. Okay. And let's tell it like it T.I. is. Okay. So don't tell me that all these women are looking for a good relationship. No, a lot of them are not. They're looking for what they can get out of a situation. That's what they're looking to get. And I'm not angry with them because I know it's hard times. But I'm not going to sit up there and lie and say, oh, they're looking for good guys. No, they're not. No, they're not.
It was
and
that
we all
easy.
know that.
Everybody would have a woman. The woman, it's not like that, you know?
You
The
know what
bottom
my
line, you
friend
never
told
know
this
what.
woman? You know
One
what he
thing you
told
have
this
to
woman? 1
realize
second,
is you
Carla.
really never know what's in a woman's mind. You know,
She
whatever
came
like
to me
that.
one day and she says, "You know, your friend, he got another girl pregnant." So I said, "Well, talk to him, confront him." So she comes up to him and she says, "Bank, bank." I say, Sam, I heard you got another woman pregnant while you was with me." He looked at her. He said, "You want one?"
Hmm.
He was going to give her a baby, right? But so I mean, people need to cut out the drama and tell the truth about the matter. Let's tell the truth. Let's not lie. Okay? People are opportunists. They're looking for opportunities in life. This is what they want.
Yep.
And
then,
now
Calvin, you
social
think that
media makes it happen.
just what you just said right there. Could it be
Yep.
that same logic as how a lot of black immigrants are seeing? They feel trying to shit on black Americans will come up, right? Just because, not because they're bad people, because it's just human nature.
Well, it's more than that. It's survival.
It's survival.
They know that their countries are basket cases. They don't want to go back to their country. They would rather die.
Yo, there's a video out here I saw it today, right? I think it's on TikTok. I love that guy. I don't want to play. I want to bore you guys because Elvis, you guys get bad when I play these videos. Well, this lady, I don't know if she was in the DR or something like that. She was about to get deported back to Haiti. She's on the street screaming, "No, no!" I'm like, can it be that bad? You don't want to get deported back to Haiti and whatnot. She was like, she was well dressed and everything, but evidently wherever she was at, she was getting deported back to Haiti. She was like putting up a fight. She was throwing hands and whatnot. So I ain't taking me back and whatnot. I'm like, damn. So that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a friggin'
It's that bad. Hey, Dollar Bill.
What's up, my brother?
Hey, I want to get back to that whole, black woman and white man. So I just want to know your opinion. Do you think and I've experienced some stuff myself, but do you think that black woman with that white man, do you think she's happy, or it's all for material gain and just image, but
I
deep down
think
inside she's not happy?
Tamara Hall, I believe she did that for a career. I don't know.
It's
Well,
psychological.
you know what? I think
It's
some people are
psychological.
happy because, especially, so you got to look at certain things. Some women feel, and they could be right, okay, that certain men, like I know this woman who's to me, I'm not going to come out and say she's not attractive, but to me, she's not the kind of woman that everybody would run out and try to get on this panel. So she got on one of these interracial dating sites. I never forgot. And she started dating this dude from Germany. And he was like a PhD, like a doctor. And she had like her bachelor's degree, but he had his doctorate. And he was from Germany. And she got with this dude, man. And she's been all over the world. She's in Spain right now. She's retired. She's in Spain. She goes to Germany. He takes this woman everywhere that she can dream about going. Things that she knew. She already had a baby or two in our country by some dudes who didn't care that much for her or do anything for her. She was a single mother, all on her own when she met this white guy, and he changed her life. So I guess some people are happy because
Yeah.
if we don't value her, right, or think she's
Mhm.
worth anything, and she
Only
goes to
thing that
someone else.
the only drawback to that is you'll have women like that, right? Who'll
Mhm.
get curious and they'll come on a panel like this, right? And start talking. Like the next thing you know, well, my husband's German, and all of a sudden they'll know everybody black will get silent. And remember Alfonso Ribeiro?
Yeah, Fonzo, yeah.
Carlson? He says his career tanked because he thinks black America is never. I don't think that was the case, He says because black America never accepted his interracial marriage or whatever, He says so.
Nobody cared about his
Huh?
interracial marriage. He just had no talent.
Who was that? Alfonso.
Huh?
Alfonso.
Ribeiro.
Yeah, you got to realize that he started out as a young performer. He's actually from the neighborhood. We're from the same neighborhood, and he started out as like the tap dance kid. He was
what you call it, like the Pepsi generation.
Yeah, he was mimicking Michael Jackson, and so he started out as in a play on Broadway called A Tap Dance Kid, and so he was a young guy. And actually, when he got with Will Smith, it kind of like revitalized his his career with that
I said
dance.
he was on Silver Spoons. Remember
Yeah,
that?
and all these different things. So I'm just saying he just didn't have, the length and the breadth that Will did. Will was extremely talented. He couldn't break out
Will had the charisma.
of the stereotype that he was in. A lot of guys and a lot of women get caught. Okay, they do one thing and they do it so good, especially when they're young, and people still see them that way. Like for instance, that guy, I don't know his name, that
Urkel.
played not Urkel, but him too.
Well,
This guy,
he changed his image though. Jolly White changed his image.
yeah, what's the other guy? The guy who played in with that with the Haitian girl and Fox, Jamie Foxx. Called what was the guy's name? The light skinned
Gabriel,
brother.
that's I know what you're talking
The
about.
light skinned brother. They always
it starts with a B, right? On the show, on the Jimmy Fox show, right?
on the Jamie Foxx show.
Yeah,
He said
put
because
it.
of that show, he never could get any serious roles. Like he tried to
Nah,
do gangster
it
roles.
wasn't serious.
Everybody just saw him as a comedian, as a
Yeah.
clown. No one
Yeah.
ever saw
He
him.
got typecasted.
Yeah, exactly. And so
Yeah.
that's what people are trying to do to African Americans. They want to typecast us, right? So
Yeah.
I'm reading the article from this guy from another country talking about, well, you got some billionaires, but they don't have $3.3 billion, right? And so then I got like these other guys got 10, the other one's got 11.8, $12 billion, right? So you're still trying to clown us. You want to typecast us. Okay, you come to America, you do whatever you got to do. You sell drugs,
Yo,
you
check
do
this
all
out. There's
kinds of
no-
things, but you want to keep that on me.
Are any Asian billionaires in America? No.
Yeah, I think the guy who owns the Nets, I don't know.
Is he American or is he foreign? I don't think. I'm talking about
Wang. His name
any
is Wang or
Asian-born-
something.
Any Asian-born billionaires in
I don't
America?
know if he was born in America. I
I
know
don't think so.
his name is Wang. or something.
Only people that produce billionaires are white Americans and black Americans. There's never been
Nets
an Asian or Hispanic billionaire in America.
owner.
That's remarkable, ain't it?
When
people say how black America's doing, tell them that there's no black immigrant or no Asian immigrant, Latino ever became a billionaire in America.
This guy used to own it. I don't know if he was born here or he was born in
Probably born
Asia.
someplace else,
Joseph Tsai, TCI. He's the chairman of the Brooklyn Nets. He's Asian. I don't know.
He's chairman or he's the owner.
He's the owner and chairman of the Brooklyn Nets. Let me see
Oh,
where
hold on.
he's.
The Brooklyn Nets, doesn't Jay-Z own part of that?
Nah.
No,
They
Jay-Z
gave
owned
him
like
an honorary.
0.2%.
Honorary. He was born
Huh?
in Taipei, Taiwan. He was born in Taiwan. He's a
Yeah, I
billionaire.
forget a foreigner. He got foreign capital, but I'm talking about
Yeah.
to basically come from nothing in America, like Reginald Lewis, the world's
No.
first black billionaire
No.
in 1987, became a billionaire. That means that. Let me tell you something. Ask you something, Dollar Bill. Now, I said the lost, the unlucky, the unhappy, undesirable. Now, I have not. I'm gonna say this right, and I don't want nobody to judge me for what I'm about to say. Right now, let's take Dr. Claude Anderson. Right, he was around the same time David Stewart did. Right.
Right.
His whole thing is he tried to do powernomics. We got to do powernomics. But David Stewart became a billionaire, and Dr. Claude Anderson is broke. So why do we hang around the unlucky and the unhappy?
It's a definite thing that we are addicted to, like you were talking about the other night. That we're addicted to racism, and those people who feed off of racism, like Dr. Claude Anderson, we're addicted to those type of individuals too.
It checks out. And when you hear people like Ant Nam says, "You guys are poor," because I listen to Yvette Carnell and like that. Our enemies listen to these people and say, "Black America ain't doing it." Then how do you explain David Stewart? How do you explain Robert Smith?
You know what it does? It reinforces their behavior when it comes to us. And this is what they need to do to make themselves feel good, right? And so what they do is they take that home to their children and they say, don't be like those African Americans. We don't want you hanging out with them.
Now look at this comment right here.
They're
Look at this
failed
comment right
people.
here. African Americans take pride in billionaires who ain't investing in them. Daniel reinvested in Nigeria. First of all, we don't have a country to them to invest in. That's the
He
whole
does
idea of an
invest.
African thing.
He does a lot of Stewart does a lot of things for the
He
black
does a lot of stuff like
community.
this. So what is this guy Prince? What's his name? Prince of Bato, whatever the hell.
Yeah,
What's
who
he talking
knows?
about?
Nothing. We see the thing is we can't have that's the thing that I'm glad you get into, Colin. There's something that we used to have even when we didn't have any money. We had pride.
Yeah, black pride. Remember that?
Right? And see, other people don't, when we have pride, they'll say, oh, you're arrogant. You're being arrogant, right? Because they want to see us as downtrodden people. They want us to see ourselves as downtrodden people. So if I say that certain women, not all black women, go toward power, who want powerful men. They see these men as powerful, whether it's physically powerful, whether it's financially powerful. They tend to go to the side of power. I'm not making a negative connotation of black women. White women do it too. Hispanic women do it too. Do you know that white men are going to Asia to marry women because they don't want to deal with white American women?
That's true. I heard
Right?
about that.
This is not just a phenomena in the African American community that men are going outside of their culture to marry another person. This is an American phenomena, right? And so what I'm saying is there used to be a time, right, where people had pride and wanted to work together to achieve a goal. It didn't matter how much money you made. Now it's how much money you make, what kind of car do you drive, how much money you got in your bank account.
Oh, okay, got Mystic Don's coming for you, bro.
Oh, come on. Listen, I'm with her.
It's not power, clown, it's strength. Ooh. I don't know what you mean by that, man. Power
I don't
and strength.
know. Is that coming for me? Well, it's not power, clown, it's strength. But is it strength when somebody hits somebody across their head? Right? Is it strength when somebody whips your behind or leaves you with babies that they're not going to take care of? Is that strength?
And this guy, Prince Pate, whatever the hell it is.
You see, women have to understand, if you see a guy and you feel that he's got physical prowess and he's aggressive and he's willing to get out there and hit people, right? You think he's not going to one day snap back and hit you? Remember that time when, who was it? Wasn't it Beyonce? She Need a Thug. Remember that song? What was that song?
Yeah,
I need a soldier that's riding for me.
Somebody can stand up for me.
Yeah. Remember that?
Yep.
All you girls out of here. Where you at?
Usually, Dollar J, they don't write those songs. Somebody else write it for them. So it's not their first.
Really?
Yeah, like
but they sing the
a lot of them
song.
don't write the songs. Nia wrote a lot of her songs.
But they sing the songs.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that's their mindset.
But see, the whole thing is what people don't understand. This is a war it's not against immigrants. This is a war that we got to wage in our own community, okay, against the kind of behavior that's destroying us from the inside out, right? How many white women are gonna sing that song? You think that what's that white girl is what's the one that's married that goes out with the football player? You think she's gonna always fighting with Kanye West? You think she's gonna sing a song like that in her community? Or is she gonna sing a song? All you single ladies, throw your hands up.
Now check this out.
Even the song.
Here's this guy, Louis. I want Elvis to address this. Louis Adwa, right, says Africans don't want to get from white. But I guess he's Ghanaian. He wants to bring an African American wife over there. Well, that's what they all dream about, getting an African American wife. You know, and basically, there's nothing really in Ghana. He said we're building infrastructure. I don't see it, you know. And the bottom line,
we've been fighting the white man here in America for 400 years.
And we've managed to carve out a place for ourselves here.
Everything that an immigrant can take advantages because we fought for it. The fact that you could sit, okay, that you can live in the community that you live in and people just can't turn around and grab you and lynch you on a tree, okay, and pick it off you and call it a picnic, means pick a nigga. Right? The fact that all of these things is because we fought the cracker to get it done here. Now, we didn't do everything right. We shouldn't have decided, to just give up everything we had to merge with a society of white people, right? I don't agree with that. But we fought for these rights. You feel that white folks, because you come here when the lights are on and the opportunities are here, so you feel like, oh, well, they were just giving it out. No, we fought.
They
People
was handing around
died
these rights
for
and
it.
that. They have no idea how deep this racism and stuff like that was in this country. They had no idea. If anybody would look at it, I would say it's impossible. A lot of my answers said, "Look what the hell I get," because these people never changed. But I don't know what happened. How people stuck with it, And
It wasn't weakness; it was strength. So you think that it's going to be strength to us to go to another country where we're considered to be foreigners, where we have no rights, where people can just
no public
deny our
office, no
visa,
nothing. We can't
where
even
they
have
can come
guns
in
or
our
weapons.
house.
So hold on. He said stupid fighting for nothing, but yet they come over here take advantage of the opportunity that they're like. You thought a stupid fight for nothing. He says for nothing. So in other words, every time ancestors, see how disrespectful these people are. See how disrespectful that is.
Yeah, we fought for nothing, but you're going to take advantage of the nothing, aren't you? You can't wait to get to nothing. You'll get on the inner tube and get in the middle of the ocean to get to nothing.
Take their mute themselves. You making noise, please mute yourself.
Somebody got a mute.
It's the nonsense that people want us to believe. This is what we're telling people, oh man, you should go back to Africa and build up Africa, when they can't wait to run here to America to get these opportunities, right? If anything, we need to get more pride in ourselves, okay, and realize the accomplishments that we've gotten in this country.
And we'll realize the opportunities we have in this country,
Right? I don't have a problem. I was in a place this summer, and a Ghanaian lady who I like, she was raising the American flag. Go, that's what I love. God bless America, she screamed out. That's what she saw the Olympics. That's why I love America, right? She lives in Connecticut in a white community, and she loves America. But you foreigners want me to hate America.
Dollar bill.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is your country, bro. This is your country. Your people have been here for over 100, 400 years. It's your country.
Well, not according to some of the people here.
Louis, we don't have.
Yeah, that's one person, right?
Because we want to be up under the white man. If we listen to Baruti, we're going to be under the white man's nuts, right?
Yeah,
because we're helping white people.
There's some
also the trade. They don't even understand something. That if you want us to come to Africa, you got to match what America has. They don't want to do that. What can we do to attract black people to the continent? And Dubai, they went all out and built the infrastructure to attract people from all over. We said we want bankers living here. Well, international investors. We want a place where international players, investors could come, entertain and everything. So they built the infrastructure to as a first world, like a futuristic infrastructure, and it worked. Who would ever thought?
How long has Echo City been sitting right there in Nigeria?
Well, Echo City, it's not going nowhere. We talked about that last night. That shit ain't going nowhere, man.
Well, it wasn't put together by Nigerians anyway. It was put together by white people.
The bottom line, they thought that the Echo land was going to attract all these Europeans. Now you're going to get the memo. White people, I don't care what you build, are not going to want to live in Africa or like on that level. They'll go there to exploit, but they're not going to say, something, I can be living in Zurich, Switzerland. You know how beautiful the Netherlands is? They got those inland canals. The Netherlands is basically underwater, and they got these canals, and it's beautiful.
You can go to Spain.
Some of you go to Switzerland and stuff like that.
Italy.
Yeah, you can go to Spain and live on the water.
Why would they
$60,000? Why are you going to spend $85,000 to go to Ghana
with no infrastructure?
And it's fully, and you got the infrastructure in Spain. You can go and buy you a nice property, okay, right on the ocean in Spain for $40,000.
Yeah, and it's cheaper too in Europe, and you come with, and you're connected to the grid.
And if you invest a certain amount of money, you get citizenship.
Have the city come up and hook your power up to the grid, like you do here in America. You can't beat that. And so, bottom line is what it is. Africa did not basically invest in infrastructure to attract first world people to to the continent. What they want to do is bring us there so we could join in the suffering and the misery. You know,
Yeah, so they can turn
squalor.
around, and in a generation or two, their name would be, Larry Ottawa. Larry,
Hey,
how are you
caller.
enjoying? Well, you
Yeah.
know what? I enjoy the American people. I came here from Ghana, and we didn't have anything. And you know what? Look at me now. I'm a successful man. We've always said, immigrants know how to work hard.
Dollar
How do you
bill.
feel about African Americans moving to Europe, like Italy and Spain? Do you think that's a possibility?
Why not?
If there's opportunity, do go for it.
Why not?
Hmm.
Why not?
Because you just mentioned the infrastructure. I just saw.
African Americans are going all over the world. The sad part about all this is Africa is the least place African Americans go to. That's the sad part about it.
No, the reason is because of all of the difficulties that they're going to experience. You got to deal with a lot of jealous Negroes who want to come here and tell you, when you go to Africa, don't do certain things. But when they come to America, they break all of the rules they tell you not to do in Africa. When you get to Africa, don't talk about the people there. When they get here, can't wait to talk about us. Right? When you get there, make sure that you integrate yourself in the community. They get here, they don't want to integrate themselves in the community. Some of them don't even want to say hi.
Churches and be with us. They don't want to do that with us in America. They want us to come to Africa and just be up under them and whatnot, like become one of them. They don't want to do that.
It's a joke. If you
Collar
really
and Dollar
think about
Bill,
it.
don't go to Africa, bro. Stay in the United States.
No.
I'm gonna go wherever I want to go in the world.
We go there to visit, man. But I'm
But
just
No, but you're complaining. You're complaining about the Africans,
I know
right?
you feel a certain way.
Elvis,
I'm basically what I'm trying to do is stop this idea. And I'm saying to myself,
I'm not trying to go down the rabbit hole.
I saw this African American girl lady when I had to chastise on TikTok. Some fat South African girl lady was saying, "Oh, I don't know what you Black Americans gonna do because the brick is about to kick in, and y'all dollars not gonna be worth nothing. Y'all might as well. You better try to get us out." And I said to myself, first of all, the U.S. dollar is not going nowhere. Brick is only gonna be for trade or whatever like that, and everything. And so, just like Dr. Mumby, the United States of America, America, they keep wishing death and destruction on America, like America's about to collapse, and we got to get on our boat and plane and go to Africa. Why are you fucking crazy? At the same time, you got Black people on the comment section saying, "Yeah, I can't wait to join you, sister." When I said, I said to the girl, "Are you retarded?
You're gonna get a plot of land in the middle of nowhere."
That's why I keep saying, don't go to Africa.
Don't. I tell you,
I'm gonna go wherever I want to go,
it.
but I'm not gonna stay there. I can go.
I'll visit there. That's about it.
I
visit.
can go to visit.
Yeah, don't go there to live there. So forget about the comments because they're irrelevant. Because your plans are not to go to Africa to live there.
But
I have always told you guys to not do it.
But Elvis, you're the same person who got angry the other night and said that we Africans would rather be in control and not have nothing than to have you African Americans come back and take control and have something.
Not true.
Isn't that what you said in essence?
No, that's not true.
You said in essence?
No, that's not true what I said. No, that's not true what I said in essence. You got to listen there. All right? The key is, right, that's what you got. That's what you wanted to hear. The key is,
I heard, but you may be
right, that's what you heard. Right. If you're building a nation, again, I was on another show today, and that's what, was talking about.
Okay.
If you're building a nation and everything is in your hands, all the opportunity, all the prosperity is in your hand, and you're not incorporating other people, no matter if it's on the African continent by African Americans, no matter if it's in Asia by Asian Americans who went back to Asia, if you're doing that, you're a minority, small group of people, the rest of those people are going to rebel against you. That's what happened right there. If you go there and you incorporate the people, you will have a lot more success.
They're going to do that anyway.
That's what I keep saying, Dollar. It's not about. It's not because Africans hate you. It's because you didn't incorporate them.
So let me ask you a question.
You asked that question, and I answered. The answer was yes.
Okay, when the people from America, from Britain, okay, came to from on Plymouth when they landed on Plymouth Rock, there were millions of Indians there. Did we incorporate those people? Did they incorporate the Indians into their government? Or did they import more
I mean,
white
Dollar Bill,
people?
you're
No,
trying to
I'm just
equate the genocide
no.
of the native
They weren't
as a good
genocide. Hold on,
thing
they were
because
genocide. They was
because
it was like
United States is a great
genocide.
nation today. One of the reasons that make this country great is because of slavery, which your ancestor went through. So if you're trying to say that no matter what it takes, you should do whatever it takes to build a great nation, fine. Then I guess you're justifying slavery.
No, I'm not justifying
No,
slavery.
no, you're justifying it because you're
This
saying
was
that
before
the United States
slavery. This
wiped
was
out the
before.
natives, took their land, and here we are today. The United States is great.
You're
You can say the same thing
assuming
about slavery.
you're assuming that when they got off the boat, they automatically started slave. That's not true. That's
I
not
didn't
true.
say slavery. I said the natives.
What
They took their land,
they took
right?
their land,
They
they subjugated
subjugated
the
them.
people, and
Exactly.
they
And
started
then they
putting
became even greater when they brought black Africans from
no,
Africa
but
and
no,
enslaved them.
no. Well, no. Before they did that, they started the other groups. They took certain groups and said you're now the civilized tribes.
But the
And
point that I'm telling
no,
you is
no,
that
I'm
it's
just
wrong.
explaining.
It's
They
wrong. It's not right.
okay. What
If the
I never.
native had the means to fight back and overtake the white man from their land, they
Hold
could have
on.
done
Yes,
it.
they hold on,
They
they did.
tried. They tried, and they didn't succeed.
Let
They
me
tried, and
Hold
they
on.
didn't
You had
succeed.
hold on
civilized
one
tribes
second.
where they controlled Georgia, South Carolina,
Let me ask you
parts
this
of
question.
But
Florida,
ultimately, they
and
lost, Colin.
moved
They were
to
pushed
Let
out.
me ask you a
Ultimately, they were
question.
pushed out.
Can I ask you a question? You know about the Bantu expansion?
Yeah, I've heard about it. I mean, I'm no expert on it, but I've heard about it.
Okay, so when the Bantu expansion, right? What do you think happened to the other tribes and other people when they migrated across?
They
Uh,
went south, right?
when they went
Yeah,
across,
it
what
was
happened?
probably wars. It's
There
probably
were
the main
wars.
reason
There
for
was no problem.
immigration. Yeah,
Yes,
it's
there
because
was
of
no
war.
probably. There were wars, right?
Right.
Right? And the people migrated, okay, and they influenced the speaking, the language. A lot of people were displaced, eliminated, absorbed, okay, into the various groups. So when people go to war or they take over a nation, this is what happens. So you're going to say it's okay because they were all black people from Africa when they went across and they expand because your people are
But
all over
usually the
your tribe
influential
is
tribe
not
is
just
the
in
bigger, stronger, larger tribe. It's not
yes,
the smaller tribe that is
yes,
influenced,
and the
that is
problem
influential.
and listen,
That's the difference.
if you take out emotions, let's just take out the emotions for a minute, right? If you take out the emotions, the biggest problem that those people had is because and what how many people
they weren't
in
educated.
no, not just that. They didn't have people to reinforce them. They didn't have people from immigration to immigrate. What they thought they would do
It was
was absorb
integrate
themselves.
the native people. That was a dumb mistake.
What they thought they would do was to absorb themselves into the natives and not bring people constantly coming from America because it's only what 2-3 million people in that country. How
Yeah,
many
like
people in that country?
yo, look. The bottom line is, yeah, you're right about that. The mistake the so-called American librarians made was saying, you know, something, you know what? Because they thought the black people from America was a threat, you know, to their rule and everything what they had going on. And they
Colin, let
said,
me tell you this.
hold
You
on, they
don't know
said, you know
this.
something? We had a
People
great
within the
idea.
ruling
Let's
class was
hold on,
fighting amongst
hold on.
themselves.
Let's educate. Hold
Of
on. Let's
course, people
educate the
do.
native
Right.
librarians.
So there was conflict
Educate them
everywhere.
that,
It wasn't a
hold on,
it wasn't as
a lot of people like
harmonious.
Elvis. They come from across the Cavala River. They're not even Liberians. They came across the river.
They
Okay,
were
Colin, whatever
they,
you say, bro. I got
what all
my
I'm saying.
sinus is starting to clog. I don't got the appetite
Listen,
to keep arguing with
but
you.
listen. It's not an argument. We don't have to argue. What I'm saying to you is, when one people takes power over another people, okay, like the Bantu expansion, okay, people get displaced. All kinds of people get displaced, and new cultures. When one culture falls, a newer culture rises. This is the world. This is not just in Liberia. This has happened all over the world, right? When the Greeks ruled the place where Italy was now. Okay, then the Italians came, and they began. The Romans, they became to be the rulers of those areas. Those weren't the same people. They took the best of their
Another
culture.
example is in Japan, right? Japan during the Tokugawa period was ruled by dynamos, that ruled sections of Japan. And they basically, the samurai and the shogun ruled sections as a feudal, right? And then when they say, something, we need to build a republic. How much Elvis understands something. When they said we need to build a republic, you know what we had to do? We had to get rid of these villages and all this stuff like that and make them part of the republic, and stuff like that. When you talk about a republic is not the easiest thing to do because it's naturally going to basically shake. Some people say, why can't you just let the samurai exist? Samurai existing goes against the idea of a constitutional republic. You have to have a military army and has duties and stuff like that in the rule of law,
So what did they have to do with those various cultures? Where did those cultures have to go?
It wasn't easy, man. It wasn't easy.
It wasn't, but where did those cultures ended up going in order for Japan to become a republic?
They had to become educated. People don't realize this because they think Japan is so educated. Do you know at first the Japanese were burning down schoolhouses and stuff like that?
Of course.
They were burning down, uprooting telegraph poles, railways, stuff like that, because they thought these were evil spirits and everything. That's how ignorant Japan was. And there was a general chaos in the whole country for like 10 years.
People have taken the modernity and they move.
Modernity was not easy. It's not easy.
It was not an easy transition, but eventually those cultures ended up in museums.
Hey,
hold on 1 second. When I say I'm not just talking about Liberia. When I say this to continental Africans, they get angry about it. But the truth is, you're gonna have to take those cultures and put them in museums where they belong.
For God's sake, you can't expect us to come there and you guys that mentality about ruling us. It's not gonna happen.
You're still involved in all of this tribalism, which doesn't allow you to let the best people. You know what the problem is in America too? When America was having its heyday in the 50s, when they wanted to make America, now they want to make America great again. When they were having a good time with their automobiles and acting like the Fonz and doing all of this, when they realized, that their enemies went to the moon. So they had to do something about it. They had to take these people who were once their enemies from Germany, these people who had technology, who had degrees in engineering. They had to tell the people, we're not angry with your people, right? We're angry with the leadership. We'll invite the people to come over and live in America. And they ended up being in places like Milwaukee, right? Where they revolutionized the beer industry, right? Because beer came from it came from Germany, those Oktoberfest, and they started Anheuser-Busch and all of these American companies, Milwaukee Brewers. You remember that?
Yep.
Collar?
Yep.
Schlitz malt liquor and all that stuff. All of that came from people who were immigrated, from Germany. They were allowed, even soldiers were allowed to come and settle here in America, right? And so they revolutionized certain industries that they were doing for thousands of years. And they became what? Americans.
That's why the pub and whatnot, all the stuff you see like that is a direct threat from Ireland and Germany,
So when I say something to you, you get angry. And I understand you, Elvis, because my people, before we got to America, we were a defeated people. We were prisoners of war. We had an African culture, right? It was taken away, a lot of it, not all of it, Baruti, but a lot of it was taken away from us. The ability for us to communicate with each other in our native tongue was taken away from us, and we had to have a new identity. Just like the white people who were here as indentured servants came here and worked along black people as relatively slaves, but theirs weren't into perpetuity, right? After 7 years, they could become free men. Some of them became the overseers okay, in these different places where we were enslaved. So when I say this concept to continental Africans, they get angry, they get upset. But in order for you to prosper on the world stage, where all black people, okay, in the world are going to be respected, some of this tribalism and all of this nonsense that's going on that existed everywhere in the world. All white people had tribes. They had the Danes. They had the Franks.
The Jutes.
Okay? And when they nationalized the Saxons, okay, all of these people decided to nationalize themselves and create their own identity. See, the problem that I have when Baruti and I have these conversations, right, is I know people are saying to themselves, and I would, if you've been here all these years, why haven't you made yourself into a people? You don't, you know, we all know that the Native Americans went across the Bering Strait thousands of years ago. They were Asian, but they're not Asian now. Why have we held on to something that has really left us alone and didn't want us?
Yeah, exactly.
And now trying to 400 years later, come on in, brother. You know, it's the year of return. Come and spend money.
This guy here, Louis Adra, he lives in the UK, telling us to go to Ghana, but he wants to. He lives in the UK. Isn't that stupid? You know,
he wants us to buy some land from his cousin that he can take away from us anytime he wants to.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
We can get land here, free, absolute, and simple.
I got land in North Carolina right now. I love to build nice, brand new subdivisions, communities, and everything right here in America, right? And the bottom line, we could be happy. You know, as long as we're among ourselves, man, we'll be happy, man. You know, we don't.
We just have to say a system of respect. Okay, respecting who and what we are. I feel we've let our ancestors go. You know, our ancestors who came here as slaves, okay, and built this nation, and we turned our backs on them. We turned our backs on them so we could put on a dashiki and cosplay Africans.
Yeah. Hey, Carla, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, good point. I want you to go into the history of Japan real quick, just to kind of sum some things up. So when Japan became a republic, that was Imperial Japan, right?
Yeah,
because
Japan became an imperial power. Let me break it down to you how it happened, right? For 250 years, when the Japanese expelled the Portuguese and the Dutch in 1600, right? And so for 250 years, think about it, as long as the United States has been around, right? Japan was completely isolated from the rest of the world. The only outside connection was this tiny island in the southern part of Japan called Deshima. It was an island the size of a city block. And only the Dutch were allowed to go there. You know what the Japanese did was they kept in contact with the rest of the world by importing books, newspapers, and translating into Japanese. They imported a lot of books on geography, maps, everything from science, the human body, anatomy, all that stuff like that. Japan had a literary culture, right? With scholars, right? Were knowing about, they knew what thing was going on in the West. They knew about the transatlantic slave trade. They knew all about that. They knew that the West was building bigger ships in the bottom, bigger ships that could reach Japan's shores. They knew about the what was going on in the Philippines. The Spanish took over the Philippines. They knew about the Chinese, the opium wars and all this stuff like that was going on in China and everything like that. But because they had periodicals and stuff like that, translated Japanese. So being on an island, they knew everything that was going on. They knew about the expansion of the United States across the United States. They knew everything that was going on in the world, being isolated, you know, from the isolated world, just because they got information from the outside. So in 250 years, you have people saying, you know something, we're going to have to modernize, you know? And people are like, no. The samurai, these people didn't want to hear none of that. The merchant class, they want to hear that. Then they start telling the merchant class, this is how you could benefit. Instead of you just being confined to your area right here, if we had a republic, you could have branch offices throughout the whole country and protected by law. And so therefore the merchant class say, you know something, that's a good idea. And so, well, how do we do that? Because I got to pay tribute to the samurai or the shogun in this area right here. I got to go down there. I got to pay tribute to this guy right here. And so he's not going to let me do this because this virtue here. When you have a republic, that gets rid of all that. So they start thinking to themselves, yeah, we need to become a republic. The scholars start saying we need a republic. They put the seeds in. You know how they do it? They start doing plays and writing notes and stuff like that to the masses of people. And they had enough of a literary class that the basic education of people was, we have to freaking change and modernize. They did it on their own. So when the opportunity came, when Commodore Perry came in 1853, right, and he brought his steamboats in and opened Japan up, right, they said, see, we knew this day was going to happen. We knew this was going to happen. They were preparing for 250 years for this day to happen. So Japan said, this is how we're going to do it. We don't know if we resist these Westerns, they're going to take over the islands. So let's just basically make treaties, right? Use our diplomatic channels and great treaties. We need to have a government of our own that speaks on behalf of the whole entire country. We cannot let this one have a deal with this samurai over here, because they'll carve the country up. That's how they did in Africa, everybody else. They make deals with different individuals and they'll carve the area up, like they spheres of influence, like they did with China, warlord China. They said our area become like China and we don't centralize. So they moved the capital to Edo Bay, which was Tokyo. And they said, look, we need a symbol of the country to unify the country. So they got rid of the shogun and they brought the Meiji emperor back in power. He was in obscurity. No one cared about the emperor, right? Then they start publishing things. The emperor. The people start believing the emperor's God, emperor's God, emperor's God. So the emperor was just a symbol of the nation. That's all he was. A symbol of the unity of the nation. You see how it works? So we have a land and you have a unifying culture. You're on your way. You're one people. So like I said, when I talk about nationalism, I would use Japan as a model. And then with that point of view, Japan started basically opening up banks, branch office. Japanese that once had property, right? They found that they could go to the bank and get money, and next thing you know, they become millionaires overnight. Because of now they got deeds to their property and whatnot. And their property is worth something, and so Japan was creating these millionaires overnight and everything like that. So Japan's treasury was growing and everything because by modernization. Then Japan built its first rail line from Tokyo to Yokohama, and you know what the Japanese did during that time period when they started doing these massive industrial projects, and they would take all the Japanese school children on field trip to see all the school. They said, this is your country. See this right here? This rail line, this is what we're building here. See that the thing, we're going to build a railway through here. This port right here, like, this is Japan. They show them maps of the country. This is what we got built here. This is what so they create a national sense of nationalism. The problem in Liberia was people didn't see themselves as a nation. They should have did that in Liberia, but they could have brought the people in the village and say, look, this is the country right here. This is what we're trying to build. This is what we got to protect. This is what you are. This is how you are. You're in Japan. You're Japanese. It's all about just framing, telling people where they are, what they are, and who they are. You see?
So Japan had tribes. They had the samurai and other factions.
They had tribes and clans and stuff like that. So they still do. But
and that with that,
they had to rise above that and become what? As a nation, the Japanese.
But they had to do it in a pretty brutal manner because they went to war with the samurai. That movie, The Last Samurai, was about with Tom Cruise.
Easily. They were not going to give up easily. They had to fight either. And the bottom line is, when it was over with or not, a lot of samurai joined the military. They still kept the spirit. They had a thing called Japanese spirit, modern.
The Bushido Code.
See, the thing is, people are saying we're not giving up our tribe. Nobody's going to tell you to give up your tribe. Just put them where it belongs, in a museum. Just like the Japanese tribes, they're in a museum.
So you saying give up? Sorry,
I'm saying to these people, they don't want to deal with it, but they're holding themselves back because they refuse. They want to stay into this tribalistic thing, and they don't. And so whenever you have that, see, the great thing that made America great, not just slavery, was the fact that it would promote people, on the basis of what they had, their skills. It didn't matter after a while if you were Irish or you were Italian. They just came to one identity. Ethnically, they were
a melting pot.
They became ethnically white. And so the problem with Africa is They don't see color. They're the most colorblind people in the world.
And that's really dangerous in a world like we live in now.
Right? So they don't see blackness. They just see ethnic group. Right? They're the only people in the world that see this. No
Asians
one else.
see race. Asians see race. Europeans see race. Arabs see race. Africans are the only people. Maybe because Africans don't love their color, like the way other races do. That's what I think it is.
So they don't see it. So to them, it means nothing. There's a Hausa man, there's a whatever man, and those people are your ops. Those are your enemies, right? Only you see the funny thing about America is half of you guys didn't even know you were African till you came to America.
Exactly.
You didn't know you were African. As far as you were just whatever your tribe was. But now all of a sudden, you got shows like Afri, Dumbass, and all these other people, and y'all are trying to a resurgence of your Africanness. You're newly African.
Africanness is a Western ideology. It's black from the West,
right? So now all of a sudden you're African. So now you can get together with someone from Cameroon or someone from because you got a common enemy, African Americans, the blacks. Can you see it? Do you see that now? Elvis?
See, like I said, this is a Ghanaian. Don't understand. He said Kwame Nkrumah came to America, went to Lincoln. He was indoctrinated with Garveyism and African American culture. So yes, he did see race. He's the exception. And what gets me is people rejected Ghanaians rejected Kwame Nkrumah's message of Africa for Africans and stuff like that.
Ran him out.
They ran him out. They said, this nigga crazy, man, Let's say student of Nellie Fuller said Aboriginal Australian European males are slave colonized. I don't know what that got to do with the conversation. European said colonized, brutalized, subject, dehumanized black women for what are you talking about? I mean, tell us something we don't know and whatnot. Like I said, the misery merchants and whatnot, mulattoes were bred by the way of European male presentation. What is this guy talking about? I think the student of Nearly Fuller means well, but bro, you gotta take a chill pill, man. Take a chill. It ain't that serious,
See, the problem with Pan-Africans, they're escaping and they want to create a solidarity with continental Africans, but have no solidarity with African Americans in their own community. In a lot of ways, they've just given up. And so when the young people get up here and they hear us talk, we ended up we get all of the fire because they're angry, because they're coming from communities where people haven't done anything for them. They want to escape away from them, not teach them how to read, not teach them how to write, not have opportunities for them, so they can turn around and run to Africa. So they have every reason to be angry.
Yeah, there's that whole run to Africa is so freaking played out, man.
Let's run to Africa. Just forget about the communities that you came from. Forget about the kids.
Hey, yo, isn't that insane? Isn't that insane?
It is. There's a psychological problem. And when I try to explain that to people, they think something's wrong with me. Come on. You are abandoning your people in search of running to help someone else who really doesn't give a damn because they want.
But we can't act like we don't remember. I know y'all kind of forgetting everything now, but we have been rejected by America. That's why people want to go there.
Okay, well, we weren't rejected by Black America.
Yeah, but we're rejected by America. America's stronger than Black America.
Father, here's the problem I'm seeing right now. I know I'm gonna get a lot of smoke for this. I really don't think that friggin' Black people are running away from to Africa to get away from America. I think they're trying to get away from Black America, other Black people here.
Indeed.
No, that's not.
Yeah,
true.
they're trying to run away from Black people.
The whole reason we're even thinking about going somewhere
is like this self-loathing. People hate Black America. They think they say things like the ghetto, and probably they always take white people's side on everything. Most Black people who call themselves Pan-Africans sound like they're friggin' Klan. They sound like they hate Black people from America. They sound like there's no difference between them and the friggin' white supremacists.
They hate Black people.
They hate black people, you
They
know.
there. Oh, when I live here, and all my friends they come from the Gambia. I don't even socialize with African
Oh yeah,
Americans.
like what you call? They go to Ghana when I don't feel so. Check it out. I told you about the dollar bill I got last year when I went to Liberia. I met this African American guy from North Carolina, right? And he saw African American. This nigga ran from me, man. He's like, "Who?" This nigga was bug-eyed, ran from me. Like, let me get out of here. You know, at the airport one night. I said, maybe we can get together. Next thing you know, this guy, he just gone, man. You know, he nigga ran from me. You know, old nigga, man, ran from me.
He didn't want to deal with you. He's like, I got away from them African Americans.
That's what I'm saying. So don't tell me this crap about, oh yeah, it's America. No, they're trying to get away from our black asses. You know.
No. Most of them are going to tell you that their
It's
issue
America.
is racism.
No, it's not. They love America.
They're going to
you
talk
know?
about
They don't
police
like black
shootings,
people, you know?
racism, and all type of stuff.
The
It's gonna be
shooters they're
racism.
talking about is other black people in their community. They're not talking about white people shooting, and white people are doing a lot of shooting, but they're not. The white people, both for the most part, you know, are shooting other white people.
You talking about what, the police?
No, I'm talking about the white
how
people
many
that are going into the schools
people talk
and
about
shooting people.
getting shot by the police and whatnot? Let's pull up the stats and whatnot. Do you know more white people actually get killed by police than black
Yeah,
people?
but that argument, Khaled.
Hold on.
So we shouldn't have took Osama bin Laden should not have been taken seriously because in the grand scheme of things, they didn't really kill that many people.
So
In the
I
grand
don't
scheme
see-
of
what's the
350
reason?
million people, you
Hold on.
only killed a
What's
few.
your reason? So in other words, basically, are you worried about getting shot by the police right now?
No.
All
I'm
right,
not
so
worried about
what-
getting shot by the police. However, it's concerning that when they do shoot us, they do it with impunity.
Elvis. Mufasa. You know, I do worry about, right? Walking to the wrong hood and getting shot. That happened to me almost before.
I mean, I'm not going to act like it's no concern, though, bro. Like,
You know
you're
what I'm
going to get
saying?
shot by the police, though. Like,
But the bottom line is, look,
In the hood.
when I'm walking down the street, I'm not worried about police. I'm worried about, like they said, the unhappy, the lost, the undesirable, right? Elements of our community. That's dangerous.
As you should.
well,
You know what
it
I'm
also, too,
saying?
depends where you moved
I'm
out
not
the
gonna
hood.
sit here. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you and be one of these fake Pan-Africanists talking about the police. That's fake. I can't stand it, right? I'm telling you the reality. You know, reality is this: you could be in a store, you bump somebody the wrong way, and next thing you know, guns are coming out and people. I seen it with my own eyes.
Okay, I hear that.
Wrong
But you
place
could
at the
also
wrong
be
time.
shot by the police. Like,
Yeah,
what are you saying?
hold on. What do I need to do to be shot by the police? I'm not robbing no store. I'm not going 100 miles an hour through the neighborhood. What do I need to be shot
I
by?
mean,
the
really, Carlos. So do I really have to start naming all these people?
police?
who were shot
Hold
and
on.
didn't do
I
anything?
deal with police. I go.
Do we have
every
to name
day.
the
I've
amount of
never had
people
an
who
incident
were
with the
being
police.
shot in
Why is
their
that?
own community?
I'm older than you are, right? I've had
Yeah.
encounters with the police when I never felt like I was in need to be afraid of the police. I'm not.
I
Afraid
mean, that's
of
fortunate, Carla, but a lot of us
them.
have.
And so no. I think what it is let me be honest with you, right? This is what it is, and we take what I'm saying. A lot of black men don't not like authority. As simple as that. I know because I used to work club security. You tell somebody button your shirt up, they're gonna freaking as soon as you turn your back, they're gonna unbutton your shirt. You gotta walk up to them. Didn't I tell you to button your shirt up and tuck your shirt, pull your pants up? Yeah, but nigga, get the fuck out of the club. You know?
No, but Carla,
Negroes
that's
don't want to
a separate issue.
Black people don't want to obey authority. When the cop pulls you over, he asks you for your ID, give it to him. Don't go reaching for shit. Don't go freaking try like you gonna manhandle, fight the cops. You're gonna lose.
No, Carla, this is the issue. You got older and you don't live in a hood.
No, I've been like
so
that my
you
whole life.
separated.
I'm not
separated from the
Hold
issue.
on, I'm not stupid. The bottom line is this. Maybe I'm older, but the bottom line, the truth is the truth. When you go out there in the world and whatnot, and the bottom line is this: you know the world we live in. When that guy cops pull that lights on, pull the fuck over, shut the fuck up, right? Get your lawyer, and you wait till you have your day in court. And I've
That's
done
what
that.
Philando Castile did. He still got killed.
Well, who? But yeah, that
Philando
was an
Castile.
exception. That was an exception.
Tony
that was an
Robinson
exception.
in
That guy
Ohio,
shouldn't have been.
he
a
got
police
killed
officer.
from a distance.
That's
He
all.
didn't
That's
even
the
get a
exception.
chance.
But the bottom line, I'm not gonna be walking around.
All police killings are exceptions, Colin.
Hold on,
The
I know,
issue is
but
the
I'm not
response
gonna-
to
I'm not
how
gonna-
after it
I'm
happens.
not gonna build my life around the
police.
exception. So we're
There are more
supposed to. In
people
other
in the
words, basically,
community.
I should be sit here and miserably and unhappy thinking about Philando Castile. It's a sad situation. Michael Brown, that was a sad
I
situation.
mean, Colin, you talk about a bunch of black people killing each other in community. That's rare in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, no, it's not rare.
It is rare. There's 50 million of
not
us.
rare.
There's a few thousand murders.
It's not
That's
rare
nothing,
that a
bro.
lot of young black men. Listen, I remember and growing up in New York when a lot of young black men didn't live
I
to the
lost 3
age
cousins to
of
murder.
25 years old. It's real. And so to say it's not
Look,
real.
hold up, Mufasa, I lost 3 cousins by the age of 30 to gun violence and murder. 3 first cousins. My cousin
Okay, it's
Ali,
real.
my cousin Lenny, my
Oh,
cousin
no,
Albie. 3 cousins of mine, you know,
The
young
point
men,
you're
30 years
making-
old, and 30 years old, prime in their life. Each one of them was 30 when they got killed.
Okay,
You
but
know?
the point you guys are
Don't
making,
tell
you're
me
making
it's
this
not-
numbers
yeah,
argument.
it's
You're saying,
real.
oh, because there's so
I don't
many
know anybody. Look,
police
I don't know
interactions
anybody,
and so few
I don't know
deaths.
anybody in my family, in my immediate family, that was killed by police. I do know people that was killed by stupid shit on senseless shit on the streets.
Okay, but a lot of them was stupid themselves. The same
What
argument
are
you're
you talking
making
about
about the
yourself?
police.
You know, you mind your damn business.
It's very
When I-
rare
like-
that these are
Oh,
people
my
that
cousin
just
Albie
aren't
never
doing
hurt. My
anything.
cousin
Most of
Albie
these
never hurt
killings are
nobody. When
involved.
he was a sweet innocent kid, and when he
Okay,
was a
well,
sweet
that's
innocent kid,
it happens
but nothing.
just like sometimes the police killings happen.
Yeah,
But
so
most of the
bottom line
deaths,
is-
people
hold
are
on,
into
point,
it.
The point I'm trying to make is, okay, if you could say that it happens, police happen when that, why the fuck I need to run to Africa? You know, why
Because
has
Tyler,
anything?
When's the last time you saw a police officer, Mustafa?
What do you mean? Like I got pulled over by one or something?
No, like, do you see police every day?
Yeah, I live downtown San Diego. Yeah, I see them every day.
So when
All
you
day.
when you see them all day, every day, how many times does police say something to you every day so that you see
They don't-
one every day?
They don't pull me over here. I haven't been pulled over in a while.
So you haven't been pulled over in I guess in several years, but you
Yeah,
see police officers every
Well,
day.
it's where I live, though. It's where I live. So when I used to live in Southeast San Diego, they would follow me, like, or where I grew up in Lemon Grove.
I get followed by police
I would get
too,
followed
and I
all
don't
the
like
time.
it either. But
So when
the
you
bottom
lived in
line is,
when you
I
used to
am not
live
gonna
in a
be
high
like, yo,
crime
you know
area,
something? You know
people
something?
would pull you over.
You check
Right,
out. You know, I get followed by the police all the time, and it burnt. Trust me, I don't like it at all. You know what I'm saying? But the bottom line is this: that ain't enough for me to say, you know something? I got to bum rush the coast, and I got to get the fuck out of here and be stuck in Zongo land. You know? No,
and I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, you're making it seem as if people are just wanting to leave for no reason. It's not.
No,
for no
I know.
reason.
I'm
they
saying
have their
people,
reasons, Mustafa.
People got their reason when that, but the bottom line is, I don't see people when I give them the like when I did my book Journey to the Promised Land, right? Remember the one part, Dreams Tall? You read my book, Mufasa.
Yeah, I did.
The Dreams Tall Tales when that, and people try to justify why they're on that voyage. Remember that?
No.
Some people just want to. If you say, I just want to change the scenery,
There's nothing wrong with that.
there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I want to live in an African country. I have no problem with that, right? I said, like I said, we played a video of Angola last night, right? I said, look, if I could, that new city they built, Kalunda, right outside of Luanda, all those apartment buildings, I said, I would move there. You know, I said like this: if the right situation, I said, but I can't. I got a business here and whatnot. If I was able to transfer my business or do something over there where I got into something like I can make the same type of money, I'd move there. You know, I would in a minute. You know, not because I'm leaving. One thing I always tell people when I'm in Africa, right? They'll say, "How's America?" I'll never ever tell somebody, "Oh, I can't wait. I'm glad I'm in Africa. I'm getting persecuted by police." No, I say I got a good life in America. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I got this. I got a business. I got a nice. Oh, you really do. So you never let nobody. You especially Africans. You never give them the thing that you're fleeing from something and whatnot. You're just desperate when they're gonna treat you just like that.
You know, I'm just looking at a thing about a job. They got a job in New York City to be the something about immigrant affairs. It pays $239,000. $239,000 a year to be the director or chairman of immigrant affairs. Maybe I should apply for that position. What do y'all think?
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it, man. Go for it. You know what I'm saying? With anybody, we'll hold on. We'll deport Zongo.
Yeah. I like Zongo, man.
Zongo's mad at me and whatnot.
Zongo's up there. Isn't he up there?
Yeah, he's up there.
I don't really like Zongo.
Shots and whatnot.
Yeah, we'll deport Zongo.
Now, this guy, Lewis, I said, I'm working
like
with CIA.
Elvis.
Now I'm a CIA guy. I was a colonizer. Remember that? I was
Before you
colonizer.
was a colonizer.
Nah,
No
just
matter
now I'm a
what you
CIA.
do, it's always going to be something wrong with it and something wrong with you.
That's why you can't win
because
for
you're
losing. That's
African
why I don't promote
American. That's what it
Pan-Africanism no more.
is.
You know, because nobody.
You know?
Because the bottom line is this: I'm like, if you want to go to Africa, hey, look, go for it, whatever like that. If you got an opportunity and everything like that, fine.
Help yourself.
I'm never gonna tell somebody that out in the clear blue sky, you need to go to Africa because America's this, that. No, America's still the best place in the world for you. You know, that's the truth. You know,
if it wasn't, people wouldn't be trying to die to
people
get
would
over
be
it.
trying to be fucking get here. You know, that's just the truth.
No, I mean, I think the issue is self-determination and being able to do your own thing.
Hold on, I don't think. Hold on, let me ask you a question about that, Mufasa. Right?
Yeah.
People say self-determination, do your own thing, but how can you go someplace where you have no political voice, no political power, you're not in large numbers, and you can't do nothing? So how's that self-determination?
Well, you'd have to change your mentality and identity. So, like,
So I don't want to change my identity.
Yeah.
I don't want to change my identity.
Well, that's you. But other people,
I
giving up on the idea.
I don't want to change my identity. You know, I don't want to change. Why do you need to do
you.
that?
You giving up the idea of Pan-Africanism. Everybody else
I don't want to change my identity.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that, Mustafa. So why is it that the Africans won't change their identity?
They don't change their identity.
They don't want to change. They want to stay Igbos and Hausas. And
Elvis is a crime.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that.
They do.
I don't know about that.
I
see a lot of them. They're indistinguishable from us. I see them dressing like us. I see them moving, trying to talk like us.
They don't think like a whole Mufasa, right? Like I said, the Mind Stone. Go back and listen to my show, The Mind Stone. The African American mind is different from the African mind.
Ask Elvis. Elvis,
our two minds are different.
Do you want to change your identity, Elvis?
Of course he don't.
Elvis, are you there?
Where was Elvis born?
Elvis was born in Liberia.
In Liberia.
Okay, well, ask his kids.
Yeah, I'm here, right? But
yeah,
do you want your kids to be African American?
I've kept part of my identity as an African crime man, but I've adopted to American culture as well. So it's about adaptability.
But when you decided to get yourself a wife, right? You selected somebody from your community, did you not? Why did you do that?
Exactly.
Why? Why did you do that?
Cultural similarities.
You want to preserve who you are, you know, right?
Exactly. Because you were raised in America. You could have got along with an African American woman. You made a decision to continue, even though you're in America, right? And you've made certain adaptations. You wanted your children to learn the foods and to learn the culture from your country because you anchor yourself in that. Do you not?
Answer him, Elvis.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why you did it. So I'm telling you, Mustafa, they want us to do what they would not imagine to do.
Them people don't want to be black. They're bleaching their skin. Name the
That's
last
not what
time
I'm
you.
talking
Let me
about.
the last time you was in America and you seen a native wear and it wasn't an African American. They don't wear no Igbo clothes, no Yoruba clothes, no.
It's not just about clothes.
It doesn't matter what they
That's
wear.
part of their culture, and it's your identity.
That's the outward display of their culture.
He decided that he was.
They don't
let
want
me
to
tell
be.
you what he did. He decided to get a woman from his particular tribe, one, so he can teach the children the language, so she could teach the children the food, the culture, okay, at home. And then so they can have a dual identity. One, an American identity out in the street. They were born in America, therefore they're Americans. But they're not just Americans. See, this is what I'm trying to explain. They want to be able to have the ability to code switch. They want to rely on what they feel keeps them strong. This is why when we say to them, you need to take your culture and put it in the museum. I'm not giving up my tribe because every immigrant will tell you, if they're really seriously your friend and tell you the truth, that the last thing they want to do is give up their culture and be like you.
I disagree. I don't see a lot of pride in these people's culture. They're going to give you the fake thing that they give all Americans.
Those are the ones who will tell you the truth. The other ones are not telling you the truth. Why do you think you got
What I'm
people?
saying is, what
One
do you
second,
see?
Mustafa.
You don't see them
I
expressing
know a
their
lot
culture.
of them. No. Why do you think that you got people who've been in America for 50 years and still got an accent from their country?
That's because they came here too late. After a certain point, you don't lose your accent.
No,
You don't lose
that's
your
not
accent
true. That
after
is
you like your
not
20s,
true.
bro.
Yeah, that is not true. That is totally not true. They continue
You're not
to use
gonna
that.
lose your accent, Dollar Bill. Come on
They
now.
continue to keep their accent because they do not want to be African Americans in that respect. I'm telling you, you got people who've
Elvis
been here
don't
since
have
they were
no
8.
accent.
Listen, you've got people who've been, Elvis is not one of them, but I'm sure he knows plenty. There are people who've been here since they were 8 and still have an accent.
If they've been here since they're 8, they sound like Americans.
Not
period.
all of them.
All
I'm
of them.
telling you, that's not true. And I've been on this earth for longer than you have.
Bro, you don't go to
disrespect.
school.
Hey, hold on. Don't Bomani. He's been here since he was 10 years old. He's still got an accent, right?
Exactly.
Bomani has been here since he's 10, you sure?
Slight,
Yes.
Bomani's
not
been here since
that
he was
deep.
10 years old.
And he
His
still has
accent
an
ain't
accent.
that heavy. His accent's not that heavy.
Yeah, it is heavy, man. When he starts putting that bumble cloud on
Listen to Bomani.
Heavy is that
Hey, when he does
video.
that, I talked
Even
to him,
his
man, when he
bumble
does that
clot
bumble
don't
clot, yo,
sound
bumble
all
clot,
Jamaican like
Come on,
that.
bro.
Even his bumble clot don't sound right.
I've seen a Jamaican at the store today. Nah, his accent not that heavy.
Yeah, when he's talking to you, it's not heavy. Wait till another Jamaican comes next to him and they start conversing together. See how he sounds then.
Okay,
I don't want to have to.
Also, too, ain't he from like Brooklyn or something like that?
Yeah, yo, look, I was on tour with him for 10 days and whatnot. Trust me, that dude's
When
Jamaican.
they get around their people,
No, he's Jamaican, but I'm saying he from Brooklyn.
Strongly Jamaican. His mother, I met his mother. Everybody's
Is he not from Little Jamaica, aka Brooklyn?
No, he's from what you call. He's from East New York.
Yeah, he's from New York, bro. So they raised around a bunch of all them immigrants, all that stuff like that.
there's a lot of black people in East New York, brother. Come on,
but
man.
I'm saying, well, what households is you in, and what accent are they speaking with?
I'm
That's
saying
what
to you, they code switch.
That's cool. I mean, that's fine. That's like speaking another language. But I'm saying, you keeping your accent, most of that shit is like involuntary. Like when I was a kid and I'll go back to Illinois, I'll come home sounding different. But I stayed in Nigeria for 4 months. You know what I'm saying? And I changed, I said a couple words. I said a couple words and stuff like that, but my accent didn't change because it's too late. I'm 30 years old. I'm not going to change my accent. I think that's you could just get too old for that.
There's some people, because if they continue to talk a certain way, hold on one second. I'm going to bring it up. Hold on. I'm going to let me see if I can.
No,
You guys keep talking.
what Mufasa is saying is actually correct. The older you come here, the harder it is to lose your accent. You know, my sister barely have an accent. I think I have a bit of an accent. Had I come here at 5 or younger, I probably wouldn't have any accent. So it's true what he's saying.
I don't hear no accent out of.
I definitely hear accent.
Carla, I put it up on the thing. Could
Oh,
you
you
play
hear
it,
it
please?
from
It's
Elvis?
a short.
Yeah, from
It's
Elvis,
not a
yeah.
long one. It's a short.
I don't hear it. He sound like
He sound like somebody. He sound like one of your cousins or something.
I put it up on the. I put it up on the.
You guys got to start putting. You guys got the present button. You guys can put up yourself.
It's a short. It's
If I just heard him talking, I wouldn't say like, yeah, he sound like he got an accent. I wouldn't think that.
Yeah, put up the short. It's a little short. It's but a couple of seconds long.
Mystic Dime. I didn't have an arranged marriage, but I purposely wanted to marry somebody for my culture.
Lately.
Hold on. I purposely wanted to marry somebody for my culture, precisely
Okay,
for
look
some
at
of
the
the
video for a
reasons
minute.
that Dollar Bill said.
It's not always pride either.
Why is it dark? Hold up.
It should be able to.
Whoa, what are you putting up, Dollar Bill? What is that?
Hold up. Something went wrong.
Let me see if I press it, what happens.
Oh, I just saw the video. Hold up. Okay, hold up. Okay, here we go. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Just like that comedian Godfrey, he don't really have an accent. Nigeria.
Out, right? Let me say I'm going to some different part of these United States of America. The number of places that I could get away with that kind of behavior is limited, okay? We're talking on New York, and even New York is very specific, right? Like, it's going to be Brooklyn, it's going to be Jamaica, Queens, right? And probably Atlanta with a push. So I got to walk in, see who's serving me, and be like, may I have some sofritas, please?
That's not the one I put up.
Everybody always talks about
right here.
like it's a bad thing, but there are pros and cons. Sometimes I'm really grateful for this.
So here, when the code switching has become dead,
that's
right?
a stitch.
If you are say a Caribbean person,
That's the one you sent me.
Florida,
yeah,
more often than not, assuming everybody Caribbean until proven otherwise, right? So when I walk into my Chipotle, I could confidently, right, make a request. Give me some sofritas there, and I know I'm going to get some sofritas, right? But let me say I get flued out, right? Let me say I go into some different part of these United States of America. The number of places that I could get away with that kind of behavior is limited, okay? We're talking on New York, and even New York is very specific, right? Like, it's going to be Brooklyn, it's going to be Jamaica, Queens, right? And probably Atlanta with a push. So I got to walk in, see who's serving me, and be like, may I have some sofritas, please?
Hey, what's this Snagalaga?
So they're talking about code switching. Here this guy Lewis Collar's working for the CIA to hate on other blacks like Tariq Nasheed. What are we doing when we point out similarities? Okay,
and the bottom line, like we got Zongo mad at me and whatnot. They're so not used to black people in America fighting. Somebody like me fighting for my people. Somebody like me is supposed to be down on my own people and kissing. And so I don't see no difference between somebody basically kissing up to white people like a Candace Owens and somebody basically kissing up to an Afro dumbass. You know, I don't see the difference. If you hate,
back in the day, it used to be normal because like we would be trying to stand up for them because everybody was down on them. But then they came here and went humble, so now we can't do it.
Okay, I agree with that. You know, the bottom line is I don't see. Like, look, when you come to this country, you're in our domain, our dominion, our domain. And the bottom line is you come over here, and the whole thing is when people talk about how much better they are because they have this idea that we don't know who we are. We know who the fuck we are. We're here 4 years. Like I said last night, we have a community in Virginia Beach that's like the oldest black community in North America called SeaTac in Virginia Beach. The oldest African American community. Beautiful. Bishop Thurgood, you know, the late Bishop Thurgood, right? You go down to SeaTac, they got a community center, rows of houses. Not people are just so freaking friendly. Nice houses too. It's a part of Virginia Beach. And we got so many sections of Virginia Beach that are originally black, you know. SeaTac and is like the oldest African community in America, one of the oldest African communities in America. You know, they're made up by free blacks and maroon blacks, you know, in America, you know. Now look at this fool. America is not your country, fool. See, we're not supposed to have a country. What is America then? You know, the Gullah Geechee people of the Carolinas, I guess, you know, the only place the Gullah Geechee people exist is Florida, South Carolina, and Georgia, right? So I guess where's that at, Lewis? America.
He's the same guy, right? Like Zongo, who said, "Oh, I have my American citizenship, so I'm an African American."
No, he's in the UK.
No, but I'm just saying, if he was here, he would do a Zongo on us.
Yeah,
I'm an African American, so let me check African Americans so I can get this job. So I know they're looking for African Americans. I'm African and I'm American. I'm African American.
It's always clout saying you're African American. It's no flex saying I'm a fucking Ghanaian fucking refugee or migrant. You know,
it's the game. Make you think that what you have is worthless.
That's what I'm saying. It's a fucking psychological game Africans have been playing on us You know, in the name of Pan African, and us Pan Africans, I apologize, right? Because I bought into that shit for years. You know, I bought into that for years, man, belittling myself, disrespecting my ancestors, my people. And Nakmeezy was right about that, you know. Yeah, one thing Nakmeezy was right about, you know.
I used to hate it all the time, man, when I check
So
out
here's
Dinah
the
Samir's show, man. I just couldn't believe this guy. I kept
where
saying, well, maybe he's not really African American. He's the only guy that has a platform that allows other people to come on his platform and talk down about his own people.
where did the Pan-African ideology come from?
The Pan-African, it used to be called Pan-Negroism. It was basically a mimic of the Pan-Europeanism that the Black people experienced in America, where they would see white men, the Dutch, Irish, Italian, Portuguese. They used to be called the conquering Caucasians, you know. White people were just one white mob and whatnot. So Black people figured if white people could do that, you know, we create the African church. That means if you came from Angola, you came from Nigeria, you're Igbo, whatever like that, we congregate in these churches called the African church. So no matter what part of Africa you came from, Haiti, whatever like that, you identify as an African. I mean, you're part of the Black race, you know? You know, it's about the Black race. But we were just basically mimicking. We thought that because at the time, race was real. Most scientists believe race was real. Most sociologists believe race was real. Unfortunately, Africans got educated in the post-racial world. In the post-racial world in the 60s and that, the world started moving away from race. And before the 1960s, everybody was like, yeah, there's certain races of this. Dollar Bill knows what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, yeah.
Race was real, you know, and every metric race was used. Then suddenly, basically, people start saying, no, maybe there is no color, race don't exist. They even tried to say Nelson Mandela wasn't truly Black, when he was just Black by race is a social construct. They start coming up with that and everything. And that's how modern Africa was educated. Race is just a social construct. But African Americans, we've been here for 400 years. To us, race is real. Because we've seen people get killed and enslaved because of what? Their race. So it became real. It's real to us. And so we have this idea of Pan-African.
No, but it's real, period.
It's real. No, but I'm saying, but there's a lot
But
of
to
people
them, it's not real.
Hold on. There's a lot of people in Africa who don't believe race is real, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they're just uneducated. They don't know no better.
Well, hold on.
So-called
That's really relative, you know, because you could basically make the argument. It's like this: if it's top scientists, socialize now, Chad, they had a Time magazine article back in the 90s, right? That said, "Does race really exist?" And I said, and the article scared me because I said to myself, "Wait a minute, that was my height of the Million Man March years when I was bliggity black power and whatnot, you know." Then I saw this article. There's a race doesn't exist. It was right when Mandela became president. Did somebody telling me that race does not exist? I said, this is going to complicate things in the future. Was I right? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I was right.
Right about what?
Almost 30 years ago.
Right about what?
This post-racial ideology.
The post-racial stuff.
Yeah, but that's just another trick. That's just tricknology.
But it works working though.
I know it works, but it doesn't make it true.
Mufasa, every time you turn on the TV, what do you see? A Black woman with a white husband, you know?
Yeah, no. They've been working on that since before that. Like, if you really go back and study a lot of the movies, you watch.
Not even the movie, television commercials, you know?
I know that, but I'm saying they're working on this thing on a deeper level. The whole thing turning Black women into white men, that's kind of new. That's the past maybe 15 years, a decade or
Black and white is the social construct.
No, the social contract. No, it's white. White and non-white are the only real races that matter. Everything else, they're just doing this to confuse people, and so white people can so white people can maintain their power. No, but look, race is a social construct, whatever, but it doesn't make a difference. It's still real. It's still like the borders of the United States are a social construct that's made up. That's not coming from God.
It's enforced by law. Hey, look, exactly. That sign that says 55 miles an hour may be a social construct. Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, you go 20 miles over that, see what happens.
Yeah, real talk. This Beretta in my hand is a social construct. Like, it still can kill you.
So you think it's time to throw Pan-African away, Carla?
Well, I'm just saying it has to evolve. Now,
Evolving
Afro
to
Think
what?
Tank, his version of Pan-Africanism, absolutely
Yeah,
not.
it's over with. Yeah, it's over with for that. I'm still a Pan Africanist though.
Evolve
I'm
into what?
Pan-Africanist too.
No,
Tell
no,
me
no.
what you evolve into.
Okay, go ahead, Colin.
No, my thing is Pan-Africanism is like I said, I believe that Pan-Africanism has to mean Black people and African Americans should basically never lose their identity. You know, just like they call. Like, let me give you. I have no problem with seeing like a little Senegal, little Sierra Leone, little Monrovia in different parts of the thing, where immigrants stick together and stuff like that. I want to know why is it that Black people in America, like my friend Pandini, right, from Namibia, says, "Man, you African. He's a black he's a nationalist, right? A Pan-Africanist, right? He's a BAO guy or not. He says." If you guys came to Namibia right now, I could see you guys having your own communities. And he goes, you guys got to build your own enclaves and communities and everything. And everything. You guys will be happy among yourselves or not. He goes, they understand you're in the country. So you're going to basically be integrated just by being in the country. You're going to socialize with the people. But he said, you guys need to stick together, you know? And a lot of people who care about Black America say, yo, look, when y'all go overseas, y'all need to start sticking together. You know, people care about us. People who don't care about us, right, always insist that we integrate or lose our identity and assimilate and everything. I'll take hundreds of years to assimilate back into a culture, you know?
What immigrants, when they come to a place, they gather together, they work together, they have restaurants together that they patronize.
They have commerce together, they have lotteries, they have susus.
So the immigrants need to go into a museum, but African Americans got to stay.
No, I didn't say that.
American.
That's not what I said.
You said the tribes got to go into a museum, but we got to maintain our tribe.
Mufasa, we never said your ethnic group, right?
I said people's ethnic group needs to go, so they can have one national identity.
That was told what you said, Dollar Bill.
No, see, I'm giving a complete explanation when I say that certain people need to go, not physically put a tribe in a museum. I'm talking about the culture needs to go in a museum.
Tribal culture.
The tribal culture.
But we have our ethnic group is also African Americans are our ethnic group.
Right,
so
right.
Shouldn't we go in there too?
There's nothing wrong with somebody being proud that they
because we're in America where everybody has an ethnic group. We are defining our ethnic group. We are defining who we are as a people. But we don't have but hold up. But we don't have a land base. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? Because if you're in Africa, in a specific country, you might have hundreds, maybe thousands of different ethnicities in one place. How can you have a national identity? Do you see what's going on in Rwanda since they tried to get rid of those two fighting fractions? They are becoming one Rwanda. Yeah. And while they're becoming one Rwanda, they've made leaps and bounds over other African countries.
And they're almost illegal. It's illegal to mention tribe in that country.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so why are African Americans above that? Why?
Because we don't have a landmass that we control on our own. If we had a landmass, we wouldn't have a tribe. We would have a national identity.
We would have let's say Mufasa. Let's say we had this territory called the African. We would call ourselves Africanistan. That means anybody could come there and assimilate and become one of us. You know, that would be good. Now, tribal means that if you're not African American, you can't come. No, you could always have people absorbed into your culture and stuff like that. If you're the majority, you know.
I know, but Kyle, everything you were saying was tribal. You're like, if we go to these other countries, we got to stay as African Americans.
No.
What part of Pan-Africanism is that?
Hold up. I'm saying that you could be Pan-African. Doesn't mean you have to lose your identity because you know why? Because Africans never lost their identity.
Yeah, because they're slow. Because they're slow.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. You deal with Africans and whatnot, you know, they're going to put they'll tell you, they'll put their tribe first and everything. And there's certain times where you don't feel like you're included, whatever like that. And I said, I'm fine. You guys are going to do your little bossa thing. You're going to do your Kron thing, whatever like that. I'm cool with that, right? And they include me in certain things. They don't, but I understand. Okay, I'm not Liberian. I'm not Liberian. I'm not Liberian. I'm not a Kron man. I'm not a Gribbo man.
What is that? All that crying, all that bullshit. What is that doing for anything, Colin?
Look. Bottom line is this:
it could be celebrated.
Hold on. Let me tell you something, Mufasa. Your tribal affiliation, right, in a poor country can make the difference between who eats and who starves.
Yeah, that shit could make a difference between.
Okay, but that's because. But what I'm saying, you're stating the reality.
Look. Bottom line is, we don't need in Black America. Me being Black American does not put food on my table or politically connected, whatever like that. You know, if you're basically, if like, let me give this guy named Kamar was elected finance minister under Sirleaf, right? He was a Mandingo, right? All the Mandingos in from Guinea to Liberia rejoice of a Kamar. I think he was corrupt, to tell you the truth. You know, he said some shit about Mr. Rosenthal. You know, I don't like him. I never liked that guy. But the bottom line is he was finance minister and everything like that. And the bottom line, all his kinfolk and everything, his village and everything, they were just so proud because they knew they would benefit from his position. You see how it works? You see how it works? You know, we're not living in that sort of society where Black America, like if somebody Black America, like I said,
that's not why they were happy. They were happy because the Mandingo are almost like an oppressed group in Liberia. They've been discriminated
I know
against
that, but I'm saying
historically. So
because
that's
one
why.
of their own was in the top position. I remember them days, you know. I remember that.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, because they have been marginalized within the society. That's why. But had it been a dribble man or color man,
one of their guys, they guys and whatnot, and so to them that was Mandingo pride. You know, one of our guys is representing the government. You know, so it may not be seen to you, Mufasa, but in Africa, yes, your tribal identity is a big deal.
No, I understand that it's a big deal, but what I'm saying is we could let that go. The whole idea of Pan-Africanism is that everyone else sees the world as bigger than that. We're still stuck on tribes.
You cannot do that without power. You know, we don't have power. You know, you understand? We don't have.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we're wrong.
No, it
just means we don't have power.
Look, you don't have power. If you don't have power, you have nothing. What are you talking about?
Okay, but ideologically, I'm not gonna say they're right.
Power. You have
just
no
because
power.
I don't have power. No,
you don't have
listen.
no power,
Two things can be true at the same time. I cannot have power. I don't have power, and they're stupid. Both things are true.
We don't have a stake on the continent. We don't have no interest on the continent. We have nothing tangible.
Right.
So we're not coming to Africa as equals, right? And that's the way Africans treat us. Like we're people with not a government and stuff like this. Like what you say about Pan-African, those Africans are not stupid. Elvis and all those other Elvis says, yeah, our people got control over Liberia. That's fine. He does. You know, Zongo got control over Ghana. Yes. Tell me what you control, Mufasa.
I don't control a country.
All right, then. So you can't have it be a parent. You're not his equal. You know, because you don't have.
We're better than them.
Table.
Let's just me as a part of African of America.
Hold on. What do you? Look, come on, stop. The African American thing is a joke.
How's that a joke?
To the table.
Okay, then I'm an American. Then if we gonna do that,
you're an American. But the bottom line,
I'm an American, so I'm way bigger than them.
They could. You understand what's been going on the last couple of years? Africans are actually sitting down with congressional people. The governor of Rhode Island right now just met with the president of Liberia and whatnot. The Liberian community in Rhode Island is very strong and powerful, right? They don't need you no more. They're here in America themselves. They don't need you anymore. They don't need your voice. They deal with the Congressional Black Caucus themselves. They don't need you anymore. They got the senators, everything. They got everything they need. And Africans know that. They don't need those. That's why Pan was dying, because they don't need Black America no more.
I disagree with that. I think they need let me ask you this. Does America need us?
What?
Yeah, they do.
Matter what America needs.
America needs us to spend that money.
America, we put $1.2 trillion in the economy every year.
Exactly. So if we're useful here, we can be useful there.
How are we going to be useful there? How are we going to have?
We're productive. All of us here are productive. We have skills.
What you mean is we can be used.
Look, Mufasa, don't believe Colin. Don't believe Colin. If you go to Africa with the mindset that you want to integrate with the people and you don't see yourself as
Oh,
better
stop
than
it,
them,
Elvis.
you will
Stop
be
it. Stop
accepted, and
that.
all the
Stop
rights that
it.
You
African
just
has
said you'll
will
never
be given
rule
to you.
anything in Africa.
We'll
Yeah,
never
You
have
the
any
other
power
my
over
gentleman
tribe.
said
Africa.
One
that you're
second, Dollar
waiting for
Bill.
us to come back and
Yeah,
try to
yeah,
get
yeah,
power.
yeah,
You
yeah,
said
yeah,
you're waiting for that day. Isn't that what
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
said?
yeah, yeah, yeah. The
Didn't you
smaller
say that?
tribe. Hold on, Dollar Bill. The smaller
He's
tribes in
just being
Liberia will
adversarial.
get.
That's all.
Yeah, will probably never have power there too. It's about numbers. Smaller tribes will probably
So the bottom
will
line
be a
is,
hard
so in
time
other
for them
words,
to gain political
basically,
power.
since we don't have an
So it's all about
Afghanistan,
numbers. If you don't
look,
have the numbers, it will be impossible to
the whole
have political
idea of
power.
an
That's my
Afghanistan,
point.
look, the whole idea of Afghanistan will give the diaspora, African Americans and the slave descendant diaspora, Jamaicans, everybody else, a homeland where they're the majority. You know, that's all. And since Africans don't want that, we could never have Pan-Africanism, you know, because it's one-sided.
I feel like there's a contradiction in what you're saying.
Hold on. Even Jamaicans right now, do you know Liberia just made a agreement with Barbados? And when there was like 500 Barbados people, right after we did our tour, another group came over, tourism from Barbados, 500 people, you know, because there's a history of the Barbados in Liberia. And so they're basically rebuilding. That's between two governments. Black America is not a government, you know? We wasted a whole century fucking around in America instead of saying, look, you know, we want a nation, a government of our own. This is why I say we need an Afghanistan, you know? You guys want to keep playing around until you have a government of your own, Mufasa. You're wasting.
I'm an American. I have a government. I'm an American.
America, yeah. The bottom line, you don't represent America in Africa. The face of America in Africa is those white people.
Yeah, but that's something we could work on.
Well, how do we work on that? You know,
we should start lobbying for these type of things. We gotta organize and start
really
lobbying for these.
All right. Do you think people thought about that already?
I mean, okay. What do you mean they thought about? Thought about what?
Let's abandon the children again. Say the hell with them. Let's say the hell with trying to learn them how to read, how to write, how to compute, and let's run over and escape to Africa.
Not true,
I
Carla.
mean, that's just how you see it. Some people look at it like, look, we all black.
Linda Thomas Greenfield is African American, and she had a lot of influence in Liberia from the U.S. government.
That lady was a freaking clown, man. You know, she was a bootlicking clown, Elvis. Or not, you know, she's nothing but a white woman in blackface. That's all she was. Linda Greenfield, whatever her freaking name is. Couldn't stand that lady.
I want to go back to what Dollar Bill said about putting the tribe in the museum or the culture, what?
The ethnicities, those ethnic groups need to be in the tribe. And you know what? In the museum, you can have them out for parades.
That's if you want me. If
you want them to come out.
Bottom line is this: hold up, Jacobson.
But that's how you make civilizations disappear, though.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Listen, hold on, you can have this. Let me tell you something. If you have people who choose education and enlightenment and stuff like that, enlightened people will see. Like, let me give you a perfect example. Of what I'm talking about, right? People say, "Well, China and Japan hate each other," but do you know the whole time? Even when China was going to war with the Sino-Japanese War, there was large numbers of Chinese and Japanese who were doing business together, fellowshipping, even marrying and fellowshipping and socializing together. You know, even while they was going to war with each other. You know, the bottom line is they think on a higher level. Tribalism does not allow you to think beyond your tribe, whatever like that. You know, I have no problem with people, their culture evolving to the point where it's like an ethnicity. That means you know your history, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, who are these tribes that don't
have
know
a
their
parade.
history and all
the
that?
Irish have their parade.
Give me an example of these people who don't know their history.
The Puerto Rican Day Parade.
Well, I'm saying, what I'm saying is,
but their culture is not in a museum, Dollar Bill.
Yes, it is. They're not practicing. They're not practicing their Irish culture here in America. They just got one day where they get together, okay, and drink.
For the most part, they became Americans.
They're Americans. One day out of the year, they're all Irishmen, and they get to practice Irish people things. That's what they do.
If a person don't want to give up his tribe to become a Liberian or a Nigerian, well, that's a problem. You see yourself as Europe before you see yourself a Nigerian. That's a problem. Okay, well, nobody say that's a freaking problem. Just like in South Africa right now.
There he goes. America is not your country, fool. Then where is our country then? Lewis?
We the lost tribe of Israel in the Bible, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
We're the lost tribe.
Hold on. So y'all saying America's not our country either?
Hold up. Let me ask you a question.
He's the one that's saying it. Louis Awa.
No, but are you saying that America is not our country?
It is our country. It's the only country we got right now. We don't have our own African.
We had Afghanistan.
So until we have an Afghanistan, America's our country. You know,
I mean, we're not gonna have an Afghanistan if you're anti-African.
It is what it is. So
how we anti-African?
Forget
we want our own thing. We want to be able to self-determine our own future. That means we're anti-African.
Like that, you know, that's how you do Pan-Africanism.
I'm just saying, the way the rhetoric you're saying, I don't see how you go to Africa.
Hold on. So in other words,
this.
hold on, Mufasa, you really think you're gonna have any meaningful relationship with Africa absent having your own diplomatic channels and government?
What do you mean?
But do we even have that here, though? That's my question.
Mufasa, let me ask you a question, Mufasa. Yeah. You've been listening to me for 16 years. Has a black man, your ancestor, my ancestors, right, African American, have we ever, as a group, signed any treaty with anybody?
No.
So what does that tell you? We don't exist.
No. We exist as Americans.
Yeah, so
exactly. You can't. It's illegal. It's illegal for you to do treaties with a foreign government as an American citizen if you're not the president.
The bottom line, hold on. The bottom line is this: we're in American captivity. America captured us.
We're in the land of our captivity.
No, you're American citizens. You're American citizens, and the American government acts on your behalf.
We don't want the American government acting on our behalf.
You came here by choice. We came here by force.
Okay, but earlier we were just going back and forth about people not wanting to leave America because they felt like they're not Americans. Now you're saying we're not Americans.
I'm saying, hold up, Mufasa, I'm saying
they act on your behalf by virtue of your citizenship.
Since the reality is that we're here in captivity, right? And the bottom line is, since everybody basically, no one came together and said, you know something, let's have a real discussion about nation building and stuff like that. No one wants to have that conversation. I'm saying, get Africa off your mind because you're not going to engage Africa.
Carla, you already have a nation. The United States is a nation.
We have a country. We don't have a nation. Okay, we have a country. We don't have a nation.
We have a country. We have a citizenship.
So the nation, Black America,
our
is a
nation
nation.
was Liberia until y'all threw us out. That was our nation.
Yeah, we built a nation in Liberia. Yeah, that was a nation. And so the bottom line, it is what it is.
That we can never come back and get power to a nation that we founded.
And so the bottom line
is what you said?
Everywhere we look,
we live that down, Elvis.
Didn't you say that? That we'll never come back and get power. That in fact, you guys are waiting for the day. Isn't that what you said?
They want if they could exterminate us, they would. You know.
That's what I said, Dollar Bill. Yeah, that's what I said.
That's exactly what you said. Stand on it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Square.
If they could exterminate us, they would. Trust me. They can get away with exterminating us, they would.
Because you want to tell us that America is our nation, because you want to deny us of the nation that we founded. Because we weren't fair and equitable to your people. Right? Isn't that how you feel? Because I never heard of anybody founding a nation.
Not you, Dollar Bill.
I've never heard of it.
The descendants. Hold on. Relax. Relax, Dollar Bill.
By another people, and they.
I'm not going to engage with you in this.
Have you heard
hold
that,
on, hold on.
I never heard of that.
Those people, the descendants of the people who founded Liberians, are Liberian citizens right now. You know that?
No,
those descendants. That's what I'm telling you. They are still there.
You know, how they're still there? They're the minority, less than 5%.
Yes.
How they gonna come back and take power?
And that's why I said it, because they're 5% of the people. That's my point. Now you get it.
When other African people are saying they're talking, their symbol, that's a symbol of them.
There are tribes in Nigeria that would never have political power because they're only like 1% of the population. You know that?
What you're really saying is that African Americans can never come back.
No, because they don't have the numbers. That's my point.
African Americans do have numbers. We got 50 million people. What you're
Not in
saying is,
Liberia.
yeah, but you're saying that we can never come back to to Liberia, and that you're waiting for the day that we try. That's what you said.
That's what Dave was saying. He said they're going to take the country back, and I said, well, what?
And that's what, and he triggered you to saying what you saying.
Yeah.
Right?
So if you go back and try to take it, you're gonna find resistance. They're gonna resist.
Of course.
So that's it.
But you know
Of
the real
course.
deal
So what are
is,
you disagreeing with?
most people don't want to go, because if they did, you can resist all you want with 2 million people against 50. The whole thing is that not enough of us wanted to go.
That's it.
And the
That's
other
it.
thing
That was
is,
it.
not
The
enough
mindset,
of
the
us
mindset that it is your country is false, because your ancestors in this form Liberia, those people who ancestors wanted the country are there. They're their descendants. Not everybody from the United States
you're
went to
wrong.
Liberia.
You're
No,
wrong.
I'm not wrong. It's like
You're wrong,
saying I'm
because
a
some of those
Nigerian
same,
because I'm a black man.
no, you're wrong, because some of those same people have ancestry
Can you
in
trace
my
your link?
country.
Can you trace your
Yes,
roots to
I'm
anybody in
sure.
Liberia?
Yes, I sure can.
No, you can't. You can't.
Yes,
You can't tell me
I can
any of
probably
your
get.
great uncles or great
Yeah.
grand
Oh
aunties who are
yeah, I'm sure.
Liberians.
I'm
Okay,
sure.
find it
I'm
on the next
sure.
show and tell us.
Hey, check this out. Check this out. If Dollar Bill is from the Gullah Geechee, he most likely he had relatives that settled in Liberia. It's most likely, because that's
Right?
where they mostly came from. Carolinas, South Carolina, Georgia, and stuff like that.
He knows that. I don't know why tonight he's giving me a hard time. He's giving.
No, because the panel been listening. You've been trying to give me a hard time, so I'm just returning the
I'm
favor.
not giving you a hard time, man.
No, you kept pushing my buttons, and now I'm responding to you. That's all.
I'm not trying to push your buttons.
So to what back to
stating the obvious.
I said the Pan-African movement it just can't continue the way it is right now. Right now, the Pan-African movement means Black America shells out everything. Africans get to disrespect us, say whatever they want about us, talk down to us, blah blah blah. We glorify Africa. There's no freaking accountability for anything. We get nothing out of it. When I have yet to see any success stories in Africa, none.
So you want to see the more Pan-African revival in America amongst African Americans?
I just want to see Black America. I just want to see Black America have a revival. Like I said, like the Million Man March. If I can capture the spirit of the Million Man March again, that spirit.
Why does it have to be tied into Africa? This is the thing that keeps killing me.
Why does it have to be tied to Africa?
Yeah, I need to know that.
Because of our genetic ancestry.
That's the
main reason.
It doesn't matter to them. They don't.
It doesn't have to be, but
it doesn't matter to them.
And that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. We've been basically everything we go do. We could have really built something, right? But we always on this. Oh, we gotta get Africa and whatnot, and we understand something because if we basically was built among ourselves and became strong in America, we could have basically did something. We could opportunity could have came with a country like South Africa, Angola, countries like that, and everything. Not the whole continent, but certain.
The reason it's tied to Africa is because it's strength in numbers. Strength in numbers.
No, they got millions of people that live in Africa.
Well, it's kind of like
a billion people in Africa.
What
exactly? You're talking about North Africa. You're talking about whites. You got whites. You got Indians. Everything.
There's no whites.
As far as Black Africans, you only talk about 700 million.
There's hardly any whites in Africa.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like what
5 million whites in South Africa alone, and they're in Angola, in Namibia, they're in Kenya.
Mauritania.
Are you kidding me? North
all
Africa.
Of those white people that live there and control those countries.
But it's a drop in the bucket.
It's controlled by whites,
Seychelles, Mauritania. Stop. White
it's a drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of things.
No, it's not a drop.
There's a billion people.
Africa, the mass poverty on the continent among Black people.
Exactly. Sub-Saharan Africa.
Sub-Saharan Africa is the poorest region.
Those people are poor.
That's part of the problem. You say, why does it have to be? It's like we disrespecting our ancestors, even though it's a long time ago.
We're disrespecting our ancestors. They're not honoring our ancestors. They could care less. They don't even call us Africans. They call us the Black.
Also, you ever notice that Dr. Americana, I'm gonna tell you something.
They don't really know if you really want to know.
Every time, look, up until recently, right? when people talk about I remember a former president of Nigeria, Babangida said he asked him, "What's wrong with African?" Right, and he just solely said, "He goes, I'll tell you what the problem with Nigeria and Africa is," and he just said this to shock me. And then he says, "It was that horrible transatlantic slave trade, that did it for Africa. That's why we're in the situation we're in all over the continent, right?" That over the years has changed, right?
I agree with
Africans, listen to what I'm saying. Africans will now say colonialism was the problem. They don't even talk. Dr. Eric Conner does speeches. She don't even mention the transatlantic slave trade. Before, up until that time, until recently, right? These new age Afro chic people, right, who say colonialism, neocolonialism, they even call us colonizers, right? And they even call white people Africans and whatnot, The truth was the problem. The reason why Africa is retarded right now in its growth and everything was the horrible transatlantic trade, the MAFA, the Holocaust.
Didn't Sir Walter talk about that?
Not no colonialism. Colonialism ended slavery.
And you know what? If you ask Africans who are in America, they'll tell you what's wrong with this position of Africans in America. They'll say it's because of those lazy African Americans.
So Africans don't even believe that the transatlantic slave trade was even real.
And they'll tell you.
Dollar Bill, you're just looking for smoke. You're just looking for smoke with African.
No, I'm just saying serious.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, Dollar Bill, you are. You're putting words in their mouth and saying things they've never said.
That's not true.
Ain't true.
You want me to show you the video?
Maybe the younger ones, they probably don't know, but the older ones, they know. Trust me.
They don't even care. They could care less.
I mean, some of them never knew about it, but the kings and the chiefs and shit, they know because they was the ones orchestrating it.
Not to us. So if anybody's disrespecting the ancestors, their own ancestors, they're disrespecting.
I agree with them.
I sat up there and listened to Afrodamas said, yeah, they were Africans when they were in Africa, but when they came to America, they're no longer Africans. Long before Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell, you have Africans who believe that. You have Africans who have never even met African Americans tell them that they're not African. These people are not African.
Yeah, but Dollar Bill, a lot of these people, they're like uneducated. They don't have a good education out
there. It doesn't matter, man.
We have to make excuses for them.
It does matter.
Have you ever heard of a Chinese person saying that the Chinese guy who lives in America is not a Chinese?
Have you ever heard an Italian guy say Italian America is not?
But listen to how
I guarantee you they would say that.
They would say an African American is not African.
Exactly. They know that. No, but I guarantee you,
they'll
if I go
tell
to
you
Italy,
you're not even African American.
If I go to Italy,
they'll call you the blacks with the two T's. You're black.
Oh,
we don't even deserve the C and the K. We're the blacks. They know the truth. They know the truth. He's telling me I want smoke. I don't want smoke. I'm just telling you where there's smoke, there's fire.
All I'm saying is at the end of the day, I understand that you guys are caught up in this thing with the immigrants or whatever.
No, I'm not caught up with the immigrants.
You guys are being distracted with that because the reality is this.
People are in other countries saying this have never even been to America.
Never even been here making judgments about us.
They're not immigrants.
And I disagree with that. But I think at the end of the day, this whole Pan-Africanism thing started because we sat and watched white people put tribe aside, unite and take over.
Yeah,
the
hold on.
entire
White
planet.
people had something, Mufasa.
Are Africans coming to unite with African Americans in this country?
White people had the promise of America. See,
I can give my Caribbean
brothers. Hold on, Mufasa. You know what? The immigrants built Hollywood and they built Las Vegas, right? See, they participated in this whiteness thing. It's called the manifest destiny of the white race across North America. Black people don't have a place to practice Pan-African. It's just all a theory. Show me the African where the Pan-African ideology is from coast to coast, sea to shining sea, is prevalent.
Well, you know
doesn't
what?
exist.
Since
No,
then,
it doesn't
Cody's the
exist,
richest.
but
Since then,
exist.
Cody, listen to this. Since then, Cody's the richest man in the world, right?
Who?
Dan Coty.
Dan Coty.
Oh.
Yeah, Dan Coty is the richest black man in the world. So what kind of monument has he come to give to his people here in America? He's rich, right?
I don't
Yeah, he's
know.
rich, but he ain't
So-
no Pan-Africanist.
Oh,
He says he's a Pan-Africanist. He says he only deals with African, developing African.
Yeah, but I'm not arguing for them. The
No, I'm
average
just
African,
asking. This is the
I know they got
richest-
the wrong mentality.
this is
but
the
I'm not going to
richest-
fall into what they're doing because of their ignorance.
Well,
I'm not
I mean,
following
that's
them.
but Fasa, I've known you for many years. You're a good, noble brother. But the bottom line, when it really comes down to it, those people like Dangote, they got governments, they got industries. You don't.
They could care less.
You know what I'm saying? They could care less what you think.
You
But
just
I
got
don't
through
think,
saying that the richest black man, you said there's a black American richer than Dangote. And you keep downplaying America. We got plenty we could do here.
Yeah, that's
True.
what I'm saying.
But where's this Pan-Africanism that you're talking about?
It don't exist. It's an idea. It didn't exist 30 years ago. It
So
didn't
I'm just
exist when they
saying
were
to
saying
you,
it in the 1800s.
When I say to you what we have to do in America has nothing to do with
Leave
Africa.
that stupid nonsense alone.
And everyone
but this-
wants
okay.
to believe, everyone wants to believe that it has something to do with Africa. When Africa has told you, okay, they don't really want nothing to do with you. And it's hard for people to accept that as true. The Africans on the
once I
panel
understood the
and the
ugly
Africans
truth-
who are
Oh,
the
check
thing,
that.
they know it's true.
Once I understood the ugly truth, right? I got introduced to the ugly truth. First cousin was called what? Reality. Once I came to the reality of what's really going on, I say, you know something? These people don't like us. They don't want us and everything.
I'm here in America, they say, to make money. They
Michael
don't care.
Wallet, I just
Yeah,
want to
but
make
like,
money.
these are
Business,
uneducated people.
No,
or
these are
whatever the case.
educated people who come here to
Yeah,
get
the
education. Let's not do that. There are people
Oh, yeah,
who
but
are
they
educated.
read some books or whatever, but
Let
that
me tell
doesn't
you
mean they
something.
have
One
the
day I was
proper
talking.
perspective.
Listen, I was talking to my doctor one day. I know he's some type of immigrant, right? And so I was trying to explain to him that one of my other doctors, okay, who I believe he's from a Caribbean island. I don't know where exactly, but his the lady he took, who was his mentor, was my mother's doctor in Harlem, Dr. Pathioni. And I was trying to explain to him how his mentor, to the other guy, how the relationship that I have with the doctor, because his mentor was mentored by a lady who was my mother's doctor. And so I'm talking to him, just having chit chat with him. He's my doctor in between and he says, well, none of that matters. You
Okay,
understand?
but Dollar Bill, you know why they're saying
None of
it.
that matters.
They're saying this because they don't know any better, bro.
No, this is a doctor. He's not an idiot.
Okay, all right. Well,
It
let me
doesn't
ask.
matter.
We
It
get
doesn't
y'all. We
matter to
understand your
them.
perspective. Let me
doesn't
answer the brother's
matter.
question earlier. He asked
What
Kyla.
doesn't
Let me
matter?
ask this question in terms of how I'm seeing what needs to change, because I see the same reality.
Who
Africans
needs to
don't
change? Us or them?
Pan-Africanism, the approach to Pan-Africanism, because I'm still a Pan-Africanist, even though I
Yvette
realize.
Connell was right. Pan-Africanism.
No,
is
I hear
dead.
that, but let me just. I
She
want to
was
speak to the brother that
And
was
everybody
asking
got
earlier.
everybody got their panties in a bunch.
Let him
But the
finish.
woman
his
was
thought,
right.
Dollar
She
Bill.
was
Let him finish.
absolute. The woman was absolutely
No, I'm gonna
right.
go after he's done.
Pan-Africanism is dead. It is.
And I hear you, but so my issue is that the difference that I see in terms of Pan-Africanism, that we can't keep coddling Africans. At the end of the day, they didn't have a voice before, and we were standing up for Africa, standing up whatever. Now they got a voice. Now they're immigrating. Now you see them in different places, and they don't give a damn about the Pan-African thing. So we have to call them out on that shit, and we can't be giving people excuses and passes and speaking for them and all that. No,
What
you
are you
got to
gonna
call them
tell
out
them?
on it.
What are you
Oh,
gonna
no,
do?
Nothing. Ain't nothing. We got to tell them nothing. We got
You
to
said you
tell
wanna call
our
them out.
people. No, but
You
I'm
gonna
saying
call them-
we
what
got
are
to
you
tell
gonna say to
our
them?
people that stop giving people some Pan-Africanist pass when they don't give a fuck about us. You don't get a
Exactly.
pass. So, but what I'm saying is I'm doing that as a strategy to get them to understand the truth. You see
You're
what I'm
never
saying?
gonna understand the truth.
Nah,
I
you
think
can't
there
say
might
never,
be
bro.
a
Nah, you
few
can't say
You're
that.
never
diehard
gonna understand the
Pan-Africans
truth.
out there still. I
Say
think
what?
so.
Only
I
in
think
our
there might
mind.
be a
Pan-Africanism
few.
only exists in our mind.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
it
it's
has
an
to
idea,
exist in the
though.
mind first before it can
Yeah,
manifest.
It's
So
never gonna manifest.
yeah, but that's just you being a
It's
negative
never
Nancy.
gonna manifest. They don't
You
care.
listen. This
and
is
I
the
and
reality. The reason they don't believe in this shit because they don't know no goddamn better. They don't know the history. They don't have the understanding.
They,
We're
they're not
educated
stupid.
over here. They're not.
They're not stupid. They can read. They
It's
don't
being
care.
stupid has nothing to do. The education you're exposed to doesn't relate to your intelligence.
Like I said last night, I said the whole idea in the black race, it's not just Africans, African Americans, but Africans too. This idea of delayed gratifications and also managing expectations. You know, delayed gratification means that I understand immediately I don't see the benefit, but you know something? If we move towards this, I may not be around to it. My kids can enjoy this at this age. Black people don't plan for the future. You know, they don't plan 100 years out. Europeans, everybody else, Asians got 100-year plan to how to develop their region and stuff like that. Africans have no plan. Show me an African plan for 100 years, you know, where they got benchmarks and analytics already set up that they're going to meet. They don't exist.
They have agendas, though. You know, they have agendas.
Yeah, they have agendas. It's
it don't mean, you know, it don't mean
you
it.
can't have an agenda if you don't haven't built the sort of infrastructure and economy which you could self-finance yourself. If your agenda is tied to begging the West for loans and you got to get the Chinese to build this and whatnot, you can't build it yourself. See, Asians could go ahead and they say we need a highway built, they'll do it. Chinese said we need a suspension bridge, we'll do it. We got the engineers, we got everything in place. Japanese, everything. Africa is the only place in the world where everything is built by outsiders and they got to be financed by outsiders. Africans just sit back and say, look what these foreigners are building in our country. You know, we can't do the simplest thing like a railway line. You know,
why, Colin? Why?
That don't make sense.
Because they don't believe in themselves.
When they don't
believe in themselves. They believe
in the world.
That's
that
why
don't
you got
make sense
white.
at all.
That's why you know one thing. I saw the part where you put up right. Those Israelite brothers out there screaming at that sister about the white Jesus, right? But in some respects, they're telling the truth. The way that they're doing and what they're saying is not.
I know there's always truth to what they're saying.
It's not the right way to do it, but what they're saying is true. So you're dealing with a bunch of people. I couldn't believe, man. I'm looking at a show because I like Nollywood, man. I look at Nollywood.
What do you like about Nollywood?
I like Nollywood. I like because not all Nollywood is bad.
Nollywood is corny, man.
No. I belong to Roku TV.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of their shows are
not all of it is bad,
but most of it is
corny. I watch Nollywood, man. I'm sorry,
listen,
man.
Listen.
I'd rather go to jail.
Listen. It depends. Everything is not the same, right? There's levels to everything, and
I've seen a few that was okay.
There's some films that are pretty good, right, and have a pretty good plot. And
but
pretty
as a
sophisticated.
whole, it's corny,
yeah, but as a whole, I'm not. Well, as a whole, everything is corny. Even Beetlejuice is corny. That's not nothing I really want to look at.
No, American cinema is not corny as a whole.
Beetlejuice is corny.
Music.
I can tell you 100 films in genres that are completely corny, and I don't want to see them. Okay, so I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to go and say because they're relatively new. They produce a lot of films. But there are some films that are high quality. Okay, it's rare, but they're on their way. Okay, and so it takes time to develop. I'm not one of those people who are gonna say, "Oh man, you know their stuff is whack." It takes time to develop.
But it is whack though. Like this.
But it takes time. Everything starts out whack.
Okay, but just because it takes time, it's still whack, bro. Like that's
but everything is not whack. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. There are some pretty good and decent films.
Nigga, 95%.
What does it matter? But I'm just saying, then you look at the 5% that you like. That's it.
I like a few
Nobody's
movies.
forcing you to do the 90.
I like a few movies, but even those is not really.
If somebody else watches, that's fine. I just
like I said, I don't have a problem with it. I don't look at everything, but I do like it. I like there's something, I don't mind. If you look at cinema, you don't want to have to see white people all the time. So sometimes it's refreshing just to see a show with all black people.
I like my African American movies.
I like African American films too. Like but I'm just saying, there's sometimes I don't have a problem looking at cinema from different countries and different people. Some even in French and subtitles. See, when I grew up, I was the kind of kid who used to go down to the pagoda.
Too.
I used to go to the pagoda and
Oh,
watch
you know who
Chinese
got
films.
good films? South Africa, black South
Yeah, I
Africa.
love. That's what I'm telling you.
Not
They
Nollywood.
no, Iroku TV has the whole thing. It has Nollywood. It has movies from Ghana.
Oh, you
It has
remember that
movies
movie,
from South Africa.
Serafina from South Africa?
Yeah, there's all kind of films. So I'm just saying that we don't have to get into that, but everybody has their own different perspective on how they look at life. I like to look at it because people have the way people are raised also develops their how they tell a story, right? So the perspective on how they tell a story. That's all. I enjoy it. It's nothing, no big deal. No big
No,
deal.
I like them too, but at the end of the day, they just got to step their game up. Is all I'm saying.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. And
you coming on
a lot of them
African
are
princess?
You know what I like, Dollar Bill? It checks
yes,
out
sir.
in Africa. It checks out Zambia. They got these new karate kung fu movies. You see, these guys are bad, man. I'm like, yo, these guys be doing that shit for real. The kung fu maneuvers and stuff like that.
Kala would praise everybody else except Nigerians. He
What?
hates Nigerians. I said you praise everybody else except Nigerians.
I don't hate Nigerians.
You hate Nigerians,
Look,
bro.
I watched a Nollywood movie one time.
It might be
It
on to
was
something.
4 hours long, and they had 2 scenes. And you could tell somebody was holding a handheld camera and whatnot. There was somebody breathing in the background and coughing and whatnot. You know. And they tried driving a car. You could tell.
They
You
got
hear
better movies
Look
than
at
that.
Lewis.
Yeah, they got some good movies. They got some decent movies, but they just don't compare to American cinema.
You know what? You know,
not even a little bit.
Sometimes maybe Colin, you can have,
not
you
there
can have a
yet.
review and some of the films that are good. I mean, there's some really
Okay,
nice
give us
films.
a good one, Dollar Bill.
I haven't looked in a while.
Oh,
but, you
the
know,
only Nollywood movie I like is My Nigerian Nurse. That was a good movie.
in fact, there
That
was
was
a
a good
movie. There was a movie by Chadwick Boseman that he did in South Africa, where he played a South African coming to America to for revenge for his brother being killed by some drug dealers.
That's an American. It was a sister. That's an American movie.
But I'm just saying, some of it was in Africa.
No, but that movie was fire. But I'm saying that's a
But
American
I'm just saying
production.
there are other movies too where you have some African Americans that go to Africa and shoot movies there too. So
yeah, but that's not Nollywood, or you know what I'm saying. That's an American production.
But I'm just trying to say to you,
I like you seen
good,
that show Kings of Joburg? I was feeling that show.
It. But I'm just saying there are some good cinema and even in Nigeria, whether he likes it or not, there are some good ones. Yes, there are, man. I mean, listen, I don't watch it every day, like I in the summertime when I have time. I can, pretty much. I don't have time.
There's no cinema. There's no IP coming out of Nigeria that you love, like people love Star Wars or Star Trek or Pokemon.
I want to go back to
some of these big IPs.
Actually,
they don't have anything like that.
That's not true. Actually,
it's 100% true.
I think Disney has that's animation.
Disney. That's not Nollywood.
No, but it's coming from an African guy.
No, but it's produced by Disney.
But it could be produced, but the writing.
Yeah, you're talking about that show about the guy with the technology, right? With his daughter. Yeah, I seen it. It's pretty decent. The animation could be better, but the ideas.
I mean, come on, we got to give ourselves a break, man. Everybody just can't be like, oh man, everything we produce is shit. Come on.
At the end of the day, if it's the truth, you got to tell the truth, bro.
At the end of the day, everything has to have a chance to evolve into something. And I'm telling you, I enjoy some of it, not all of it, but I enjoy some of it, and even some of the bad ones I enjoy. So, because I'm not always going to get a good one. Even some of the bad ones I have I look at and laugh at. And even
the secret about African movies, it's not about the effects and the quality. It's about the life lessons that people learn from it. Real life situations.
No, but it's not
the stories.
quality and the effects is not what they lack, though. They don't lack that. They lack story writing. Like the way they do the stories
are great.
They lack writing. The dialogues, the way we look at some movies. Oh, that's a great dialogue. But the overarching, idea of the movie is what most people like, especially women. They like that. Husband cheating on their wife, go and get a village girl and marry her. It's like a fantasy kind of thing.
People like Tyler Perry movies. I don't think they're great.
Yeah, I can't stand that shit.
Right? I don't think Tyler Perry movies are great.
Can't do Tyler Perry.
But they're successful. and they make a lot of money. That's all I'm
Nigga
trying
make
to say.
movies like Medea and shit. I
Yeah,
can't fuck with it.
I can't either, but people do see it and people like it,
Well, yeah,
and they
there's a
make
lot of
money
people
off
that
of it,
do. Yeah.
right?
No, but all I'm saying is, give me they don't have anything like that. They don't have any like cult
Like Medea.
classics. Yeah,
That's
they don't
why
have it.
they.
They don't
I
have
don't
that
That's
in
know,
why
but I'm
America.
they.
sure they can
That's
find
why
it.
they lean back on their culture so hard because that's the only thing that they got.
I'll tell you what I'm
No,
gonna do.
they're gonna watch it because they relate to it. But what I'm saying is, they
No,
haven't
they have a
created
couple.
that
They
thing
have a couple of
that
titles
everybody
that
just
is.
They
loves.
got a couple
They
of
have a
nice
couple
stuff
of
that
titles
even on
that are prevalent,
Amazon.
like
They got a couple.
Ukwa or Sophia. They got
Yeah,
a couple of titles. Mr. Ibu. They got a couple of titles that most
they
people
got a
follow. It's
couple of
been a
good
series of
movies.
like a couple of trilogies that most people like.
They got some nice stuff, man, and some of it makes to Amazon and Netflix and stuff like that. So there are some pretty good and some with great cinematography, some with good dialogue and good acting too. Damn, bros, y'all can't.
But
You say which ones they
okay,
are, bro.
that's
Call them
I'm
all
out.
right.
telling you, I haven't been
The
looking
ones
at
the
them
ones I like,
on a regular
so
basis to tell you.
if I wasn't into my heritage and learning about the culture and stuff like that, I probably wouldn't watch a lot of them. You know
I
what I'm
mean,
saying?
that's cool. You know, some of it is all right. Some of it is not.
Listen, I remember when kung fu movies were crappy, right? And they didn't
Yeah.
have good action, right? So and I suffered through
Them
that.
old, yeah, they used to be shit,
Yeah,
man.
I suffered through Five Fingers of Death. I suffered through that little Chinese guy that had one arm, Wayne, whatever his name, with the one arm fighter. Let's not assume that everything was great off the rip. Come on, man.
No, but what I'm saying is, you bringing up maybe some movies people didn't like, but what about the good ones?
I'm
You know what I'm
saying there
saying?
are some
If
good. I can't
everybody
tell
was
you
liking them, that's
automatically.
enough. Like if they was putting out movies and a bunch of people were filling the movies and it was gaining popularity, I could see what you're saying. But that's not what's happening.
But yes, they were. A lot of listen, let's not think that every Bruce Lee movie was great. Okay? There
No,
was
but he
some
had
of them.
great movies though.
Right. Yeah, the only one that was great was the one where he did with Metro Goldwyn Mayer and Run Run Shore. That's the only one was great. The
I
other,
thought Chinese
What was that
Connection
one with Chuck Norris? That was a good movie.
yeah,
I
but
think
that was
Chinese
with Metro
was good.
Goldwyn Mayer. That was with Hollywood and Run Run Shore. That was the first
No,
Asian
Golden
film,
Harvest. Golden Harvest.
right? With Golden Harvest.
Golden
So
Harvest and Warner Studios.
and exactly Metro Gold, and so those were that became great. But before that, they were just chop movies in Taiwan that they made in the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they were.
Yeah, I can't speak on that.
They
I didn't
they
see
had cult following. I know I was a kid when they came out. They had cult following, and it was actually black people who popularized Bruce Lee. Right? We like the Five Fingers of Death and the Chinese Connection and
But
the King.
the thing with African movies, it's not about. Look, there are American movies that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to make. So obviously, the script writing or the screenwriting is going to be great because they hire these guys for 100,000 a piece to write a script. So, for me, I think African movies, especially Nigerian movies, they're popular in Africa. I mean, they don't have the same quality
Listen,
or the
we need
same
to do
budget.
black exploitation films that save Hollywood. Okay, every black film that came out in the 60s and the 70s was not a great film, but people liked it. Some of them just had Pam Grier with her breasts out.
Right.
You know, come
Like
on.
Coffee Brown,
Yeah,
a couple of
come
those
on,
movies.
man. TNT Jackson and the Casino of Gold.
Man, one of the movies that I love as a kid growing up. Well, I mean, it was an older movie, but Action Jackson, man, with
Yeah,
Carl Weathers. Withers.
come on.
Yeah, I
We
just thought that
act
was a
like
badass movie, man.
exactly, and we watched those movies primarily
Dolomite was dope.
because we saw.
Yeah, but you know this. You know the history behind Dolomite, right? The real Dolomite.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we enjoyed it because we just like I enjoy African films because we wanted to see other black people on cinema. Just basically that.
Black man kicking ass. That was pretty cool.
Exactly. But if you really look at it, it was no cinematic great. It was no great dialogue. You know.
Yeah,
You know,
and black movies too.
Dolomite.
There was
Black
definitely
movies
great
do
dialogue.
lack.
There was great dialogue.
Eh,
What are you talking about?
Dolomite was
I
not great
mean,
dialogue.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Good,
Queen
Dolomite was
Bee.
not
How
great,
was
but
Dolomite not good? No,
it
but
was great
they had
lingo.
interesting
It was great
characters.
lingo.
Oh, Queen
They had a lot of good slangs that you can relate to.
Queen
It's
B,
like
Dolomite,
Nollywood now.
Dolomite. When you were gone, us hoes got
They had
together.
a lot of Dolomite had a lot of slang that you could know
Us
I
jive
know.
and
us
you know and
hoes
stuff
got
like that.
together and we taught them karate. And those girls can really kick ass. Come on, bro.
No, but at the end of the day,
I grew up
they
on
put together
Dolomite.
good
Dolomite
characters,
was not
interesting characters. That's most of the
Dolomite
battle.
was not a good film. I grew up on Dolomite. I saw Dolomite when Dolomite first came down. Rudy Ray Moore. It was entertaining, but it will not go down as a cinematic great.
My uncle
No,
used to
it's not gonna go
always,
down. But I'm
my
saying
uncle
it's
used to always say he's
digestible.
looking for
Dolby, you ever seen the Shaolin Dolomite? That was a funny one.
Yeah, when he was moving his head like some type
bro.
of
That was bad.
Egyptian. He was about 100 years old at the time.
That was funny, man. Shaolin Dolomite.
Yo, you guys are Marvels. Are you a Marvels fan?
I
Who?
mean, I watch it. I'm not a fan of Marvel.
Marvels.
I am.
I'm not. I'm a Star
Yeah, I mean,
Trek.
what do you
like
think
the
about
Force
Jonathan Miller? Not Jonathan Miller, but Jonathan. What is the dude? The dude that played Kang.
Why are you, Jonathan Majors?
Jonathan Majors. Yeah, I think his acting was terrible as Kang, man. I
He
thought they
was
could have
good. He
found a
was
better
good
actor.
he was good in the Rocky movie.
I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
but
He did
yeah,
great. He did great in the Rocky movie.
as Kang the Conqueror, he was terrible. Even in the Loki TV series, he was terrible. I don't know.
You know, they make a mistake. I think they scrapped the idea of making Anthony Mackie the black the Captain America. That was stupid.
Oh, they
Colin,
scrapped
you know
it. I
why-
thought
you
he
know why
got.
they-
I
you know
thought he
why
got
they
the
do that,
shield in
Colin.
the series. Has
Yeah,
it
but
been announced that he's not going to be Captain America again?
You know they ain't gonna let a brother be Captain America.
why?
No,
Why?
I mean,
you know why they
he
keep doing
inherited
that,
it though.
Colin. No, the reason they keep doing it, they don't want to see us have all these black actors like the Jamie Foxx, Will Smith, Martin, all these big actors. They take black people and have them do old white roles so they don't have to compete with them. You'll always live in the shadow of that white role. They don't want to see us break out and have our own, our own big actors like that. That's why they do
Well,
that.
see, now Lewis says that we CIA agent. Lewis, get yourself a life, bro. You out there in the UK, man, getting your
Dollar
behind whipped
Bill,
by the white people.
you be going all the way back to the old comments. That dude said that shit like an hour ago.
I did roll back and check some of the comments. Because it said dollar bill in red. I see it in red. He gonna call me a CIA agent. What am I CIA in?
He said dollar
You
bill.
said you're a sidekick, and I think you're
Now I'm
going
a
to
sidekick.
the far right, Dollar Bill. You
Yeah, see,
keep
I'm going
finding,
to the dark side, right?
yeah, you keep finding gripes for Africans, man. That's how they think about us. They don't like us. They won't accept us. I mean, come on, man.
Listen.
Yeah,
What
just
is
leave
this
it, Dollar
What
Bill.
is this Losey's talking about, Jonathan? It was a South African movie written
He's
by a
talking
South
about that.
He's talking about the movie, yeah, where the
A
dude
Message from
came
the
back.
King. Let's look
The
at
movie
it.
with Chadwick Boseman.
Message from the King. Message
Yeah, the
from
one that I was talking about.
Let's
He
look
said the
at
guy was a sellout.
Let's see.
He was a sellout in Sarafina. You remember Sarafina, where they was fighting against the apartheid government, and it
Yeah.
was one of them who was going to tell the whites what was going on in Soweto. That guy was the one that wrote the movie because he became like a director and a writer, and he wrote that movie and produced it. So that's what he's trying to say in the comment here.
So
He said
Steve
Egypt and South Africa
Oliver
produce quality
Butcher.
movies in Africa.
Oliver
I've
Butcher
seen
Yeah,
some
is
pretty good ones from Nigeria too, believe it or not.
yeah. I
Oliver
mean, yeah,
Butcher
South
is
Africa have white people
South
there, and
African.
they're
Oh
from that
God, don't
movie.
start that white people worshiping.
That's what I'm saying. They have white people there, and the white people help fund those movies and have studios and all those things.
Oh man.
You like that in Nigeria?
Oh, stop it.
That's
White
real.
so-called
Stop
white
it.
people practice tribalism too, though. Even though y'all say that they don't, they do.
They practice ethno. They do not just practice tribalism. Okay, they
I
believe in
mean,
white people.
yeah, there's a class of white people too. Like the Slavic people are looked down upon as being slave and
I
being
mean,
less
we can
than
you look at it right now. Look at shit. What's going on?
with
Ukraine versus
Russia. Yeah,
Russia, Israel
Yeah,
versus.
well, Ukraine versus Russia is because they don't
yeah,
want
they're the same people actually.
the
The Russians,
Slavic
they're all
the Slavic
Slavic
people over
people.
there
Yeah, that's what.
want to be in tandem with the Americans, and because they're against, they don't want them. Just like we didn't want the Cubans while we invaded Cuba, right? Because the Cubans were in bed, okay, with the Communist Party, and we had a Cold War against the communists. It's the same type of Cold War that Putin has with America. So they don't want them that close to them being allies to America. And that's what it is. So that's why they're killing each other. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm trying to figure out
The
where
same
is this.
people.
How is a Message to the King a South African movie? That's what I'm trying to
No,
figure
he said the movie is called Soti.
out. Oh, you
So
talking about something else?
Yeah, Soti. T-S-O-T-S. I don't know if I'm
Oh, okay,
pronouncing it
okay,
right,
okay.
but
I was about to say this ain't no South African movie.
yeah, it's not. I don't think it was a movie that we discussed here. So maybe he's just trying to promote the movie.
He said they have quality movies. That's good. I mean, listen, I don't know why you keep saying that, Elvis, man, that I'm not liking African people. That is ridiculous.
Bro, people on the panel just listen to you. They can vouch for you. I've been
I
listening to you
don't
for a
care
couple
what the
months,
people on the panel
and
say.
you've been getting progressively aggrieved by Africans. If you hear one African say something, you think it's the mindset of all Africans. Bro, I always tell people, I'm not one that kicked for Africa. My family left Africa a long time ago, and we came here for a better life. I won't tell you go back to Africa because there's something great waiting for you there. Unless you have enough money and you want to invest on the continent or want to be back, because of the weather, or you want to be back on the mother continent, fine, go do it. But I'm
Mhm.
not here to tell you go back to Africa. It's the best place to be. Nah, I'm not telling you
Did
that.
I tell people they can't go to Africa or they shouldn't
No,
go to
but you
Africa?
always say like they won't accept us there. They don't like us. This is how they think about us. They're telling us to go back to Africa, but
This
they're
is what
coming here. I
they're
mean, come on.
saying. This is what
But those
they're
are just
saying.
those are just a couple of people, Dollar Bill. You're
No, it's
smarter to know
not.
that.
We put people
Dollar
up there
Bill.
from Rwanda. You have
Yeah,
people
because they
every
don't
day.
know you. They don't interact. I grew up in the United States. I know the flaws and the
They don't know
benefits of
white people, but
Black
they love
Americans.
them. They don't know white people, but they love them.
I mean, Dollar Bill. That's
It's
just
the
what they see
truth.
on the movies. Look, that's what I'm
They
saying.
love white people. They
Your
got white
image,
Jesus and
your
they have
image is
white.
projected to them, whether through social
Oh,
media,
okay.
through like Warstar or other networks that
A
that
world
just
star.
promotes. I'm just telling you.
Nigerian owns them. A Nigerian
I'm
owns.
giving you an
A
example,
Nigerian
right?
owns those
Listen. I'm giving you an
shade room.
example. So these things that projects degeneracy in the black community, or even movies that show black men as gangsters, thugs, always got to
They
be the
don't look at
hard
white.
killers
They
and
don't look.
drug dealers.
They don't look at white gangster movies.
I'm
What
just
about?
telling you. I'm
See,
just
it
telling you
doesn't make
that
any sense.
you are
They don't look.
projected poorly
White
in
people.
Africa.
White
And
people.
those who have experience and who have traveled and interacted with African Americans, their perspective changed dramatically once they had that interaction and that experience. So that's the difference.
Okay. All I'm gonna say to you is, white people are projected as gangsters. They have more gangster movies. They have westerners, all of that, but they don't have a problem with them. And then black folks don't have Tarzan. White people got Tarzan. And I was visiting my pops a couple of weeks ago. Do you know that they still have Tarzan on the movie channel?
I mean, is
I
Tarzan
thought they
offensive?
y'all tell them if Tarzan's offensive.
yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
The
I mean, yeah,
original
you can.
one.
I
The
mean, yeah.
original one is.
Was it a black? Was it a black? Was he in blackface?
Yeah, the up to date one is not. But
The
Yeah, that's because
original
the only
it
Tarzan I've
shows
seen is the guy with the white one, like the Brendan Fraser
Jesse
Tarzan. I
West
saw that one.
Jesse
no, it's an
Westmiller, the
old one.
original Tarzan.
Yeah, I never seen the old one.
Jesse
Yeah, it's in
Westmiller,
black.
the
Yeah,
original Tarzan is still being played on the movie channel in
yeah.
America.
So what about it?
Hey,
Like I've
Dollar,
never
you
seen
seen
it.
that
Is it
one?
like a black man or is
Like,
it somebody in
You seen that
blackface?
one when they're
I
on the
guess it's
boat,
like a
right?
white dude in
And
black
and
clothes.
the white lady was on the
Okay. Oh
boat with
yeah,
the
then
white
that's
little
offensive.
boat, right?
Huh?
And next thing you know, the African falls into the water, the crocodile eats the African and whatnot, and the guy goes, "Yeah, I think that was a close one, right?" Because the white lady, oh, like he's openly
Tarzan is a white man wearing loincloth, who was supposedly raised in the jungle by some apes. Okay,
What?
and he
So why is
speaks
that?
back,
Why is that
and he
offensive? Is
speaks
that
he speaks to the natives in their own language, and he and goes through swinging on vines
that's what I'm
like a
saying? Why is that?
monkey.
Why is that offensive?
Are you serious?
No, I want to know because he was raised by monkeys who swing on vines or apes or whatever.
White people call
Elvis.
Africans
They basically
monkeys.
was telling Africans they showed the world dude, at times that Africa was uncivilized, savages and stuff
Let me
like
hit you
that.
on game. This is why I said what I said to
This is
Mike.
why we're African Americans. We know what we're talking about. You know,
Okay.
when
Do
you
you know
No,
that?
I know this. What I'm saying.
Hold on. Do
I
you
mean,
know the
Dollar Bill,
story?
relax,
Excuse
bro.
me. 1 second. Do you know the story of the Planet of the Apes and the story of King Kong himself? Okay, from the deepest, darkest part of Africa comes this gigantic gorilla who can only be tamed by a white woman.
So the subliminal message is that Tarzan is an African man, a savage African, and he loves white women.
Exactly.
Yeah.
no, Tarzan was the symbol of the white man. Even if you put him in Africa,
What
he's
about
still
what
ruled
about
from
what
Not
about
black.
Tarzan,
Godzilla?
King Kong.
What about Godzilla or
Godzilla.
Godzilla?
Let me tell you about
What is
Godzilla.
the
Let me tell you
what is
about Godzilla.
the subliminal
Hold on.
message there?
Godzilla was basically a Japanese thing. Godzilla was symbolized America in post World War II Japan. You know, Godzilla was this fire breathing dragon coming to destroy Japan. That was America.
So America is the kaiju.
America was Godzilla.
Yeah, I think Godzilla
and
is a
and and
kaiju, right?
and the black gorilla from and then let's go to the Planet of the Apes. You know about the
Anything with monkey. I mean, we refer to black people. That's you guys. You have a subliminal mindset that anything that is portrayed as
that
a
is what
humanoid
white
monkey.
that is what white people, that's what Charles Darwin's theory of evolution was, that he agreed that Africa, okay, was the birthplace of the humanoids, but they actually derived themselves from the apes. And they originally thought we were Neanderthals, but when they did the DNA and
Charles
found
Darwin, the
in the
father of
yeah,
evolution.
evolution,
Who
the
believes
origin of
in that? Who
species.
believes in that theory?
White people believe that for
I
And that's
believe
what
in
I'm
it
saying,
too.
Dollar Bill. Your
for over
mindset is
100.
I
shaped by
do.
the white man because anytime you see a
No,
movie with
no,
monkey,
mindset is not
you think
white.
they're
No,
trying to insult
Planet of
black
the
people.
Apes. Planet of the Apes is not a racist movie.
That's what
Are
I'm
you
saying.
joking?
Planet of the
Anytime Dollar
Apes.
Bill see monkeys, he
Oh,
think
No,
they're
Planet
trying
of
to
the
equate it with
Apes.
black
No,
people.
I'm gonna tell you, Planet of the Apes is actually an anti-white movie.
no, it is not.
We're the humans. The white
No,
people
it
are
is
the
not.
apes. Yes,
No,
what is
no,
it
it is
then?
not.
The
Planet of the
Planet
Apes.
of the Apes
No, it
represents
is
black
not.
people running
Planet
the
of the
world, and then
Apes.
white people barely got power, and then they
No.
made it look like the humans wasn't shit.
No.
That's what white people are doing
No,
to
I'm
us.
sorry. I don't know who told you
That's
that,
how I
but that's
look at
wrong.
it. But let's hear
Planet
what
of the
Dollar
Apes.
Bill has to say.
Planet of the Apes is
I
about
don't equate
a
those
white.
apes
Excuse
to
me.
black people, Dollar Bill. I don't equate them to black
No,
people at all.
For
let
you
him
to equate
explain.
them, this is what it was
Let him,
designed for.
let him explain.
The
Go ahead,
Planet of
Dollar
the
Bill.
Apes is okay. It represents white people, okay, who were evolved, okay, people. Okay, here comes these two apes from the future, okay, and they were in captivity, like black people came from Africa in captivity. They were not supposed to have a brain, right? Sort of symbolizing the original people. They were supposed to walk on fours, but these particular apes walked upright, and they had an ape who spoke, right? Who spoke, and he had language, command of language. So it's the whole thing is about black people taking over white society, okay? And they didn't want it to be overrun by these apes. And then they had various types of apes and gorillas. Is what white people thought of black people when they designed the Planet of the Apes.
But did, in the end,
King
didn't
Kong,
Hold up.
he
Go ahead,
said
say it.
King Kong was all about this black beast from the deepest Africa coming to rise to the top of Western civilization. But no matter how far he rises, we were able to, with technology, bring him down. And what killed him? Beauty killed the beast. His lust for the white woman, and everything is what killed him.
So had King Kong been a giraffe, would we have equated it to black
No,
people?
bottom line, hold up. Look, Elvis, you gotta understand something, right? American culture, right? Just like at the time King Kong was made, do you know they had in the Bronx Zoo, they had little Congo children, Congolese children from the Congo in human zoos and whatnot. They used to feed them like animals.
Yeah,
And
Carla, I know the history. I
some
know
guy
the history of
committed suicide.
racism. I'm saying
Well, this guy committed suicide. No, that's just not racism. That's dehumanization.
Yeah, I know that
Listen,
too.
so
Yeah.
Elvis, in
Follow
America, it was more than
that.
just racism we were fighting against. Black people were fighting for, like, you know why we created our own film industry, Elvis? Because we were dehumanized in public. Because most white people believe that we were gargoyles. Remember, another thing was the gargoyles, Dollar Bill. Remember the gargoyles?
Okay,
Black
let me read
Man,
people,
this to you from the
black
Griot.
people were considered monsters,
Let me
beasts.
read this. The original Planet of the Apes, starring the legend Charlton Heston, released in 1968, served as a sort of cinematic version of John Griffin's 1961 book, Black Like Me, where Griffin experienced life as a black man by darkening his skin. I read that
Yeah, I
book.
remember that.
And reported back on his findings. It is what if a shoe was on the other foot type scenario, where white men experience the type of discrimination usually reserved for black people.
Thank you for
Apes
proving my point.
imagine a fictional world 2,000 years in the future where monkeys, gorillas, and other primates take on human features, including the sort of racism that the civil rights movement was addressing at the time. Only directed at human beings, it's how power corrupts and can be used unjustly, just as one isn't aware of injustice they experience for themselves. Though it was intended to be show the support for black people's fight for human rights, it relies on the racist notion of black people not being fully human, choosing monkeys of all animals as a stand-in for black people. It also played into the issue of skin color hierarchy, making the lighter apes more intelligent than the darker, more uncivilized counterparts.
But you gotta look at it like
Elvis
this,
dropped
Dr.
off.
Dillon.
Is that not what I just said?
Yeah, I didn't
look at
say
it like this,
I didn't say
Dr.
you were
Dillon.
wrong. I was just explaining it to Elvis.
Elvis dropped off. He can't hear it. He can't handle the truth.
Oh, he could. Well, he can always catch it on the he can always go back and listen to it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Elvis. I don't think Elvis like doesn't believe racism exists right now, right?
You know,
I don't know.
he doesn't. He thinks it's just something you could deal with and everything like that, and he don't understand. It's like let's say you're holding a door back from falling, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff stuffed in the closet, and you're holding the door back with your foot and saying, "I gotta stay." They said, "Why you sit there at that door instead of joining?" Because if I leave, I'm moving. This stuff's gonna come tumbling down. You know. But the people walking by just sees you standing by the door, and they look at strange how you just standing up against that door, right there. You're like, well, geez, this door. If I walk away, all the stuff that's stuffed in here is gonna come sprawling all over the place. That's how it is with America. Black America, we're stuffed against the door, trying to keep racism out, whatnot. And the Africans just come by and be like, why y'all still stuck right there and whatnot? They don't understand what we're going through. You know, they just get to come in and enjoy America. And they don't have to fight for it. They don't have to put up any struggle.
No. But they'll get to see it eventually, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Hold up. Like I said earlier, you know what they'll say? They'll say, okay, after it's racism, they'll say, well, it's not my fault because the only reason why I was first raised because I got confused for a black American. That's what they think.
Exactly. If it wasn't for you black American, lazy gangsters and gangster rappers,
and they'll blame and they'll take their racism that they experience and they'll start hating us. They're like this. I had that dude Barton Cooler tell me that. He said, well, we got to do something. I got 2 black boys in here and whatnot, and the society sees them as black. And I said, what do you want me to do about it? I said, well, you know, the gangster culture and whatnot. I said, yo, dude, man, you chose to come to America, you know. He said, well, white people are going to think this, blah, blah, blah. I don't want my kid getting shot. It's right around the time the Trayvon Martin shit went on. Like my boy get shot and everything because, you know, he looks like a black American and whatnot. And they don't see racism as like white people doing something wrong. They just feel that as black people causing it, you know? They get caught up in the middle.
He cannot phantom the fact that King Kong, coming from the darkest, deepest part of the Congo, wasn't about a black man, okay, who could only be tamed by his lust for a white woman.
They don't understand American culture. They don't understand.
Yeah, he don't really understand racism and the white psychology.
So when I had said to the other guy that he was a monkey, what I did was to see he took what he thought they accepted that, oh yeah, he must be a cotton picker, right? because he was a slave in America. Why is he getting angry about that? Why would he call a guy a monkey? I'm throwing to you what white people have been throwing to us. Since you would come up with the most egregious thing to call me, I called you what white people call us, okay, because we came from Africa.
And also, what they don't understand is 90% of the contempt some racists have for us is not just us, is where we spawned from. That's what they think about Africa. You know? And they'll tell you, well, your people soldiered in slavery. Africa never built no civilization. They have utterly contempt for Africa. Africans don't see that. They have utter contempt for Africans out the gate. And Africans think it's just us they have contempt for, you know, because we're lazy.
They'll tell you, they said, maybe because our relationship is not like your relationship. And that what Zongo says?
Yeah. Bottom line is
it just takes time. They're going to have to learn all that. They'll learn.
No, they're not going to learn all that. They don't want to learn all that.
They're oblivious.
But we didn't want to have to learn it, but it's just the reality. You know what I'm saying?
We learned it from day one.
The idea is when they do come across racism, like I said, they don't take it personally. They say it's not that. They say, "Oh, I agree, Mr. White Man."
Look at Lloyd Ross.
They're like this. They're like, if I saw me walking down the street,
shaking my head.
hate me too.
Look at this guy, Ross Moyes. By the way, Ross Moyes, that artwork that you got came from white people. That's not a black artist who did that. Okay, I looked it up. Those are white people's depiction of how people look. Okay, you need to straighten that out, first of all. And second of all, you trying to tell me how old I am. You don't know how old I am. It doesn't matter to me how old you think I am. I can see through. The word intelligence means interplay in Latin. It means to read between the lines. And you can look it up. It's just that you don't see race. You don't want to see race. But the people who destroyed your country, okay, because you were the first black republic to stand up against white people, they see race. That's why they keep their foot on your neck in your country. That's why they stifle you and had you pay back all this money, okay, to the French government, because they don't want other black people to get the idea that they can revolt against white people. But you can't see that, Ross Moyes.
Moist moisture.
I would go, man. I'm gonna take myself to bed. I gotta be up at 5.
So do I, man. I gotta get to bed. So you guys can carry on.
So I'm out of here.
I'm in the live stream. Anybody? I'm gonna put the link in the chat room one more time. Anybody wants to jump on?
I see Jonathan Miller, man. He didn't say a word.
Man, I just got to Germany. I just landed. I just got to Germany.
Oh, you in Germany?
So I just hopped on the show.
Your boy Elvis got mad at me, man, because we told him about King Kong and the Planet of the Apes. He said,
why would he get mad about that?
Because he couldn't see the correlation between black people, okay? And so when I read the whole description, he got out because he didn't want to talk about the different skin colors and all of the apes and the different kind of apes that were just regular apes and the gorillas and the chimpanzee and the ones who could talk and were intelligent. They were the lighter skinned apes. He didn't see race.
I don't think he paid attention to if he's seen the movie then. Because that was blatantly obvious.
Ross Moyes.
I know a lot of times that people like to look at black people like we always complaining about race and we see everything as racist. It's just that we can see the shit. It's not hidden to us. They can't see it because, man.
Well, no, but that movie